Chapter 663. Xiao Han had finally unleashed his trump card. A dragon formed from saber qi that contained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber Dao. This was the first time Xiao Han had used this slash against an enemy. It was a slash that contained all his comprehension of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's jade plate of inheritance, as well as the power of his soul and mind. Even Xiao Han himself had no idea how powerful this slash would be. However, when Xiao Han slashed out with his saber, he completely forgot about himself and his surroundings. His heart was filled with the stubbornness and dominance of the saber. There was no turning back. There was no turning back. One slash killed 100 immortals. The Son of Stars had fallen. The 200 immortals around the Son of Stars had fallen as well. The death of the immortals caused the immortal energy shields they had erected to crumble. Even some of the immortal items they had summoned were damaged, and were now ownerless, falling to the ground in all directions. The huge area was filled with colorful lights and colorful auras. It was a spectacular sight. At the same time, whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless points, immortal weapons, and power of refinement surged into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's points rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more treasures appeared in his dantian. The power of refinement gathered too, forming a magnificent, gentle, and flawless river. The power of refinement reached a certain part of Xiao Han's dantian, allowing him to draw it out for his own use. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to use the power of refinement to break through the jade plate of inheritance. The power of refinement required for the jade plate of inheritance was too enormous. A tiny bit of it would be like a drop in the ocean, and would not be able to break through the layers of will and divine sense on the surface of the jade plate of inheritance. Therefore, Xiao Han had to accumulate. He had to accumulate enough power of refinement. The points above Xiao Han's head had already reached 3.11 million. With such a score, not to mention taking first place in the 4th region, even among the 10 major regions, it would definitely be second to none, and no one would be able to match it. More than 30,000 treasures were operating in his dantian. There were all kinds of magic treasures. Once Xiao Han ascended and became an immortal, he could use the magical treasures stored in his dantian to establish a small sect and recruit countless young immortals. Of course, the immortal weapons and dharma treasures in Xiao Han's body couldn't be considered Xiao Han's. If Xiao Han's body was destroyed by other immortals in the upcoming exploration, all the dharma treasures would fall out. The 4th area's qualifiers have finally ended. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. Next, it's the arena competition. I wonder if Brother Jialan, Sect Master, and the other senior brothers have distinguished themselves in their respective areas. I hope to see them soon. After fighting for so many days in the 4th region, when the dust finally settled, Xiao Han really wanted to see his friends and family. However, all of a sudden, Xiao Han's body trembled and his vision went black. The tide-like tiredness and weakness instantly assaulted him. Xiao Han couldn't stand still and fell straight down. Oh no, that slash just now exhausted all of my soul and mental strength. I'm completely exhausted. Xiao Han cursed inwardly. He looked inside himself and found that the solid mental power star was shriveled and condensed into a small ball. It was extremely dim. At this moment, Brother Xiao Han, Black White and Yu Yangzi rushed over at the first moment. Black White hurried over to support Xiao Han. The two immortals swept their gazes and found the sky full of broken corpses of immortals. They were extremely shocked. Xing Chenzi and the other immortals were instantly killed by Brother Xiao Han. This. Yu Yangzi's face was pale from shock. Alright, Yu Yangzi, don't be long-winded. Take care of Brother Xiao Han first. Black White said immediately. However, Black White's voice was also trembling and hoarse. He couldn't keep calm at all. Supported by Black White and Yu Yangzi, Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately took out the bottle of psychic great mending pills, took out a few of them, and swallowed them. As soon as the pills entered his mouth, they turned into a torrent that surged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness and nourished the shriveled solid mental power star. Xiao Han's spirit rose slightly. He said hastily, don't worry, big brothers. I'm just a bit exhausted. That move just now squeezed out all of my psychic power and used up all of my natal saber chi. But it doesn't matter. I only need to take the psychic great mending pills and rest for a few days. Alright, Brother Xiao Han, Black White said hastily. You're invincible. You killed all the immortals in the 4th region and won the battle against the Xingqianzi. You only exhausted your psychic power. Just rest for a few days. There's still some time before the 4th region's preliminaries end. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice suddenly rang out. Adventurers of the 4th region, after 100 days of fighting and competition, you've finally survived. Oh, there are only 3 adventurers. How cruel. I didn't think that the 4th region would be the cruelest among the 10 regions. Only 3 out of 100 places. How tragic. However, the benefits that the 3 of you have obtained are also extremely great. Each of you have obtained more points, magical equipment, and refining power than the adventurers from other regions. Now, there are only 11 days left until the end of the preliminaries. You can choose whether you want to leave the 4th region immediately or rest for a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. A spatial portal flickering with ancient patterns immediately appeared in the void above the 4th region. Big brothers, Xiao Han said with a relaxed expression, once we pass through this spatial portal, we'll be able to leave the 4th region and enter the next round of the matches. His sea of consciousness continued to absorb energy from the psychic great mending pills, and his psychic power began to recover. There's no hurry. We'll leave after Brother Xiao Han has finished recuperating, Black and White Tiger and Yu Yangzi said in unison. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Thus, the 3 of them found a beautiful place with green mountains and clear waters, and rested quietly. Xiao Han sat cross-legged under a pine tree. His whole body was surrounded by psychic power, and he put psychic great mending pills into his mouth one by one. A few days later. Outside the 4th region. 10 ancient platforms were suspended in the sky above the endless abyss. At this moment, there were either mortals or immortals standing on 9 of the 10 platforms. These were the candidates from the 9 regions that had emerged from the preliminaries of the 10 regions and entered the arena. Jiao Lanzi, Tao Tai, Wu ***, Yen Lang, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling. They were all standing on their respective platforms. Now, only the 4th platform was empty. This indicated that the preliminaries of the 4th region had not ended yet. At that moment, on the platforms filled with immortals and mortals, some people were staring at the empty 4th platform and whispering to each other. Some were sitting cross-legged, and the light of refinement rose from their bodies. They could not help but show joy on their faces. These people were refining the magic treasures stored in their dantians. The competition in the preliminaries was too intense, and every second counted. As a result, some mortals and immortals didn't even have time to activate their refining power, so they had to refine their Dharma treasures one after another. Now that they were about to enter the arena, they had to seize the time to refine the Dharma treasures they fancied. In order to master more power. Boom! 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 Streaks of magnificent multicolored and immortal light shot up into the sky. Ha ha ha! Finally! I've successfully refined the 2nd immortal weapon. I've already controlled 4 immortal weapons, and my combat power is unimaginable. I'm not afraid of any opponent in the arena. Ha 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 ha! Within each ray of immortal light was an immortal weapon, floating and sinking. A large number of immortals and a small number of mortals were controlling the immortal weapons one after another. As for Jiao Lanzi, Tao Mei, Wu Yu, and the others, their attention was completely focused on the 4th platform, and they were rapidly communicating with each other. Why hasn't junior brother Xiao Han come out yet? There are only a few days left before the preliminaries end. The 4th platform is still quiet. What's going on? Xiao Mingchu was burning with anxiety. Jiao Lanzi was also full of worry. Brother Xiao is almost certainly in the 4th region, but the days are passing, and if Brother Xiao still can't break out of the encirclement, when the time limit is up, everyone will be wiped out. At the same time, some other immortals and mortals were discussing the empty 4th platform, the competition in the 4th region is too fierce, isn't it? The other 9 regions have already decided on the spots, so we, the victors, were sent out in advance. Even in the 4th region, there are still fierce battles. You can imagine the intensity of the battles, it's unimaginable. I heard that the mortal Xiao Han has snuck into the 4th region with tens of thousands of immortals. I'm afraid the so-called number 1 mortal genius is doomed. There are only 5 days left before the 100 days of the preliminaries end. In my opinion, the 4th region is likely to be wiped out. Why do you care so much? Killing all the immortals in the 4th region, including the mortal Xiao Han, will only bring us benefits and no harm. I can't wait to participate in the arena. Ahahaha. In the preliminaries, I've had many fortuitous encounters. When I reach the next level of the arena, I'll be like a fish in water, reaping endless rewards. Yes. I've only refined 3 of the thousands of treasures in my body, and the rest require a huge amount of refining power. Now I can't wait to participate in the arena and fight to obtain more refining power. For days until the end of the preliminaries. 3 days until the end of the preliminaries. 2 days until the end of the preliminaries. Inside the 4th region. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, after recuperating these days, I've consumed many great spirit-nourishing pills. Now, I've perfectly replenished the spirit strength that I've lost, allowing my solid spirit star to reach its peak state. Xiao Han said joyfully. Yes, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, the withered solid mind power planet was now full and round. It had regained its glorious, glass-like luster, flawless and flawless. This caused Xiao Han's entire mental appearance to be renewed, as if he had been reborn. Brother Xiao Han, let's go out now. Black White and Yu Yangzi said eagerly, standing on Xiao Han's left and right. Let's go. Brothers, let's go out. To the arena. Xiao Han said in high spirits. Although the immortals participating in the arena are all outstanding and have refined powerful magic treasures and immortal weapons, why should I, Xiao Han, be afraid? Go out. S. Chapter 664. After consuming a series of mind-replenishing pills, Xiao Han's listless, solid mind power star in his sea of consciousness finally recovered its vitality. It was brimming with vitality. In this way, Xiao Han, He Bai Zi, and Yu Lang Zi finally passed through the space door one day before the end of the preliminaries, and officially entered the arena. At the same time, no matter if it was the immortals or mortals who were discussing animatedly on the 9 platforms, or the immortals or mortals who were refining their magic treasures, all of them stopped abruptly at this moment, and their eyes lit up like torches as they looked towards the 4th platform. The originally empty 4th platform was now shrouded in immortal light, and runes fluttered in the air. A misty portal appeared. It seemed that someone was about to pass through the distorted air. The 4th zone's preliminaries were finally over. The slots for the arena had been decided. All of a sudden, the mortals and immortals on the 9 platforms couldn't help but exclaim and hiss, "They're out. They're finally out." After so many days of waiting, the 4th zone's competition is finally over. Those fellows in the 4th region really know how to seize the time. Seeing that the deadline for the preliminaries is approaching, I thought that all the explorers in the 4th region would be wiped out. TSK, in the end, they still came out, good. The 4th zone's preliminaries are over, and 100 slots have been decided. This means that the arena will officially begin. I can't wait. I've been looking forward to the arena for a long time. Now let's see which 100 immortals in the 4th zone will get a slot. I heard that Xing Qinzi is in the 4th zone. Given his strength and methods, he'll get a slot. It's a done deal. Besides, judging from the points, Xing Qinzi is likely to be first in the 4th zone. He'll have an advantage in the upcoming arena. Yes, there's no doubt that Xing Qinzi will get a slot. There's a mortal in the 4th zone. He's the only one among the 10 zones with immortals, Xiao Han. I don't know if he'll stand out, but I think it's unlikely. Maybe he's already fallen in the 4th zone. While these immortals and mortals were talking noisily, everyone related to Xiao Han had their hearts in their throats. Brother Xiao. Jiao Lanzi narrowed his eyes and extended his immortal sense. His lips trembled slightly. Wu Hu, Xiao Mingchu, and the rest were completely suffocated, their minds about to explode. They subconsciously clasped their hands together. He secretly prayed. The 4th region's qualifier is finally over. Which supreme experts would be able to enter the following arena battles? The mystery was about to be revealed. Xiao Han. Don't let anything happen to you. You must come out, 9 regions. The 9 platforms all fell into silence. Be it immortals or mortals, all of their eyes were bulging out. He stared at the 4th platform without blinking. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, from the 4th platform's spatial portal, the first person slowly walked out. Illusory lights and shadows, multicolored lights. It's coming out. Countless immortals and mortals cried out in alarm. Finally, on the 4th platform, the glowing figure stabilized and revealed itself. Black and white pieces. The first to come out was the black and white immortal. Immediately, some of the immortals on the 9 platforms who recognized the black and white immortals let out all sorts of voices. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, black and white brothers. Congratulations on breaking through the encirclement and entering the arena battles. This black and white immortal strength is only average among the young immortals of our generation, yet he was able to fight his way out of the 4th region. TSK, look at the 400,000 points hovering above his head. Such a large number of points means that he fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. It wasn't a fluke, black and white brothers. Jiao Lanzi called out loudly. Wu Hu, Xiao Mingchu, and the rest shouted impatiently. Immortal black and white immortal, Xiao Han is in the 4th region, right? Did he also survive and obtain a spot in the arena battles? Oh, black and white immortal paused. Before he could answer, another person walked out of the spatial portal. The light was chaotic. After it stabilized, the figure of Fish Cripple appeared. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally out. Once Fish Seedling came out, his face was filled with an expression of relief. He looked around with a silly smile and immediately found Jiao Lanzi, Tao Mei, and other acquaintances, and shouted. Big brother Jiao Lanzi, big brother Tao Mei, big brother Shi Yangzi. Ha ha ha, you guys came out too? That was great. That's really great. Once Fish Seedling came out, the entire audience immediately erupted in boos. No way. Even Fish Seedling, who's not that strong and came from a small sect in the immortal world, obtained a spot in the arena battles. Fish Seedling is just a guy with average talent, and he also obtained a spot in the 4th region? It seems that the competition in the 4th region isn't as fierce as we thought. If Fish Seedling can obtain a spot, who knows, those who come out from the 4th region next will all be trash. After seeing Fish Seedling come out, even Tao Mei, Jiao Lanzi, and other good friends of Fish Seedling exchanged glances. Their gazes were a little confused. Seriously speaking, even Jiao Lanzi, in all fairness, did not believe that Fish Seedling had the hard strength to stand out from tens of thousands of immortals. This. Tao Mei shook his head slightly and smiled. No matter what, it's good that he came out. Brother Jiao Lanzi, let's also send our blessings. Wait. Suddenly, Jiao Lanzi's gaze focused. At this moment, on the 4th region's platform, a third person came out. It was Xiao Han. After being called out for thousands of times, he finally came out. Xiao Han finally came out from the 4th region. Everyone's gazes gathered and looked at Xiao Han without blinking. And when Xiao Han came out, the first thing he did, it was also to observe. Xiao Han used his soul and mental power. Like a fishing net, it covered out. Investigate. At this time, Xiao Han was extremely nervous. Because when he came out, he discovered that the other 9 regions had already decided the spots for the arena battles. In other words, whether the sect master and his senior brothers were dead or alive was already known. Xiao Han was also worried. He was afraid that something would happen to his friends and family, and they would not be able to survive. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's taut heart relaxed. It's okay. Xiao Han's soul and mental power found Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Feng Ling. Yen Lang, almost all the mortals who were related to him survived. They got the spots. Great. Xiao Han's mind was completely excited. Looking at the mortals who came from his plane, the vast majority. At this moment, they were standing on the various platforms. Many elders and senior heroes had survived, and only a small number were absent. Moreover, most of the immortals who came to his plane, led by Jiao Lanzi, had survived. Xiao Han. On the other side, Wu Yu laughed wildly and shouted, losing his composure. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. Really heaven-defying. To compete with so many immortals and still survive. Ha 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 ha. You made us worry for you for a long time. Junior brother Xiao Han is really brave. Xiao Mingchu and the others also let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Han's slaves also cheered. Jiao Lanzi laughed loudly. Brother Xiao, amazing, very amazing. At the same time, the other immortals and mortals also whispered to each other after a short period of shock, no way? Xiao Han also came out. Mortals. A mortal actually defeated so many immortals and ranked in the top 100 in the 4th zone. Heaven-defying, absolutely heaven-defying. In any case, there must be tens of thousands of immortals in the 4th zone. With a survival rate of 1 in 100, I wonder how Xiao Han got the spot. Forget it, don't worry so much. Let's look at the 4th zone. The next people who come out will definitely all be immortals. The Son of Stars should be among them. These immortals and mortals were extremely shocked by Xiao Han's appearance. However, their attention was quickly diverted from Xiao Han to focus on the immortals who came out of the 4th region. On the platform, Xiao Han was already laughing and greeting Jiao Lanzi, Wu Yu, and the others, exchanging pleasantries and laughing. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiao Lanzi, sect leader, senior brothers, elders of our plane, hero fiend, we meet again. It hasn't been easy. Ha 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 ha. This is great, everyone is still alive. This is the best. Whether or not we gain anything, as long as we're alive, that's the best. It's also a kind of training for the soul. Xiao Han had wanted to rush to the platform where his friends and family were and meet them up close, but there seemed to be some restriction between each platform that prevented Xiao Han from passing through. Thus, Xiao Han could only stay on his platform and ramble on like a chatterbox, causing a ruckus, and yet. Time passed, second by second. Aside from Xiao Han, He Zi, and Yu Yangzi, no other immortals came out of the 4th zone. The immortals and mortals on the other 9 platforms all stared incredulously. Why aren't they coming out yet? There are 100 spots in each of the 10 zones, but only 3 spots have appeared in the 4th zone. There are still 97 spots left. Why haven't they come out yet? The immortals were puzzled. They waited. They waited for another few hundred breaths. The spatial portal on the 4th zone's platform was still silent. There was no movement at all. At this moment, something's wrong. An immortal suddenly screamed. Look, there's 11 million points hovering above Xiao Han's head. The combined points of He Zi and Yu Yangzi are close to 1 million. In other words, the 3 of them have killed nearly 40,000 immortals. Could it be that only Xiao Han, He Zi, and Yu Yangzi are left in the 4th zone, the other immortals have been hunted, killed by them? With that, all the immortals and mortals began to notice the points hovering above Xiao Han, He Zi, and Yu Yangzi's heads. The scene was deathly silent again. Suddenly, Hong, the spatial teleportation door on the 4th region's platform suddenly closed. As expected. As expected. Only the 3 of them are left in the 4th zone. Xiao Han has 11 million points above his head. He killed tens of thousands of immortals. Roar. He's insane. This guy is insane. To be continued. Chapter 665. Xiao Han, Black White Z, and Yu Yangzi exited the fourth platform's spatial portal. After a long time, the spatial portal closed. No more immortals were teleported out. Moreover, the immortals and mortals of the other platforms quickly discovered important clues. Points. Golden points floated above Xiao Han's head. A total of 11 million points. According to the rules announced by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, in the 10 regions preliminaries, immortals would kill each other. Killing an immortal would earn 100 points. As for mortals, killing a mortal would earn 10 points. In other words, Xiao Han's enormous points were created by the lives of more than 30,000 immortals. One mortal could cause the deaths of tens of thousands of immortals. This was something that defied all common sense. Monstrous and heaven-defying were insufficient to describe it. It was extremely abnormal. Moreover, all the immortals and mortals on the other platforms had already deduced a terrifying truth. All the immortals in the fourth region had died at the hands of these three fellows. Among them, the mortal Xiao Han was the most terrifying. 11 million points showed how perverted he was in killing immortals like picking up grass. According to Xiao Han's points, he was already the champion of the 10 regions preliminaries. No one could surpass Xiao Han. No one could compete with him. 11 million points. Of course he was first. Even the immortal in second place only had close to 1 million points. He was left far behind by Xiao Han. Even Jiao Lanzi, the acknowledged leader of the younger generation in the immortal world, only had 640,000 points floating above his head, putting 640,000 points and 11 million points together. They were not on the same level. Of course, Jiao Lanzi's points were slightly lower because he wasn't bloodthirsty. If he went on a killing spree, his points would probably increase, but it would probably be difficult for him to reach Xiao Han's 11 million points. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's current state had caused an unprecedented shock. Every mortal and immortal standing on the other platforms felt as if their throats were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Even breathing became extremely difficult, and all of them made strange gurgling sounds. After a long time, an immortal lost his composure and screamed, "Dead." Almost all the immortals in the fourth region had fallen at Xiao Han's hands. This is too terrifying. Even the son of the stars is dead. I can't believe he didn't get a slot. Just what method did this mortal Xiao Han use to get so many points and cause the deaths of tens of thousands of immortals? However, there were also a few immortals who were only a little shocked by Xiao Han's strength, but not afraid. These immortals were the cream of the crop in their respective regions. They had accumulated a lot of points, and the treasures they had refined were also extremely powerful. After a brief moment of shock, they glanced at Xiao Han with interest, as if they were looking at a juicy prey. With so many points, it means that the number of treasures in his body is also extremely terrifying. TSK, more than 30,000 treasures, and there's also the refining power that can't be used immediately. Now, it wouldn't be wrong to treat this mortal Xiao Han as a human-shaped treasure vault. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Once we kill Xiao Han, a treasure trove that can rival an entire nation will fall out of his body. Even in the immortal world. Now that I've killed Xiao Han, I won't have to continue exploring. I can return to the immortal world in style and glory. As for Xiao Han's group of friends and relatives, Jiao Lanzi, Wu Yu, and the others, their minds were completely blank. They could only stare at Xiao Han, speechless. This was especially true for Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others who had watched Xiao Han grow up. They were even more confused now. Xiao Han killed 10,000 immortals. Heavens! Those are immortals, not some random chicken or pottery dog. How could they be so easily defeated by Xiao Han? The scene was chaotic. Then, some immortals took the initiative to call out to Xiao Han and ask him questions, trying to find out how he had fought and killed immortals in the fourth region. Xiao Han completely ignored the countless questions, refusing to answer them. Just as the air was filled with a foul atmosphere, the void suddenly shook. A powerful pressure and aura descended like a whirlpool. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Space was being sucked dry. All the noise had been suppressed. The 10 great platforms were silent. A few breaths later, ha 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 ha. Everyone, congratulations. Now, those who could stand on each of the platforms, be they mortals or immortals, were all extremely powerful. They were all geniuses who had reached the pinnacle in terms of strength and willpower. Not bad. Not bad at all. The preliminaries of the 10 great regions are finally over. Then, everyone will enter the arena competition. If you can pass the arena competition, it means that you have obtained the key to the 3rd level of my treasure. The quota. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded coldly. All of a sudden, the immortals and mortals on each platform looked at each other. It's finally starting. The next stage of the arena competition is finally starting. After the arena competition, survival of the fittest. The most outstanding ones can enter the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Hiss. This Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure only has 4 levels. The 4th level is the core level. Then, the 3rd level is very close to the core level. The treasures stored inside must be unimaginable. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice continued. Everyone, do your best. Let me tell you, as long as you pass the tournament and enter the 3rd layer of my treasure trove, then, ha 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 ha. If the treasures in the 1st layer of my treasure trove, the genius zone, are merely useless, defective items to immortals, then the treasures in the 2nd layer are all sorts of rare treasures that can increase a true immortal's battle prowess, and the treasures in the 3rd layer. Yes, the treasures in the 3rd layer are things that even immortal emperors would covet. Even immortal emperors might fight with their lives for the treasures of the 3rd level. When he said that, everyone held their breath. Alright, cut the crap. Whether or not you can enter the 3rd level of this emperor's treasure vault will depend on your performance in the arena battles. Now, all of you, listen up. I am going to announce the rules of the arena competition. All immortals and mortals put aside their distracting thoughts and listened attentively. Xiao Han also condensed the solid mental power star in his sea of consciousness into a ball. He was highly focused to ensure that he would not miss a single word that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said. The arena competition is divided into the following segments. First, the mixed battle segment. First, each of the 10 zones has a maximum of 100 slots. In the mixed battle segment, other than the top 5 explorers, the rest of the explorers will engage in a mixed battle. A great massacre. Until there are only 5 people left in the zone, then the mixed battle will end. The mixed battle segment will also be carried out according to the original zones. There will not be any overlapping or mixed battles between explorers from different zones. For example, the first zone, through the preliminaries, there will be a total of 99 slots for the arena competition. Yes, although there are less than 100 people, it's close enough. Among these 99 people, the top 5 will automatically pass and not have to participate in the mixed battle segment. As for the remaining explorers who were ranked below the 5th place, they would have to engage in a brutal battle and slaughter. 94 people, a chaotic battle. 5 slots will be decided. With this announcement, everyone present understood what was going on. In each region, the participants who had obtained a spot in the arena would once again engage in a free-for-all battle. The top 5 in terms of points would automatically pass, while the remaining participants would fight for the remaining 5 spots. In other words, each of the 10 regions would have a total of 10 spots. One had to know that in a mixed battle, the strongest individual might not be able to pass. For example, if one was unlucky and the strongest individual was besieged during the mixed battle, then it was very likely that he would die. As for the top 5 in each zone, they would automatically pass. This would avoid the possibility of being besieged due to bad luck. No wonder before the preliminaries, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said to let the explorers gain as many points as possible. The more points they had, the more advantage they would have in the upcoming arena competition. It seemed like that was the case. In this way, the top 5 in each zone could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Their faces revealed an expression of relief as if they had passed. In every region, the people who were ranked lower than 5 immediately became nervous. They looked around. Some of them had malicious expressions, some of them were filled with fighting spirit, and some of them were restless. As for Xiao Han, He Bai Zi, and Yu Lang Zi, they looked at each other dumbfoundedly. Xiao Han touched his nose. Brothers, only the 3 of us from the 4th zone entered the arena competition. We are the top 3 in the leaderboard, so, Yu Lang Zi licked his lips and touched his hair. In other words, the 3 of us passed directly? Something like that, He Bai Zi said concisely. What a joke. Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little brother had thought that the arena competition would reach an unimaginable level of cruelty. However, we have safely passed through the first hurdle. Xiao Han paused for a moment before his expression turned solemn. However, after the mixed battle segment, we won't pass so easily on the other platforms. Jiao Lanzi was naturally the first on the leaderboard, so he passed directly. And on Wu Yu's platform. Sect Master, what should we do? Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and the others looked at Wu Yu in fear. At this moment, on this platform, Wu Yu was ranked 4th on the leaderboard, and Xiao Mingchu was ranked 5th. He could pass directly, while Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and the others had to fight for the remaining 5 spots through the mixed battle. However, what made things difficult was that, the 8th zone where Wu Yu and the others were located was a zone for mortals to compete. A total of 100 mortals would enter the arena competition. And from Xiao Han's dimension, there were a lot of people who entered the 8th zone. There were dozens of them. Among them were some elites from the Cloud sect, some elders from the Yaoxia Pagoda, ancient giants, and ancient giants. This group of people were outside the top 5 on the leaderboard. In other words, in the mixed battle later, among the 95 people, 20 to 30 people were from Xiao Han's dimension. Only 5 people could survive. Killing each other. Such a survival rate forced the dozens of people from Xiao Han's dimension to kill each other. After all, they came from the same dimension. Some were even old friends, old comrades, and even close like brothers. But now, they had to face the cruel situation of killing each other. This. Wu Yu was also shocked. Chapter 666. Similarly, the possibility of friends and family killing each other also appeared on the platforms of other regions. It caused some chaos. I'd rather quit. I'd rather not fight with friends of the same level. On the platform where Wu was, the heavenly devil old man was also there. He and Wu were good friends for many years. However, in the 8th region's ranking, the heavenly devil old man was only ranked 84th. Now, he had to face the battle royale. The heavenly devil old man shook his head angrily. I'd rather quit. Wu was so anxious that his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Xiao Han also realized this problem and hurriedly shouted out. Sect leader, big senior brother, everyone, don't panic. Listen to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao continue to announce the rules. There might be a turn for the better. Just as Xiao Han finished speaking, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded again. Ha ha ha, everyone, in the battle royale, those who do not wish to continue can quit. Quit this Emperor's treasure adventure. You can quit. As soon as this was said, cheers immediately rang out on the platforms of the 10 regions. Wu and the others felt as if they had been pardoned by the Emperor. Their tensed faces relaxed. Xiao Han also wiped off his cold sweat. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao continued, stay or quit, everyone can choose. However, this Emperor wants to remind everyone that once you quit, you will have no chance with this Emperor's treasure adventure. Moreover, after you quit, all the treasures and immortal equipment that you have yet to refine will be destroyed. Your points will be reset to 0. As soon as this was said. Hiss. What? Once I withdraw, all the magic treasures in my body will be destroyed and disappear? I have only refined 2 treasures, but there are still hundreds of treasures in my body. If I quit, it means that other than the two treasures that I have already controlled, the other treasures will disappear? Then I risked my life in the preliminaries, only to exchange for two treasures? The other Dharma treasures have all become illusions? No. I can't quit. Quitting means almost nothing. It's futile. I want to continue fighting. There was a price to quit. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao continued to announce the rules. After the battle royale, only 10 people or a few people will survive in each area. Among them, there would be mortals, and there would also be immortals. And the next segment would be the arena battle. The survivors from each region would be randomly assigned according to their ranking, and they would compete in the arena with the survivors from other regions. This arena hegemony competition's two opponents were completely randomly selected. It could be a battle between mortals and mortals, immortals and immortals, or a battle between mortals and immortals. After the battle royale, there will also be a chance to automatically give up and exit the exploration. Yes, I have the virtue of cherishing life, so I'll give you one chance to back out before and after the free-for-all. However, once you enter the arena battle, no one is allowed to withdraw. You can also take the points, Dharma treasures, and power of refinement from those you kill in a chaotic battle. It can be said that the free-for-all is also a process for you to accumulate strength. It will allow you to obtain a large number of points and power of refinement. In terms of battle strength, you can catch up to the top rankers on the leaderboard and directly pass the stage without participating in the free-for-all. Alright, I've finished announcing the rules for the 2 rounds of the arena battles. Now, I'll give everyone 4 hours to think about it and decide whether to continue or withdraw. After 4 hours, the top 5 scorers of each area will be sent to the safe area. The remaining explorers of each area will enter the free-for-all round. Soon, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became silent. On the platforms of the 10 major regions, there were also sounds of discussions. Of course, there was no need to discuss the 4th region where Xiao Han was. Xiao Han, Heibai Zi, and Yulang Zi were the top 3 in terms of points, and automatically entered the next stage, the arena battle. However, Xiao Han also frowned and asked. 2 big brothers, we don't need to participate in the free-for-all. However, will you 2 big brothers participate in the upcoming arena battle? This. Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi looked at each other. Xiao Han said carefully. 2 big brothers, the arena battle will randomly choose an opponent. There's a possibility of dying. Hearing this, Black-White Zi and Yu Yang Zi seriously nodded their heads. Yes, in the 4th region's qualifiers, it was Xiao Han who took care of Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi. That was why they were able to fight their way out of the tight encirclement when it was absolutely impossible for them to obtain a spot in the arena battle. However, in the upcoming arena battle, it was completely impossible for Xiao Han to take care of Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi. Although Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi each refined an offensive and defensive magic treasure, their overall combat strength was unable to gain any advantage when compared to the other region's outstanding experts. It should be known that those who obtained a spot in the arena battle from the other regions, which one of them did not refine a magic treasure? Thus, if they wanted to enter the arena battle, the possibility of Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi dying was extremely high. Unless they had heaven-defying luck and were able to randomly choose an extremely inferior opponent during the arena battle and win. Even if they encountered a mortal, they would be easily killed. Brother Xiao Han, let's think about it first. Heibai Zi and Yulang Zi were very anxious and couldn't make a decision immediately. Xiao Han nodded. How about we wait for the free-for-all phase to end before making a decision? All right. Heibai Zi also nodded. Then, he asked. Brother Xiao Han, with your combat strength, you will definitely have to participate in the arena battle after the free-for-all phase? Xiao Han smiled. A hint of determination flashed across his eyes. I will try my best. Then, Xiao Han also swept his soul and mental energy towards the platform where Wu Yu was. It was also the platform of the 8th region. At this moment, all the mortals standing on the platform of the 8th region gathered together and started the most serious discussion. Everyone, after the free-for-all phase, it will be the arena battle. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light. In the arena battle, there is no difference between immortals and mortals. At that time, we will be randomly assigned opponents and engage in a life and death battle. Once we mortals encounter immortals, I'm afraid we won't have the slightest chance of winning. Although we mortals also obtained the power to refine magic treasures with points in the preliminaries, our points increased by 10 points, which is far less than the points gained by killing each other. The quality of the magic treasures obtained by us mortals and the immortal treasures obtained by the immortals are worlds apart from the ones obtained by the immortals. We mortals also refine some low-grade immortal weapons, magic treasures, and pills, but against the magic treasures controlled by immortals, it is like hitting a rock with an egg. After a pause, Wu Yu finally said. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that the exploration of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is over for us mortals. Sect Master Wu Yu, what do you mean? Immediately, there were mortals and tower masters from other planes who turned their heads to look at Wu Yu. Withdraw. Wu Yu said with a faint smile. However, his expression was extremely solemn and serious. This. As soon as Wu Yu said this, dozens of mortals immediately sent Tanbao to express their different opinions. Sect Master Wu, if we withdraw like this, then the treasures that we have yet to refine will be annihilated and will no longer belong to us. Yes, I originally thought that I had obtained great treasures, but I can only watch as these treasures that will never appear in the mortal world are annihilated like bubbles. I can't accept this. I absolutely can't accept this. I'll fight. I want to continue. The free-for-all round. Then, the arena competition. Wu Yu shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Everyone has their own ambitions. I, Wu Yu, withdraw. Originally, I, Wu Yu, was ranked 4th in the 8th area with my points, so I didn't need to participate in the free-for-all round and could directly enter the arena competition. But now, I, Wu Yu, withdraw from this exploration. My ranking should be replaced by you, Mingqiu. But Xiao Mingqiu also smiled. Sect Master, this disciple knows his own limits, this disciple also withdraws. Brother Wu, I, Heavenly Devil Old Man, also withdraw. Heavenly Devil Old Man said with a relaxed smile. Although there are so many treasures in my body that will be annihilated, this old man has refined and controlled a few treasures. I'm satisfied, ha ha ha. This disciple also withdraws. Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling said at the same time. At the same time, many elders, ancient giants that came from Xiao Han's plane also expressed their withdrawal. If we don't withdraw, we will inevitably kill each other in the free-for-all round. That will be painful. It's better to withdraw in the face of difficulties. Fang Ling said extremely calmly. Even if we pass the free-for-all round, we will inevitably die in the hands of those immortals in the arena competition. Seeing that almost all the mortals in his plane had chosen to withdraw, Wu Yu also nodded his head in affirmation. Yes, people can't not pursue and have a courageous heart. However, blind confidence and gambling on luck are not desirable. It seems that we have regretfully withdrawn from this exploration, but we can rely on the fortuitous encounters and tempering we have obtained in the preliminaries to reach the immortal realm. Actually, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Just like this, on the 8th platform, almost 2/3 of the mortals stood on Wu Yu's side and chose to withdraw. Only 32 mortals insisted on continuing the exploration. Sect Master, Senior Brothers, and everyone else, your choice is extremely correct. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Han, let's see your performance in the arena competition. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han with confidence. You are the only mortal qualified to challenge the immortals. Junior brother Xiao Han, do your best. Xiao Mingqiu also shouted to Xiao Han with a smile. Xiao Han nodded his head with a smile, indicating that he would definitely do his best to win and not show weakness to the immortals. At the same time, on the other platforms, there were also many choices. Of the 5 mortal platforms, except for Wu Yu's side, the other 4 also had a large number of mortals who did not want to continue and did not want to die. They all withdrew. The sixth platform, the mortal platform, only had 12 mortals left, and they wanted to continue. The seventh platform, 23 people left. The eighth platform, where Wu Yu was, 32 people left. The ninth platform, 17 people left. The 10th platform, 8 people left. It was not just the mortals who chose to withdraw. Even in the immortals area, there were some immortals who did not want to continue. They also valued their lives. Of course, the will of immortals far exceeded that of mortals. Therefore, only a small number of immortals withdrew. Most immortals stayed. 4 hours later. So, everyone has made their choice, right? Alright, the first segment of the 10 main regions arena competition, the free-for-all segment, begins now. My divine will automatically send the top 5 of the 10 main regions scoreboard to the safe zone. Those who give up and leave will be directly sent out of my treasury by me. The rest will enter the free-for-all segment. Kill. Decide the top 5 spots for each region. To be continued. Chapter 667. After 4 hours of discussion, the immortals and mortals of the 10 great districts had come to their own decisions. On each platform, those who chose to withdraw stood at the side. Some of these people were optimistic, some were regretful, and some were helpless. At this moment, boom. 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 Rays of divine rainbows shrouded the platform. They filled the 10 platforms. Colorful lights. Illusion of light and shadow. It was like a dream world. First, the top 5 in each region were sent out of the platform by an inexplicable force. Xiao Han suddenly felt that he was like a feather floating in the air, slowly being sent away from the platform. This power was very gentle and not overbearing, it was like a spring breeze. However, Xiao Han could feel that this power contained the great will of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. It was irresistible. Black and white sun and fish stems stood on Xiao Han's left and right, and were also sent out of the platform. Hee. Our fourth region doesn't need to have a free-for-all. Everyone, enter the arena, Fish Stem joked. The top 5 on the leaderboard of the other regional platforms all looked over, Tens of thousands of immortals competed, and only these 3 are left to get the spots for the free-for-all. They're too ambitious and murderous. On the left, a sage-like young immortal in white robes looked coldly at Xiao Han. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a king of stars descending to the mortal world. Traces of refining and controlling a supreme-grade immortal artifact could be seen all over his body. However, in the depths of his eye sockets, there was also a flash of greed. He scanned Xiao Han repeatedly. Hee. Xiao Han also looked at the immortals around him. These immortals. They were the top 5 in their respective regions. They did not need to participate in the free-for-all. Their points were in the hundreds of thousands, and some even neared 1 million. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips and thought to himself. These guys are very greedy for my points, aren't they? But at the same time, I also want to kill these fat lambs as soon as possible. In order to obtain a large amount of refinement power, I will be able to break through the inheritance jade pendant in my dantian. As long as I completely inherit immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance and obtain the opportunity to gain enlightenment, then even if I reach the immortal world, I will be able to kill everyone. I'm afraid that no one below the immortal Emperor realm will be my match. There's also a chance to kill the demon god's egg in Annihilation's heart. Xiao Han also saw a large number of immortals with rich points as prey. Xiao Han. I don't think you obtained such a terrifying number of points by killing an immortal head-on, right? What kind of scheme did you use? A sinister voice rang out. Xiao Han looked around and saw an immortal who was as thin as a bamboo pole, but whose eyes were overflowing with golden lightning. The immortal was smiling coldly at him. This fellow was ranked first on the second region scoreboard. He had 820,000 points above his head, slightly more than Jiao Lanzi. He exuded an invincible aura and was insufferably arrogant. You killed the son of the stars, Xiao Han. The son of the stars and I have been through life and death together. I didn't expect him to fail miserably and die at your hands. The immortal ranked third on the third region scoreboard looked at Xiao Han with a bloodthirsty grin. Xiao Han, you're definitely not a match for the son of the stars in a fair and square fight. You played dirty. But it doesn't matter. I'll avenge the son of the stars. You'd better pray that you don't run into me in the upcoming matches. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. A bunch of scum. Xiao Han retorted nonchalantly, flicking his fingernails. Don't try to bully me like an immortal. Otherwise, I'll make sure all of you die a slow death. Xiao Han, you. Xiao Han's attitude immediately drew angry glares from many immortals. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi turned to Xiao Han and said, Brother Xiao, don't bother with others. Xiao Han smiled and turned to look at Jiao Lanzi. Brother Jiao Lanzi, you're also participating in the upcoming matches. Heh, I hope we don't run into each other. At the same time, Xiao Han's gaze shifted to Tao Tai Zi, Shiyang Zi, and the other immortals he was familiar with. Soon, the top 5 of the 10 regions were teleported to a misty space. This misty space seemed to be thousands of miles away from the 10 regions' platforms, but it also felt like it was very close. It was an illusion of space, and it was very magical. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again, those of the 10 regions who will directly enter the arena matches, you may now sit down and rest while waiting for the free-for-all phase to end. Xiao Han immediately sat down cross-legged, looked around, and said with a smile, Big brother He Zi, Big brother Yang Zi, let's not be impatient. Big brother Black and White, Big brother Fish Stem, let's not be impatient. Let's take a rest. There's still some time before the contestants will be decided in the free-for-all round, so we're free now. Big brothers, if you want to consider whether you want to enter the arena battle, you can think about it as much as you want now. Alright. Black and White Z and Yang Z sat down with solemn expressions. The two of them began to struggle over whether they should continue or withdraw like Black Dragon and the others. At the same time, the top 5 of the various regions also sat down and looked at the 10 regions' platforms. Currently, in this misty space, there were a total of 48 immortals and mortals who had the highest points in their respective regions gathered in the 10 regions. These 48 people, together with the 45 spots after the free-for-all phase of the 10 regions free-for-all phase, Xiao Han's 4th region only had 3 people left, so it was impossible for there to be a free-for-all phase, had a total of 93 people who would enter the arena matches. The 93 people would be randomly assigned to fight one by one. Of course, it did not exclude the possibility that there might be people who decided to withdraw at the last minute among the 93 people. Things were settled here. The 10 regions platforms. The immortals and mortals who had the lowest points watched as Xiao Han and the others who had the highest points and did not need to participate in the free-for-all phase left. Then, the people who still wanted to continue and reach the free-for-all phase had tense expressions. Their surging battle intent and determination to die began to burn. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice. Orderly sounds rang out from the other side, those who choose to withdraw. Leave this emperor's treasure in succession. Just as he finished speaking, Wang. 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 10 spatial doors. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stood on the 10 great platforms. On each spatial door, there were ancient modeled traces of wood rings. Those who decide to withdraw, leave quickly. You will be directly transported out of this emperor's treasure. The treasures in your bodies that you have yet to refine will be annihilated. Your points will also be reset to 0. From now on, you will have nothing to do with this emperor's treasure. Cut off all ties. You will never be able to enter this emperor's treasure again. After Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao finished his announcement, a large number of mortals and a few immortals who had decided to withdraw from the various platforms entered the spatial doors one after another and left. On the 8th region's platform where Black Dragon was. Sect Master. Let's leave. Xiao Mingchu took a step closer to the spatial door. Thus, Black Dragon was the leader. Dozens of people who came from Xiao Han's dimension all walked toward the spatial door. On the other region's platforms, there were also some elders of the Yinxia Tower from Xiao Han's dimension, ancient giants who came from Xiao Han's dimension. All of them walked toward the spatial door without hesitation. Xiao Han's 5 slaves from another dimension, as well as Yan Lang and the others, also prepared to leave. Senior brothers, you must come out alive and bring back many treasures to revitalize our sect. Some immortals cheered loudly as they left, cheering on their fellow sect members and friends who stayed behind to participate in the free-for-all and arena battles. Before Black Dragon and the others left, he also stared at Xiao Han and transmitted his voice across the air. Xiao Han, we'll leave first. We won't return to our dimension for the time being. We'll stay in the universe outside this treasure and wait for you to finish your exploration. Junior brother Xiao Han, you will definitely be able to stand out among the many immortals. Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and the others all looked at Xiao Han with confidence. Xiao Han's slaves also cheered for Xiao Han before they left. On the other side, Xiao Han directly stood up and smiled at Black Dragon and the others. Sect leader, senior brothers, and everyone else, you can leave in peace. Wait for my good news outside. Xiao Han, will definitely not let you down. Good. Xiao Han, then we won't stick to the customs and act like children. We'll leave first. Black Dragon looked deeply at Xiao Han, then stepped into the spatial door and disappeared without a trace. Let's go. Xiao Mingqiu and the others laughed and nodded to Xiao Han, then walked into the spatial door one by one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon, mortals and immortals entered the spatial door one by one and disappeared. From then on, they had no fate with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. After a while, the spatial door of the first region's platform closed. The spatial door of the second region's platform closed. The spatial doors of the 10 regions' platforms were all closed. On each region's platform, there were only people left who were going to participate in the free-for-all. The next moment, hum, on each platform of the 10 regions' platforms, space portals appeared again. However, the space portals that appeared this time were filled with the smell of a bloody battlefield, yellow sand, and flying flags. From the outside of each portal, one could see the bloodstains on the door frame. It was a horrifying scene. 10 regions, free-for-all. Begin. Participants of the free-for-all, immediately enter. Slaughter. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said solemnly. There are no rules in the free-for-all. There are no rules, only slaughter. Until, in each region, there are only 5 people left. In the free-for-all, if you kill others, you can obtain their talisman refining power. Begin. Roar. Kill. I will definitely escape from the free-for-all, from the mountain of corpses and the sea of bones. Those who block me will die. All of a sudden, all the participants of the Battle Royale and the 10 regions rushed into the space portals of their respective regions with a ferocious aura. Soon, the platforms of the 10 regions were empty. On the other side, Xiao Han and many immortals and mortals who were at the top of the scoreboard and did not need to participate in the free-for-all looked over. Everyone's immortal senses, soul strength, and mental strength were covering those spatial doors. Everyone knew that these 10 spatial doors represented 10 battlefields. At this moment, apart from the battlefield inside the spatial door of the 4th region's platform, which was calm and undisturbed, the most primitive and horrifying slaughter was taking place in every battlefield. I also want to see the situation in these battlefields. Xiao Han was bored. He covered the battlefield with his powerful soul strength, trying to penetrate into some of the spatial door battlefields. To be continued. Chapter 668. The free-for-all segment was already in full swing. Xiao Han gathered his soul force and wanted to watch the show. However, as soon as his soul force got close to the portal, he had a terrible feeling of falling into the abyss. Xiao Han quickly withdrew his soul force and shook his head. It seems that I can only wait until the battle royale is over. I can't watch the process of the battle royale. Ibdu. Boom. 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 At the same time, from inside each portal, there were occasional vibrations, accompanied by some heart-wrenching screams. It seemed to indicate that mortals and immortals were dying one by one. Occasionally, there was a roar of death, which made people's hair stand on end. Although I can't directly watch the battle royale in the 10 regions, but the cruelty and brutality will definitely far exceed the preliminaries. Xiao Han nodded silently. Like Xiao Han, the dozens of mortals and immortals in the same misty space couldn't see what was going on. After watching for a while, they all sat down cross-legged and didn't pay attention to it anymore. The battle royale was still going on. The fluctuations that overflowed from the 10 portals were getting more and more intense, which meant that the battle royale was getting more and more intense. However, it seemed that this battle royale would not come to an end for a while. Xiao Han was extremely bored, so he swept his gaze over the immortals and mortals around him. With the fluctuation of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's will, he directly penetrated the dantian of the mortals and immortals and carefully studied the magic treasures and immortal weapons stored in their dantian. Xiao Han could see through the secrets of the dantian of anyone who entered the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, but the others could not see the situation in Xiao Han's dantian. All of a sudden, these mortals and immortals, they all felt as if Xiao Han had seen through their hearts. It was a terrible feeling that they had nowhere to hide. They all looked at Xiao Han with horrified eyes, but they could not sense anything wrong. Oh. Jiao Lanzi raised his head and glanced at Xiao Han. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he soon shook his head gently and whispered. Impossible. I must have sensed wrongly. Brother Xiao can't see through the immortal fate and fortuitous encounter we have. Xiao Han observed them one by one. He shook his head again and again. Of all the immortal items and magical treasures he had observed in the dantians of the immortals and mortals, none of them were suitable for him to use. Forget it. The biggest gain I can get from killing these guys isn't points. It's not a celestial artifact or Dharma treasure. It's the power of refinement. However, Xiao Han was not discouraged at all. He knew what he wanted. Just then, crack. On the other side, on the first platform of the 10 great area platforms, the energy fluctuations coming from the space portal came to an abrupt stop. Over at Xiao Han's side, everyone couldn't help but look over. 5 immortals slowly walked out from the portal. The 5 immortals all had bloodstains on their faces, and were in low spirits. Some of them had sustained serious injuries, and their immortal energy was dim. However, as soon as they walked out, they immediately looked like they had just survived a disaster. One of the immortals, whose left eye was surging with immortal blood, even threw his head back and roared hysterically. Victory! I've finally defeated and crushed the other opponents. I'm out. The battle royale is over. I, Bei Fengzi, survived and entered the arena hegemony battle. Roar! Next to the immortal with the injured left eye, another immortal wailed in a sobbing tone. Terrible. It's too tragic. Kill. His eyes were red from killing. It's either you die or I die. There's no other choice. Blood is everywhere. Terrible. Kill. Oh. The battle royale in the first area has ended. The 5 surviving immortals have obtained the spots to enter the arena battle. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Then, Xiao Han frowned. He saw that the points floating above the heads of the 5 surviving immortals in the first area were extremely terrifying. They were all in the millions. One of them even had 5 million points, surpassing Xiao Han in one fell swoop. These points. The immortals in Xiao Han's area all stared at him. Xiao Han was also taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. The 5 people who were able to get a spot in the battle royale round naturally had a terrifying amount of points. This was because they had divided up all the benefits, points, treasures, and refining power of the top 100 in a large area, and added them to themselves. It seems that participating in the battle royale round has a lot of benefits. Just then, a warm light enveloped the 5 immortals on the first area's platform. Suddenly, the injuries of the 5 immortals began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 immortals sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Moreover, the power of refinement revolved around their bodies. It looked like they were making the best use of their time to refine the treasures in their dantian. Then, 5 immortals walked out of the second area's platform. Their points skyrocketed, and they immediately obtained a chance to heal and rest. The third area's platform, 5 immortals. The fifth area's platform, 5 immortals. The sixth area's platform, 5 mortals. The seventh area's platform, 5 mortals. The 10th area's platform, 5 mortals. The battle royale had finally come to an end. Of the 10 regions, aside from the 4th region where Xiao Han was, the immortals and mortals of the other 9 regions fought bloody battles to determine the final 45 spots. These people would be able to enter the main event, the arena battles. Of these 45 spots, 25 were mortals, and the remaining 20 were immortals. On Xiao Han's side, one by one, the immortals and mortals stood up. Next. It's our turn, the arena battles. Some immortals said. Their lips curved into a sinister sneer. I can't wait anymore, in fact. Logically speaking, those who could get into the top 5 in each area and avoid the battle royale would definitely be more talented than those who had participated in the battle royale. Therefore, those who stood on Xiao Han's side inevitably felt a sense of superiority. He looked down on those people who had to go through bloody battles in order to obtain a spot. However, Xiao Han did not think so in his heart. Xiao Han knew that after the battle royale, those who could walk out of the mountain of corpses and sea of bones and survive. Whether it was willpower or battle strength. The number of magic treasures had increased in many aspects. Not long after, the light on the 10 areas platforms faded. The 45 people had already recovered from their injuries. Now, all of them were in high spirits and did not show any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with battle intent. Alright, the arena battles are about to begin. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was extremely satisfied. Shockingly, Xiao, an inexplicable great force teleported the 45 people on the 10 areas platforms to the misty space where Xiao Han and the others were. In this way, 93 people had already gathered in one place. These 93 people were all qualified to participate in the upcoming Arena Hegemony tournament. Among the 93 people, 42 of them were immortals and 51 of them were mortals. These people looked at each other. In an instant, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard again. This emperor has said that before entering this segment of the Arena Hegemony battle, there are a total of 2 chances to withdraw. There is 1 chance to withdraw before and after the free-for-all segment. Now that the free-for-all segment has ended, this seat will give you one last chance to choose, to continue, or to withdraw. Boom, an enormous spatial door appeared with a rumble. All 93 people, including Xiao Han, were standing and looking at the space gate. The last chance to make a choice. If they continued, they might die and be buried in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure forever, turning the treasure into a tomb. If they withdrew, they could preserve their lives, but they would forever lose the chance to compete for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Moreover, all the magic treasures that they had obtained previously would be destroyed. It was simply a reckless waste of resources. This, withdraw or continue, the scene became a little anxious. At this moment, Black and White Z and Yulang Z, who were standing beside Xiao Han, exchanged glances. Brother Xiao Han, Black and White Z looked at Xiao Han. Big brothers, have you made your choice? Xiao Han immediately asked. Yes, we choose to withdraw. Black and White Z finally said. After a pause, he said sincerely. Brother Xiao Han, thank you for taking care of me in the preliminaries. I can't thank you enough for saving my life. Now, Yulang Z and I will temporarily leave. Brother Xiao Han, you must be careful in the upcoming arena battles. However, with your battle strength, you should be able to pass smoothly. Brother Xiao Han, we will wait for your good news outside. Yu Langzi said with a serious face. All right. Brothers, please withdraw first. Xiao Han smiled and said. Thus, Black and White Z and Yu Langzi exchanged a few words with Xiao Han, then directly passed through the space door and withdrew. Following that, many mortals at the scene finally changed their minds at this crucial moment. They did not insist on participating in the arena battles and withdrew. Out of the 51 mortals, 45 people actually withdrew. Including Xiao Han, there were only 6 mortals left at the scene. Among the 42 immortals, other than Black and White Z and Yu Langzi, there were a few others who withdrew. Now, there were 36 immortals left. Have you made your choice? After 10 breaths, the space door will completely close. At that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice solemnly reminded. After 10 breaths. 6 mortals and 36 immortals did not have any intention of withdrawing. The space door closed. It disappeared. Alright, everyone, a total of 6 mortals and 36 immortals, enter the arena battles. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice rumbled and resounded in this space. To be continued. Chapter 669. Finally, the last segment of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, the arena battle was about to begin. There were 6 mortals, including Xiao Han, and 36 immortals. A total of 42 people. Xiao Han looked around and sighed. Back then, there were hundreds of thousands of immortals and mortals who entered the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure vault. Now, there were only 42 people left. Moreover, these 42 people had to continue to fight and continue to die. However, the 42 people who remained, regardless of whether they were immortals or mortals, were all people with extremely strong willpower. They were not afraid of death, and no danger or predicament could erase their conviction. They were all ruthless characters. Moreover, all of them controlled a large number of points and had countless treasures in their bodies. Their bodies were also glowing with the colors of immortal treasures. Xiao Han's combat power was not the same as before. He could use the dagger with his soul and mental strength with ease. He also had a super powerful killer move that could kill 100 immortals with one slash, dragon formed from saber chi. However, Xiao Han maintained an extremely calm state of mind. He did not have any arrogance or underestimation of his enemies. In the arena battle, no matter who he faced, Xiao Han would treat them seriously. He would not be careless. Even when facing these immortals, Xiao Han purposely lowered his state of mind. He had the attitude of a challenger. At this moment, boom 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 boom, this stretch of misty space suddenly started shaking. A vast divine aura surged. It emitted an unfathomable and terrifying aura of heavenly might. The 42 people, including Xiao Han, could not help but shiver from the bottom of their bones. Then, everyone's courage is commendable. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard. If you want to inherit my treasures, you will indeed need extraordinary battle prowess and courage. Those who retreated are cowards. They don't have the right to obtain my treasures. All of you are very good. It's also possible that my most precious treasure, which is my Saber Dao cultivation base and Dao inheritance, will be obtained by one of you. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the mortals and immortals turned red and bloodshot. Their breathing became labored. Dao. The legacy of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Once I obtain his cultivation in the Saber Dao, then I'll be able to do as I please even in the immortal dimension. To put it bluntly, among the countless treasures of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, his Dao heritage is the most precious, a priceless treasure. It's 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more precious than any immortal artifact or divine pill. Ha ha ha. Don't be too naive. The orthodoxy can only be imparted to one person. Among us, although Xiao Han suddenly rose to prominence, in terms of foundation, Jia Lanzi is still the strongest. If nothing goes wrong, the inheritance of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao will eventually fall into Jiao Lanzi's hands. There's no use in you all babbling. Have you fought for Jiao Lanzi before? Yes, I don't have too much ambition. I just hope to completely control all the magic treasures and fairy weapons in my Dantian. Then this trip will not be in vain. It would be best if I could obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy, but even if I lose it, I won't be disheartened. Some of the immortals started discussing using soul telepathy. Xiao Han, on the other hand, smiled without batting an eyelid. He thought to himself, the inheritance of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao has already fallen into my hands. Not only that, I've also refined and mastered a little bit of his blade Dao. You want it? Hee, now it depends on whether, Xiao Han, am willing to take it out or not. Xiao Han had the greatest advantage in obtaining Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy because it was in Xiao Han's body. However, Xiao Han also understood that if he was killed by his opponent, then everything he had done would be for the benefit of others. All the opportunities he had gained would be wasted. It could be said that Xiao Han was still a little unsure about the jade plate of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance that was floating in his Dantian. Unless he obtained more refining power, he could continuously attack and refine the jade plate, nibbling away at the great saber Dao contained in the jade plate bit by bit. However, to continuously control the jade plate of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao was also an extremely difficult and long process. Now, Xiao Han only controlled 1/50th of the inheritance in the jade plate. There was still a long way to go. At this moment, Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's words pulled Xiao Han's thoughts back. The other immortals and mortals quickly gathered their attention and listened to Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's words. Now, I will announce the rules of this arena hegemony battle. The purpose of the arena hegemony battle is to let everyone obtain the key to the third floor of my treasure trove. Ha 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 ha. You might misunderstand that the purpose of fighting in this arena hegemony battle is for immortal treasures and weapons? For refining power? Ha 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 ha. Wrong. There won't be any additional rewards in the arena competition, and there won't be any more rewards for refining energy. There's only one purpose, and that is for you to pass the arena competition and obtain the key to the third level. There are great treasures in the third floor of my treasure trove. There were great treasures in the third floor of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Yes, I have said before that the treasures in the third floor can make immortal emperors drool. It can make immortal emperors lose their minds and fight with their lives. Moreover, in the third floor, the refining power will gather into the lake ocean wind and cloud. Once you enter the third floor, you may obtain unimaginable refining power and break through the restrictions on the immortal treasures in your bodies, allowing you to completely control these immortal treasures. It will no longer be an illusion that can only be seen but not touched. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, all the mortals and immortals present held their breaths. One had to know that every mortal and immortal present had a large number of treasures in their bodies, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of treasures. However, these treasures required a large amount of refinement power in order to be completely owned by him. Without refining power, these treasures were just decorations. In the last part of the second floor, the arena hegemony battle, even if one obtained refining power, it was not enough to refine too many immortal treasures. According to Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao, once one entered the third floor, it would be incredible. The refining power would gather into the lake ocean wind and cloud. If one obtained a little bit, they would be able to break through the restrictions on the immortal treasures in one's Dantian. This was too tempting. Even Jiao Lanzi, who had always been calm, now had a slight change in his eyes. Facing such temptation, it was indeed difficult to resist. Also, this emperor wants to tell you that there is more than one key to enter the third floor. In other words, the 42 of you fighting one by one isn't going to kill each other until the last one remains. Ha 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 ha. This emperor has the virtue of cherishing life. All of you are supreme experts, and your futures are limitless. Isn't it too cruel to make all of you fight until the last one remains? Alas, all of you are like some exquisitely carved jade, and this emperor doesn't have the heart to shatter all of you. Ha 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 ha. Out of the 42, how many will survive? No need to fight to the death. Hearing this, Xiao Han relaxed a little. He subconsciously looked at Jialan Zi, Tao Tai Zi, Shiyang Zi, and the other immortals he was familiar with. That's good too. If only one of us survives, then I will inevitably have to fight with Brother Jialan, Brother Tao Tai, and the other good friends. At that time, it will be hard to part with them. As for Jialan Zi, Tao Tai, and the others, they also looked at Xiao Han with relief in their eyes. Now, this emperor will announce the detailed rules of the arena battle, as well as the conditions to obtain the key to enter the third floor. In the arena battle, opponents will be randomly assigned, and the battle will be fought in pairs. When two people are assigned together, before the battle, they can choose to not fight. Exempt from battle? This rule caused Xiao Han and the others to be dumbfounded. Since it was an arena battle, it must be extremely tragic. But now, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced that they could not fight. Not fighting means giving up on the battle. However, there is a price to pay. When you give up on the battle, 100,000 points and 1,000 treasures will be obtained by your opponent. Of course, if you have less than 100,000 points and less than 1,000 treasures, you are not qualified to fight. If both sides do not choose to fight, then once they reach the arena, it will be a fight to the death. If you defeat or kill your opponent, you can take all of your opponent's points, treasures, and refining power. There is no limit to the number of rounds in the arena battle. It will be carried out one round after another. When you have accumulated more than 6 million points, you can apply to obtain the key to enter the third floor. You can completely withdraw from the arena battle. However, there is more than one key to enter the third floor. It's the same as the keys in the genius zone on the surface of my treasure. There are 7 types of keys: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 7-colored key. Red key, 6 million points obtained. Orange key, 7 million points obtained. Yellow key, 8 million points obtained. Blue key, 11 million points obtained. Purple key. Yes, purple key. In the Genius Zone's Battle of Geniuses, a purple key also appeared. It was obtained by a young genius from the mortal world. The purple key is the most valuable key in the Genius Zone. Similarly, the purple key is also the most valuable key in the Genius Zone when it comes to the third level of my treasure vault. Purple key. 20 million points. Purple key. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat when he heard Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao mention the purple key. One had to know that Xiao Han obtained a purple key in the Genius Zone and refined it into his body. Because of this, he obtained indescribable benefits. After entering the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, Xiao Han directly obtained the Inheritance Jade token. He had also received some hints from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Now, another purple key had appeared in the arena hegemony competition. Subconsciously, Xiao Han was determined to obtain this purple key. Purple key, 20 million points. And now Xiao Han currently had 11 million points. Subconsciously, Xiao Han looked at the other immortals and mortals. He observed their points. Chapter 670. The rules announced by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao were very detailed. It mentioned the exemption from battle and the rules of exchanging points for the key to the third floor. Whether it was exemption from battle or exchanging for the key, points were extremely important. Without enough points, one did not even have the qualification to be exempted from battle. One could only fight to the death. On the contrary, if one had enough points, he could choose to fight or not to fight. He could take the initiative in the battle. Moreover, once his points reached 6 million, he could directly exchange for the key to the third floor. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the mortals and immortals present, carefully checking their points. Other than Xiao Han, the other 5 mortals had survived the battle royale, killed their competitors, and survived. However, the battle royale between mortals was calculated in 10 points. Therefore, these 5 mortals did not have many points, only a few 100,000. As for the immortals, immortals like Jia Lanzi and the Taotai were in the top 5 of their respective regions' leaderboards. They had skipped the free-for-all phase and entered the arena battles. Their points were between 500,000 and 1 million. As for the immortals who had passed the battle royale and walked out from the sea of corpses, their points were catching up. They had obtained great benefits from the slaughter, and their points had reached millions. A few of them even surpassed Xiao Han in terms of points. Now, it was not only Xiao Han who was observing the points of others. The others were also constantly observing the points. Many pairs of eyes swept over Xiao Han. Xiao Han's 3,110,000 points were indeed huge. He had a solid foundation. With 6 million points, he could obtain a key to the 3rd floor. With Xiao Han's points, he was already halfway to success if he wanted to enter the 3rd floor. Similarly, as long as he killed Xiao Han and obtained his points, he would have 1 foot in the 3rd floor. Previously, during the preliminaries, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao repeatedly emphasized the importance of points. It seems like it's true. Those with more points indeed have more benefits. Xiao Han's gaze subconsciously swept over a bald immortal. This immortal had climbed up from the battle royale by stepping on the corpses of other immortals. His points were about the same as Xiao Han's, 2,910,000 points. If I were to fight with this baldy and kill him, I would be able to exchange for a red key. Xiao Han's lips curled into a faint smile. However, he shook his head. Forget it. The red key isn't my goal. My goal is the purple key that's worth 20 million points. Just like the adventure in the Genius Zone, this time, I will also obtain the most precious purple key. The bald immortal with 2.91 million points sensed Xiao Han's gaze and immediately turned his head to look at him. His expression became extremely hideous as he bared his fangs and spoke with an ominous glint in his eyes. He bared his teeth and said, "Xiao Han, it seems like you're after me." That's right. If you can kill me, then your points will reach 6 million and you will obtain the key, but, ha 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 ha. Similarly, if I kill you, I will obtain the key as well. I'm looking forward to it. Xiao Han, I'm looking forward to fighting you. Ha 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 ha. I would like to see how a mere mortal can obtain so many points. Xiao Han sneered and turned his head away. He did not want to argue with these immortals. He quietly waited for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao to announce the start of the battle. Right now, everyone understood the rules of the arena battle of hegemony. They were all eager to give it a try. Not long after. Boom! In the entire space, an earth-shattering tremor burst forth. Then, rays of chaotic light shot out in all directions and intertwined with each other. Like a mirage, the light spread and overflowed. It was extremely mystical and a spectacular sight. Soon, the light and mist intertwined and formed an arena that looked like it was made of divine jade. It was an ancient and huge arena. It was almost boundless. Ancient runes and the word immortal flowed on it. The arena emitted an ancient and murderous aura. There were even specks of immortal blood flowing on it. All in all, the arena gave off a frightening feeling that could take one's soul away. This arena? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. This is the arena for the battle? It's really extravagant. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Then, there's no point in talking anymore. The most crucial part of the 2nd floor of my treasure, the battle for the battle for the battle for the battle for the 2nd floor, will now begin. 42 explorers, now, my divine sense will randomly assign you to fight each other without any bias. Remember, after the randomization is completed, if you are afraid of your opponent and do not dare to fight, you can spend 100,000 points and 1,000 artifacts in exchange for a chance to avoid the battle. It's finally starting. The eyes of the immortals and mortals standing next to Xiao Han narrowed. Nervousness was written all over their faces. The matchmaking was about to begin, and no one knew if they would be chosen, or who their opponent would be. Randomly choosing an opponent was more mysterious than drawing lots to decide the battle. The mysteriousness also caused people's hearts to be slightly frightened and confused. Xiao Han took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Right at this moment, suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from the ancient arena. This light extended in a straight line, enveloping Xiao Han and the others. Xiao Han and the rest of the immortals and mortals instinctively wanted to dodge, but they were locked in place by an inexplicable, enormous power. This feeling was extremely aggrieved. Soon, the light landed directly on Zhao Lanzi's body. Moreover, this light was like a stream of water, directly dragging Zhao Lanzi's body up. Zhao Lanzi's expression was a little strange. Then, his heart shook. Could it be that the first match of this arena battle will be randomly selected, and I, Zhao Lanzi, will fight? Just as Zhao Lanzi's thoughts settled, another dazzling light shot out from the ancient arena. This dazzling light enveloped the body of one of the 42 participants in the arena battle. This mortal, like Zhao Lanzi, was dragged up. The current situation was that Zhao Lanzi and the mortal faced each other and were sent to the ancient arena by two rays of light. Above Zhao Lanzi's head, 640,000 points. Above the mortal's head, 110,000 points. In fact, for a mortal to accumulate 110,000 points was already an extremely impressive thing. However, in front of an immortal, this little bit of points was still shabby. This mortal's body also flowed with the aura of controlling a magic treasure, but it was extremely weak. It was obvious that the magic treasure he had refined was not an extremely high-quality magic treasure. As for Zhao Lanzi, his entire body was filled with immortal chi like a tidal wave, as if he was the king of the world. If Zhao Lanzi were to fight this mortal, then it would not be a battle of the same level. As expected, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice rang out. In the first match of the arena battle, 2 participants have been randomly selected. Within 20 breaths, they will have a chance to avoid battle. After 20 breaths, if both sides give up the chance to avoid battle, it will be considered as agreeing to battle. Once in the arena, the battle will not end until one party is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a light green rune appeared above Zhao Lanzi and the mortals' heads. This was an ancient seal character, and it was indeed the words "avoid battle." Oh. Zhao Lanzi looked at the words "avoid battle" above his head, then remained motionless as he calmly looked at the mortal. At this time, the mortal finally came to his senses. His face was bitter, and he almost wailed. Bad luck. Bad luck. My opponent is actually immortal Zhao Lanzi. According to the legends, he's an important figure in the younger generation of the immortal world, a genius blessed by the heavens. Some of the immortals below also roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect that Zhao Lanzi's first opponent would be immortal. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this an instant kill? Zhao Lanzi also has the Tao of Luck. What Tao of Luck? Even if Zhao Lanzi kills this mortal, he'll only get 110,000 points. Seeing this, Xiao Han also laughed involuntarily. The disparity between the strong and the weak in this first match of the arena battle of hegemony was too great. This caused the scene to have a dramatic effect. In an instant, the originally nervous crowd couldn't help but relax. In the void. The 20 breaths were about to end. The avoid battle characters above Zhao Lanzi and the mortals' heads were growing fainter and fainter, about to disappear into nothingness. Finally, the mortals were moved, and he seemed to have used his mental power to touch the avoid battle characters above his head that were about to disappear. He said with a dark expression. Immortal Zhao Lanzi, I'm not your match. If it were any other immortal, I would be willing to risk my life to battle, but since I'm facing you, forget it, boom. The avoid battle characters above the mortals' heads suddenly ignited. And then, whoosh whoosh, the mortal's points suddenly plummeted. Moreover, the magical treasures in his dantian surged out densely and seeped into Zhao Lanzi's dantian. In an instant, the mortal's points changed to 10,000. And Zhao Lanzi's points changed to 740,000. Then, the light that was supposed to send the two to the arena suddenly turned back, causing the two to land on the ground where Xiao Han was. This battle ended with the mortal using the avoid battle. However, after this mortal used 100,000 points in exchange for a chance to avoid battle, he only had 10,000 points left. This way, he no longer had any way out. If he was picked randomly again, no matter who it was, he would have to fight. He no longer had the right to avoid battle. Xiao Han saw that the mortal's face was filled with regret, as though he finally regretted participating in the arena battle of supremacy. Mortals really can't afford to play. Mortals shouldn't stay behind to compete with immortals. There's no chance of luck. Fortunately, the sect master and senior brothers retreated early. Xiao Han secretly rejoiced in his heart. After dozens of breaths, whoosh, above the ancient arena, a dazzling light shot out once again, directly enveloping them. This time, Xiao Han and the people around him were prepared. Everyone knew that whoever was enveloped by the dazzling light would have to fight. Chapter 671. This was the last round of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, the arena battle. It had already begun. The rules were extremely simple. In the first round, Jiao Lanzi was randomly selected to fight against a mortal. The result was self-evident. The mortal immediately activated immunity, allowing Jiao Lanzi to win without a fight. Without shedding a drop of blood, he obtained 100,000 points and 1,000 magical treasures, causing his own points to reach 740,000. Of course, it was still a far cry from the 6 million points needed to exchange for a key to the third level. At this moment, the second round of battles was about to begin. On the ancient arena, the first dazzling light shot out. This dazzling light slowly enveloped over. It covered the top of Xiao Han and the rest, causing them to be unable to resist and could only let them choose. Fortunately, Xiao Han and the rest were somewhat used to this kind of selection. Dozens of gazes stared at this dazzling light. The muscles at the corner of their eyes were twitching, and their eyes were bloodshot. There were even people with bulging veins. Wait! Time seemed to suddenly slow down. Finally, this dazzling light descended. It arrived on Jiao Lanzi's body. Oh, Jiao Lanzi was stunned. His entire body was lifted by the dazzling light and floated in the air like before. In response, Jiao Lanzi almost subconsciously blurted out, "Me again?" Jiao Lanzi was completely stunned. In the first round of battles, during the random selection, the dazzling light had chosen Jiao Lanzi. However, he never expected the second round. He still chose Jiao Lanzi. That was strange. He was hit again and again. Not only Jiao Lanzi. Even Xiao Han and the rest were dumbfounded. Brother Jiao Lanzi's luck is really not bad. Xiao Han touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But very quickly, a thought flashed in Xiao Han's mind. It seems that there is a hidden rule in this arena battle. It is the random selection of each round. Indeed, there is no pattern. Even those who fought in the previous round. In the next round, they may fight again. Brother Jiao Lanzi's current situation wasn't too bad. Although he had fought several times, his opponent had voluntarily avoided the previous battle, so Jiao Lanzi hadn't lost any immortal energy. However, if they were in an extremely intense battle, they would lose a lot of energy. If he was chosen to fight again in the next round, it would not be good. That's right. Such a battle. There was a possibility of a situation where they would take turns to wear him down. No matter how powerful an expert is, in a battle of attrition, there is a possibility of failure and failure. Xiao Han immediately figured out the crux of the matter. Xiao Han understood this point, and the others naturally also thought of taking turns to wear him down. All of a sudden, the immortals and mortals standing next to Xiao Han wore expressions of joy and sorrow. Most of the powerful existences were slightly dissatisfied with this rule. They were also afraid that they would be unlucky and encounter a battle of attrition. Then, they would fall into a series of bitter battles and consume their energy. In the end, they would be taken advantage of by others. As for those who were weak to begin with, such as the few mortals, they were extremely happy. Because with the existence of the rule of taking turns to wear him down, they might be able to rely on luck to counterattack and turn the tables. For example, when an immortal was heavily injured, or even on his last breath, they could indeed successfully slaughter the immortal. Of course, even if there was an unreasonable rule like taking turns to wear him down, no one present dared to refute it. After all the rules here were set by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Anyone who entered immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, even if they were immortal emperors, could only obey. As for Jia Lanzi, he was currently shrouded in dazzling light, floating in the void. His gaze swept over the people standing on Xiao Han's side. Jia Lanzi had completely stabilized his mind and accepted the rules of taking turns to wear him down. Jia Lanzi's body was surging with immortal light, and auspicious vapors were rising. As the immortal energy lingered, there were even phantoms of auspicious beasts and birds appearing around his body. Jia Lanzi's fighting spirit was also rising steadily. It was as if a deity had descended to earth. Everyone could not help but feel fear in their hearts when they saw this. None of them wanted to encounter Jia Lanzi at his peak in this round. Then, Xiao, a second ray of dazzling light shot out from the ancient arena. It directly enveloped over. Jia Lanzi's opponent was about to be picked. Damn, Jia Lanzi is too fierce, please don't pick me, Jia Lanzi. Humph, whoever encounters him will die, unless they use battle immunity. Although I have refined a few powerful magical treasures, my chances of winning are indeed very low if I encounter Jia Lanzi now. If Jia Lanzi fights a few battles first, then I will have nothing to fear. Everyone was praying. In the blink of an eye, the second ray of dazzling light finally descended. It directly enveloped Xiao Han. Boom! Xiao Han was dragged up by the dazzling light. It can't be. Me? It's actually me? Xiao Han floated in the void in a daze, looking at Jia Lanzi in dismay. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Brother Jia Lanzi's opponent is actually me, Xiao Han. Xiao Han simply did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, an uproar erupted from below. Great! Jia Lanzi is facing the mortal Xiao Han, this is really great. Jia Lanzi's strength naturally goes without saying, this Xiao Han has obtained 11 million points, he must also have a great secret in his hands. Now, these two have encountered each other, and both are injured. Once a situation where both of them are injured, it will be a great thing for us. Ha 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 ha, I favor Jia Lanzi. Once Jia Lanzi kills Xiao Han, he will obtain 11 million points. This way, he will not be too far away from exchanging for the third floor's key. As long as Jia Lanzi obtains the key first and does not participate in this battle, we will have one less strongest competitor. Ha 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 ha. Yes, 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 Jia Lanzi is a god of plagues, let him leave early. For us, there are many advantages and no disadvantages. However, I heard that Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi have some friendship between them, could it be that the two of them? Nonsense. What is friendship? How deep can the friendship between immortals and mortals be? Xiao Han has more than 3 million points, does Jia Lanzi not want it? Humph. At this time, even blood brothers will not be able to avoid killing each other. Amidst the clamor of discussion, above Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han's heads, the words "battle free" appeared above their heads. The countdown of 20 breaths began. Brother Jia Lanzi, Xiao Han looked at Jia Lanzi with a strange smile. Brother Xiao, Jia Lanzi also did not know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them did not have any intention to fight at all. Brother Jia Lanzi, the two of us brothers, are we going to fight? Xiao Han teased. Brother Xiao, don't tease me. Ha 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 ha. Jia Lanzi let out a laugh, and then, boom. Above Jia Lanzi's head, the words "battle free" suddenly burned. Very quickly, 100,000 points, 1,000 treasures. From Jia Lanzi's body, it surged into Xiao Han's body. Jia Lanzi actually took the initiative to use the battle free function. This way, Jia Lanzi's points returned to 640,000 points. As for Xiao Han's points, it rose to 3.21 million. Brother Jiao Lanzi. What are you doing? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. I was just about to use battle free. I did not expect Brother Jiao Lanzi to be one step ahead of me. No matter who uses battle free, it's the same. Jiao Lanzi smiled indifferently. Ha 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 ha, thank you for the points, Brother Jiao Lanzi. Xiao Han cupped his hands and said. Suddenly, Jiao Lanzi lowered his voice and said, Brother Xiao need not be so polite. Brother Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. If we really fight, I might not be your match. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them returned to the ground. What? You guys actually refused to fight? With this, the people below who were originally prepared to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits showed their dissatisfaction, and they all growled, Jiao Lanzi, you are simply cheating. You chose to avoid the battle. With your strength, you actually chose to avoid the battle? Are you afraid of this, Xiao Han? You cheated. You are avoiding the battle. Jiao Lanzi, you are too disappointing. You can clearly kill Xiao Han directly, but you chose to avoid the battle. You. As for the few mortals, they also looked at Xiao Han with jealousy and hatred. Xiao Han, you brat, your luck is too good. Meeting the strongest Jiao Lanzi, he actually let you go. Especially that mortal who chose to avoid the battle in the first round. He was even more jealous of Xiao Han as he gnashed his teeth and said. Xiao Han, you bootlicker. You must have licked his toes and curried favor with Jiao Lanzi, so he spared your life. Why don't I have such good luck? Also, the 100,000 points that I lost by avoiding the battle actually went to you, Xiao Han. You, Xiao Han, did not do anything and obtain the points that I risked my life to exchange for. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi completely ignored the clamor that resounded from all directions and were very indifferent. Very quickly, on the ancient arena, dazzling light shone again. The third round of battles began to be randomly chosen. The scene temporarily quietened down. Xiao, the first dazzling light flashed. It directly descended on Xiao Han. Xiao Han floated in the air. Oh. Now it's my turn to take turns to fight? Xiao Han was speechless. The second dazzling light shone very quickly. This time, the second dazzling light shone on a mortal. Coincidentally, this mortal was the one who had chosen to avoid the battle with Jiao Lanzi in the first round. Boom, that mortal also floated in the air and faced Xiao Han. Xiao Han had 3.21 million points, that mortal had 10,000 points. Oh. You? My opponent is you? Xiao Han shook his head slightly disappointedly as he muttered to himself. 10,000 points, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. As for that mortal, he looked somewhat fierce. Xiao Han. 3.21 million points. Roar. Xiao Han. If I encountered an immortal, I would definitely die. But, it's you, Xiao Han. We're all mortals, I might be able to fight you. You don't even have the qualifications to use the battle exemption now. You have too few points. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Shut up. Against you, I have never thought of avoiding the battle. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, as long as I defeat you and obtain your points, with some luck, it's not impossible for me to obtain the key to the third level. Ha 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 ha. That mortal let out a shrill scream. 20 breaths passed. The words battle free above their heads had completely faded away. Xiao, finally, the two of them were sent to the arena. To be continued. Chapter 672. Up until now, in the third round of the arena hegemony battle, there had been no battles in the first two rounds, all to avoid ending in a battle. Ibdul. Finally, in the third round, the two sides didn't choose to avoid a fight. Below the stage, dozens of people focused their attention. Oh, a fight between two mortals is like a fight between two ants to us. It's not worth watching, but with Xiao Han here, we can see Xiao Han's combat power. Yes, this Xiao Han was able to stand out in the fourth zone, fight against the immortals, and slaughter them all. He must have a big secret. Even we can't see through the secret. Now that Xiao Han is about to make his move, we can peep into Xiao Han's secret. In the end, a mortal is just a mortal. As long as we can see through his secrets and grasp his flaws, it will be extremely easy for us to kill him. Now, let's see if Xiao Han's opponent can force him to use his trump card. I'm afraid that Xiao Han's opponent isn't strong enough. 10,000 points, that's a joke. No, Xiao Han's opponent also refined a low-level magic treasure. He won't be that easy to deal with, in the arena. Xiao Han. Xiao Han's opponent, the mortal with 10,000 points, became even crazier. All the pores on his body opened up, emitting beams of multicolored light. It was clear that he had refined an immortal artifact on his body. Xiao Han. I recognize you. The mortal roared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Oh. Xiao Han's aura was as calm as an ancient well. He was slightly taken aback. I also participated in the exploration of the Genius Zone. You were extremely glorious. You became the #1 genius of our mortal world. Later on, you swept everything. You killed a mortal tower master as if you were a pig. At that time, you were like the sun in the sky. If I had met you back then, would have died a horrible death. Then, you entered the fourth zone of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure and obtained a huge amount of points. You must have had a fortuitous encounter. However, I didn't leave empty-handed in the preliminaries. I also had a fortuitous encounter. I also refined a magic treasure. Xiao Han, I am no longer afraid of you. You are a legend in the mortal world. Your rise will even attract the attention of immortals. But today, I will personally destroy this legend of yours. I will replace your position in the mortal world. As he spoke, the mortals' battle intent and essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise. Hey, you talk a lot, but it's all nonsense. Xiao Han was still very calm. He didn't even move his aura. Die. A magic treasure. Flood Dragon Mirror. The mortal had made his move. Boom. Countless strands of immortal light rose, and a misty mist floated above the heads of the mortals. Within the rolling mist, the roars of ancient beasts burst forth. Pooh. A section of the flood dragon's giant claw directly reached out from the clouds. This giant claw seemed to be tearing space apart. Destroy everything. Then, a ferocious flood dragon head also emerged. Roar. The ancient pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Below the stage. What a great magical treasure. This mortal's luck is not bad. Not only is this magical treasure invincible among mortals, but it can even defeat ordinary level 1 and level 2 true immortals, and even kill them. No wonder he dared to challenge Xiao Han like that. He is indeed qualified. Many of the immortals secretly commented when they saw the mortals attack. It seems that this time, Xiao Han has no choice but to use some tricks to defeat his opponent. Good. In this way, we can see Xiao Han's trump card clearly through this battle. In the arena, the flood dragon still broke through the mist and directly attacked Xiao Han. Wind and clouds swirled, and thunder and lightning interweaved. It was also very powerful. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was in the center of the storm, like a small boat in the middle of a huge wave. It seemed like the boat could be destroyed at any time. Xiao Han. Go to hell. All the points will be taken by me. The mortals seemed to have already seen the scene of the flood dragon tearing Xiao Han into pieces. At this moment, Xiao Han only moved his divine will slightly. Swoosh! A soul-mind energy dagger directly shot out. This dagger's attack speed was far faster than the flood dragon's. Moreover, the dagger did not attack the flood dragon at all. Instead, it directly attacked the mortal. The attack arrived first. Bang! The mortal did not even have the chance to dodge. His body was directly destroyed by Xiao Han's mind energy dagger. His body exploded instantly. With a roll of light, he turned into ashes. Until his death, he did not understand why he attacked first, but Xiao Han's attack arrived first and killed him instantly. After losing control of the flood dragon, it immediately dissipated and turned into a bronze mirror. With a clatter, it fell to the ground. Instant kill. It was an effortless instant kill. Swoosh, the mind energy dagger returned to Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han smiled slightly. The next moment, 10,000 points and the last 100 magical treasures in the mortal's body flowed into Xiao Han's body, causing Xiao Han's points to reach 3.22 million. The dazzling light flashed again, sending Xiao Han out of the arena. The spectators below the arena were all dumbfounded. Originally, everyone thought that the battle between Xiao Han and the mortal would not be too easy. At the very least, he would have to expose some of his trump cards and secrets in order to kill his opponent. However, they never expected that in an instant, he would be able to kill his opponent first even though he attacked later. It was too easy. Even when he killed his opponent, Xiao Han did not have any intention to fight at all. His aura was completely calm. It was as easy as brushing off dust. Even many of the immortals present felt that they were inferior to such a method. Many pairs of eyes widened. They looked at Xiao Han in surprise. At the same time, in the arena battle. In the third round, there were still 41 participants left. 36 immortals. 5 mortals. As for their respective points, there wasn't much of a change. This guy's attack speed is very fast. Could it be that his trump card is fast attacks? He seems to have mastered a level 2 immortal dagger that has an attack speed as fast as lightning. No. The quality of that dagger can almost break the defense of an ordinary level 3 perfected immortal. Discussions broke out everywhere. Xiao Han seemed to turn a deaf ear to them as he quietly watched the arena. As for Jia Lanzi, he seemed to have expected Xiao Han to have such a move. Hence, he only smiled at Xiao Han. There was almost no time to rest. The fourth round of the arena battle. Begin. 2 dazzling lights shot out from the ancient arena again. This time, the dazzling lights did not land on Jia Lanzi or Xiao Han. Instead, they randomly chose 2 immortals. Among these 2 immortals, one of them had 930,000 points above his head, while the other had accumulated through the free-for-all round and had 2.35 million points above his head. It could be said that this was a heavyweight battle. It attracted everyone's attention, including Xiao Han's. Naturally, neither of these 2 immortals chose to avoid the battle. They both wanted to kill their opponents in the arena and obtain a large number of points. In the arena, the battle started instantly. This was a life-and-death battle between 2 powerful immortals. Xiao Han watched the battle intently. For a moment, the arena was filled with immortal spells, immortal light, and auspicious colors. Vortexes were everywhere, and space exploded. The 2 immortals fought until the sky darkened. In the end, both immortals took out the peerless immortal weapons that they had previously refined. In the end, the immortal with 930,000 points blasted the immortal with 2.35 million points into pieces. Before the immortal with 2.35 million points died, he roared with resentment and resentment. I can't accept this. I just obtained the power of refinement and didn't have time to refine that powerful Dharma treasure. If I had more time, I wouldn't have died here today. How regretful. In the end, the immortal with 930,000 points skyrocketed to 3.28 million after killing his opponent. Ha 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 ha, he teleported back in high spirits. The immortals in all directions were once again shaken by the ferocious battle and envious of the immortal's current points. TSK, his points broke through to more than 3 million in an instant. Impressive. If he's lucky and wins another round, he might get a key. The immortal didn't waste any more words after returning. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took out a medicinal pill to replenish the immortal chi he'd used up in the previous battle. He seized the time to adjust his breathing. The fourth round of the arena tournament of hegemony had ended. There were only 40 people left. Whoosh whoosh, dazzling lights shot out from the ancient arena, announcing the start of the fifth round. Of the two dazzling lights, one landed on the immortal who just defeated his opponent and gained a vast amount of points, while the other went for Xiao Han. Me again? Xiao Han blurted out as the dazzling lights dragged him up. As for the immortal, after swallowing some elixirs, he recovered a little from his weakened state after the fierce battle. 22 million points hovered above Xiao Han's head. 28 million points hovered above the immortal's head. The two of them faced each other. This was definitely a super heavyweight battle. Both of them had more than 3 million points. The lowest requirement to enter the third level was 6 million points. In other words, no matter who won, they would bid farewell to the arena tournament of hegemony and directly enter the third level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. This was a battle that would decide their future. Brother Xiao, you have to win this battle. Even Jia Lanzi was sweating for Xiao Han below the stage. After all, Xiao Han's opponent, the immortal, had extremely fierce combat power. Although he'd fought a tough battle and hadn't recovered to his peak, the Dharma treasure he controlled was too powerful. At this moment, the seal characters that said "Battle Pass" appeared above Xiao Han and the immortals' heads, but neither of them used it. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. The immortal glared at Xiao Han. I didn't expect to meet you. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. You still have some time to use Battle Pass. I heard that you have the means to kill immortals. I want to see how you do it. Heh. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Not good. Oh. What's not good? The immortal said fiercely. You've already fought a battle and haven't recovered yet. If I kill you now, it'll be an unfair victory. Xiao Han said seriously. Arrogant. The immortal roared at the sky. Xiao Han, you're courting death. Xiao Han's words caused the spectating immortals to hiss in disgust. At this moment, the seal characters above Xiao Han and the immortals' heads faded and disappeared. The two of them were instantly sent to the arena. Xiao Han, you have no chance of Battle Pass. The immortal said coldly. Just now, I killed that mortal in one move. Now, I'll kill you in one move too, Xiao Han said casually. To be continued. Chapter 673. The fifth round of the tournament. The highlight of the show was on. The two combatants were Xiao Han and an immortal with 28 million points. Even though the immortal had fought in the fourth round and killed another immortal, he was quite exhausted. However, his foundation was strong enough, and he had mastered many powerful immortal arts, as well as a few mystical immortal weapons. His offense and defense complemented each other. Against such an opponent, Xiao Han was ultimately immortal. Therefore, the immortals below the arena, with the exception of Jia Lanzi, all subconsciously favored the immortal. Below the arena. I keep getting the feeling that Brother Xiao is hiding some indescribable trump card. It's as deep as an ancient well, unfathomable. Jia Lanzi mused. As for the other immortals, they broke out into a flurry of discussion once more. This time, Xiao Han will reveal his strongest trump card, right? Xiao Han killed a mortal too easily just now, so he couldn't show off his true strength. Now, Xiao Han is facing a powerful celestial. Even if he can pass, it won't be easy for him, ha ha ha. He can pass. Do you really think Xiao Han can easily kill an immortal? Just wait and see, Xiao Han will definitely lose this battle. Furthermore, he would die a horrible death. I've always suspected that Xiao Han obtaining such a large number of points in the fourth region, claiming to have killed more than 10,000 celestials, was definitely not true. There must be a huge secret behind it. Perhaps he was just lucky. Humph. Everyone, watch carefully. In this battle, Xiao Han will show his true colors. In the arena. In an extremely short period of time, the immortal had displayed the strongest combat power he could muster to the fullest. Immortal spell formations gushed out of his body, and 3 offensive immortal artifacts floated above his head. An immortal whip. A blood-stained saber. An immortal painting. The 3 immortal artifacts rotated endlessly, exuding an aura that could not be worn down by 1,000 tribulations. Xiao Han's aura was still as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation of energy. Xiao Han appeared very calm, like a jade tree made of snow, aloof from the world. However, even though Xiao Han looked calm, the solid mental power planet in his brain was highly condensed. It should be noted that Xiao Han's mind power star had been strengthened once in the 4th region, making his soul and mind power much stronger. Therefore, Xiao Han's soul was able to transform into anything he wanted. Not only could he transform into a dagger, but he could also transform into a saber, a spear, a sword, a halberd, and many other weapons. Moreover, the quality of the weapons that Xiao Han transformed into was comparable to the magical treasures that ordinary level 3 true immortals used in the immortal world. This time, Xiao Han did not transform into a dagger. Instead, he transformed into a terrifying needle-shaped weapon. Xiao Han. You're too pretentious. You're still pretending to be lazy when facing me. You're too arrogant. The Celestial's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Humph. Xiao Han, I also know that you have an immortal artifact dagger. The attack of this immortal artifact dagger is extremely fast and indestructible. Do you think that you can defeat me with just this dagger? Ha 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 ha. Then come at me all you want. Among the 3 magical treasures that I've refined, this landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains is a combination of offense and defense. When you attack, this landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains can instantly defend and turn defense into offense. When I killed that idiot just now, I didn't use this landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains. Now that I'm facing you, I'll show you the true power of this powerful magical treasure so that your death will be worth it. Above the Celestial's head, the landscape of rivers and mountains fluttered in the wind like a flag. It radiated the terrifying aura of an invincible king. What an amazing magical treasure. The Celestials below the arena cheered inwardly. I'd like to see how Xiao Han can break through this magical treasure. In the arena, Xiao Han was fearless. I won't waste any more words. Watch me kill you. Suddenly, Xiao Han's mind flickered, and a dagger was instantly formed from his soul force. The dagger flashed with a cold light. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, come at me. Let's see if your dagger is faster or my immortal treasure is faster. The Celestial laughed hideously. In a flash, Xiao Han's mind flashed, and the dagger was already stabbing toward the Celestial at lightning speed. This speed was extremely fast. If he didn't prepare his defense in advance, he would definitely be hit. However, the Celestial had already predicted Xiao Han's attack. Therefore, as soon as Xiao Han's dagger stabbed toward him, the landscape of immortals above the Celestial's head swept out. 10,000 Li Gale. All living beings in the mortal world appeared in an instant. At this critical moment, Xiao Han's soul dagger was wrapped up by the landscape of the great path of rivers and mountains. Indeed, as the Celestial had said, Xiao Han's dagger was fast enough. However, the Celestial's immortal treasure was also fast enough to defend. It was just a hair faster than Xiao Han's dagger. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. Ha 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 ha. When you're at your wit's end, it'll be my chance to kill you. The Celestial was relieved. Although he had spoken confidently before, he was still worried that Xiao Han had a way to break through his treasure. However, Xiao Han's dagger was extremely fast, but it was still blocked by the Celestial's treasure. This made him completely relieved. Xiao Han, speaking of which, I have to thank you. Ha ha ha, after killing you, your 3 million points will be mine. Then I'll have accumulated more than 6 million points, enough to exchange for a key to the 3rd floor. Ha 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 ha. What a surprise, I'll be the first person to stand out in the arena and enter the 3rd floor. Ha 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 ha, outside the arena. He blocked it. Xiao Han's attack was blocked. The Celestials focused their gazes. Xiao Han is going to die. In the arena, Xiao Han's expression was calm. He seemed to have expected that the soul dagger would return empty-handed. Hey, let's end this. This time, I won't play with the dagger, but... Suddenly, Xiao Han's mind moved. Poochie poochie poochie, something terrifying happened. Hundreds of thousands of needle-shaped weapons as thin as cow hair, as thick as steel needles, and as soft as spring rain, rained down on Xiao Han. One had to know that the size of the dagger was slightly larger. Therefore, when Xiao Han controlled it with his divine soul, the speed of the dagger was fast, but the needle-shaped weapon was many times smaller than the dagger. It was like a drizzle, and its speed far exceeded the dagger's trajectory. It was less than 1/100th of a breath's time. Even the Celestial didn't have time to react. The Celestial painting didn't react at all. Poochie. 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 The sound of rain hitting the banana leaves rang out. It was like the pitter-patter of footsteps on a muddy path. The next moment, the previously smug immortal, his immortal painting, Dharma treasure, and his body were riddled with holes by the dazzling soul rain. The soul rain twisted again and turned the Celestial into minced meat. The Celestial's blood bloomed like fireworks. Dead. The Celestial fell. After killing the Celestial, Xiao Han quickly retracted the soul rain. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This heavyweight duel was annihilated into nothingness. Soon, the points floating above Xiao Han's head skyrocketed to 6.5 million points. Correspondingly, the number of celestial treasures in his dantian also reached more than 60,000. 6 million points. You can exchange for a key to the 3rd floor of my treasure. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's mind made a timely sound, 6 million points for a crimson key. Adventurer, you can use your mind to exchange with me, Exchange for a crimson key? Xiao Han's footsteps paused slightly. Below the arena. Silence. Complete silence. No one had expected Xiao Han's counterattack to be so beautiful, so clean. Before anyone could react, Xiao Han had killed the immortal who had the upper hand just a moment ago. The hare leapt and the falcon swooped down, instantly killed. At this moment, all the Celestials had witnessed Xiao Han's methods. Even the Celestials who looked down on Xiao Han had to admit that Xiao Han was indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, Xiao Han's ability to kill the Celestial was not a fluke. Too powerful. He's just a mortal, but he can easily kill an Celestial with a celestial treasure. What a freak. What a freak. Now, who would be willing to meet Xiao Han in this arena battle? In my opinion, Xiao Han is a jinx. Meeting him is even more dangerous than meeting Zhao Lanzi. Luckily, Xiao Han has already satisfied the points needed to exchange for the key to the 3rd floor. He definitely won't stay here any longer. After sending this god of plague away, we can slowly fight for the next key. Brother Xiao, you're too strong. Zhao Lanzi was also completely dumbfounded. In the arena, Xiao Han hesitated for less than half a breath before jumping off the stage without turning his head back. He did not use his points to exchange for a crimson key. Xiao Han's target would not change. It was the most precious purple key. He's not exchanging for the key. Xiao Han's action caused another uproar. Everyone was in disbelief. I know. This guy has wild ambitions. He wants to collect 20 million points to exchange for the purple key. Some of the Celestials were secretly ashamed. Although Xiao Han is only a mortal, his boldness and insight are much stronger than us celestials. For example, as long as we have 6 million points, we will stop while we're ahead. We won't take the risk and insist on fighting for the purple key. But Xiao Han, with such determination, he will definitely become an all-powerful figure in the future. Xiao Han stood still amidst the gasps of surprise. At this moment, the next round of the arena hegemony battle had begun. At this time, including Xiao Han, there were 39 people participating in the battle. Chapter 674. After obtaining all of the immortals' points, Xiao Han's points had skyrocketed to more than 6 million, but he didn't exchange them for the key to the third floor. Instead, he quietly retreated and stood there, reflecting on the gains and losses of the previous battle. Oh, the smaller the size of the weapon conjured by soul and mind power, the faster it can be controlled. Xiao Han now had a deep understanding of this. Although a small weapon can't compare to a larger one in terms of power, with the addition of speed, the tearing and penetrating power of a small weapon will increase. Moreover, it's easier and more precise to control a small weapon with the mind power. Gradually, the solid mind power planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness began to rotate and evolve. Countless needle-shaped weapons, like fine raindrops, wriggled slowly, shockingly. Each of the needle-shaped weapons began to shrink. As fine as a cow's hair, but they shrank again. The needle-shaped weapons began to split into two. Xiao Han was working hard to make these exquisite weapons split and shrink again. His mind power was highly concentrated. Below the arena, the other immortals saw Xiao Han's focused expression and thought that he was putting on an act. Each and every one of them felt a mixture of fear, disgust, and hatred towards Xiao Han. Brother Xiao seems to be comprehending something. Jia Lanzi looked pensive. While Xiao Han was immersed in his comprehension and had almost forgotten about everything else, the arena battles didn't slow down because of Xiao Han. Instead, they became even more intense. In the next few rounds of battles, the four mortals apart from Xiao Han were extremely unlucky. They were chosen to fight against the immortals one after another. When these mortals hadn't encountered immortals at all, they were still hoping for a fluke. They thought that by relying on the low-grade fairy weapons and magic treasures they had obtained in the preliminaries, they would be able to contend with immortals. If they were lucky, they might even be able to pass. However, when facing an immortal, just the immortal's aura alone was not something these mortals could resist. One look from an immortal could even cause their minds to crumble and their will to fight to scatter. Thus, when these mortals had enough points, the first thing they did was choose to avoid battle. However, their points were too few, so after a few times of avoiding battle, they were forced into a dead end. They could only fight once in a while. Without any suspense, the four mortals all died tragically on the arena. In this way, there were only 35 people left in this arena tournament. Of the 34 immortals, only Xiao Han was left among the mortals. Ha 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 ha, mortal, you overestimate yourself. You actually want to compete with us immortals and covet the treasures of the third layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. What wishful thinking. Now that the mortals are all dead, that's fine. All that's left is competition between us immortals. After the mortals were all dead, some of the immortals expressed their opinions. However, as soon as they finished speaking, their faces tensed up with strange expressions, as if they felt like they'd said something wrong. Then, the group of immortals looked at Xiao Han. The mortals were not completely wiped out. They realized that in addition to the group of immortals, there was also a mortal. Xiao Han. They had actually subconsciously distinguished Xiao Han from a mortal. They thought that Xiao Han should not be classified as a mortal. However, Xiao Han was still focused on studying the many changes in the spiritual energy star in his sea of consciousness, and did not pay attention to what was happening outside. The arena hegemony battle continued. In the next few rounds, Xiao Han was not randomly selected to participate in the battles. Between the immortals, the fiercest, most intense, and most dazzling battles began. Moreover, the immortals rarely chose to avoid battle. As a result, every battle that followed was a bloody struggle between the two immortals. In every battle, there was bound to be an immortal's death. The immortals who won would inevitably have their points skyrocketing. Jiao Lanzi was also randomly selected. His opponent was an immortal with 1.9 million points, and he also wielded an extraordinary offensive immortal weapon. Facing the extremely powerful Jiao Lanzi, his opponent did not choose to avoid battle. Instead, he engaged in a life-and-death battle with Jiao Lanzi. However, Jiao Lanzi was indeed too powerful. In the arena, he did not even use his celestial artifact. He only relied on the few profound celestial techniques that he had mastered. He used these celestial techniques in the most reasonable way to destroy his opponent's magic treasures and kill him. Jiao Lanzi's points rose all the way. The battle was in full swing. Even in the immortal realm, it was extremely rare for immortals to fight like this, regardless of the cost, as if they were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. However, it happened in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. It made people sigh. After an unknown number of rounds, in the end, apart from Xiao Han, there were only 14 immortals left out of the 34. Including Xiao Han, there were a total of 15 people. All of a sudden, the ancient arena shook, and Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's deep and desolate voice resounded again, "Very good. Adventurers, the arena battle of supremacy has progressed to this point, and all of you have fought hard and bloodied battles. My divine sense can feel your determination. Ha 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 ha. Up until now, not a single adventurer has been able to exchange for the key to the third floor with my divine sense. However, your points should more or less satisfy the requirements to exchange for the key. Now, only the top 15 are left. Judging from the points, the key to the third floor of my treasure will be given out one after another. Alright, rest for 4 hours before fighting again." The arena hegemony battle had been going on until now. There was no time to rest at all, causing the participants to be exhausted from running around and killing each other. Now that the top 15 had been decided, there was finally a chance for 4 hours to recuperate. These 4 hours were extremely precious. This was because most of the immortals in the top 15 had exhausted a lot of their energy from the continuous battles. Their auras were slightly dim, and their fighting prowess was far from their peak. If there was no time to rest and they continued fighting, the initiative between life and death would largely be decided by luck. It would no longer be in their hands. This was extremely frustrating. But now, they finally had a chance to rest. The immortals were all wild with joy. They did not waste any time and sat down cross-legged. Some took out sacred medicines and divine water and consumed them to replenish their energy. Some of them hurriedly activated the refining power that they had just obtained to refine the magical treasures that they had stored in their dantian. They strived to control stronger immortal treasures in these 4 hours to prepare for the more intense battles later. Jiao Lanzi sat down cross-legged, the power of refinement swirling around his body. He was not the least bit careless. As for Xiao Han, whoosh whoosh whoosh, in his sea of consciousness. The needle-shaped weapons formed from his soul and mind power had now split into 2, then into 4. Every needle-shaped weapon was visible to the naked eye at first, but now it had split and transformed into almost transparent nothingness. If one did not pay attention, they could not be seen with the naked eye. My soul power has been pushed to the limit. For now, I can only divide a needle weapon into 4 parts. I can't divide it into 8 parts, Xiao Han collected his soul. Yes, after each needle weapon is divided into 4 parts, it's even thinner, so it's faster to activate. Moreover, such a small weapon can pierce through the air at a speed faster than light. It's almost impossible to see the weapon itself, only the afterimage of the ripples in the air. This way, it's almost impossible for the enemy to guard against it. Xiao Han was very satisfied. This method of splitting the size of the needles was something he had come up with on a whim. Now, Xiao Han had given this method a name, Phantom Attack. Yes, let's call it Phantom Attack. The enemy can't see the weapon, they can only feel a phantom passing by. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Yes, there's still a quarter of an hour before the 4 hours of rest. I need to make good use of the time to regulate my breathing and nourish my divine soul. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air. He also felt a little tired, so he quickly sat down cross-legged. Although Xiao Han had been trying to comprehend the method of spiritual soul attacks, he was still aware of everything that had happened in the arena battle. Xiao Han also knew that the battle had come to an end, and the top 15 had been decided. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had announced the 4 hours of rest. Xiao Han sat down to recuperate while he scanned the top 15's points with his mind wave, including his own. Currently, Xiao Han was still in first place among the top 15. Xiao Han, 5 million points. Ranked first. He was qualified to exchange for a key. In second place was a green-clothed female immortal. Her eyes were long and narrow, and her points had reached 84 million. She was about to get the key to the third level. Those ranked 3rd to 8th all had 4 million to 5 million points. Those ranked 9th to 13th all had 3 million to 4 million points. Jialan Zi's ranking was slightly lower, only at 14th place, with 2 million points. The last immortal in 15th place had 91 million points. The situation now is very delicate. Xiao Han nodded slightly. In other words, once the battle of the top 15 starts, the winner of any battle will almost be able to get a key. Even Brother Jialan, although he has more than 2 million points, if he defeats an immortal ranked 3rd to 8th, he will get the key immediately. There's no doubt about it. Even the one ranked last, with 9 million points, can turn the tables and get the key just because of one battle. 4 hours of rest time had finally come to an end. At this moment, all the immortals had recovered to their peak state. Moreover, a few immortals had refined their immortal weapons and treasures again. Strong confidence could be seen between their brows. Enough, the rest time is over. From now on, there will be no more rest time in this arena battle. Let's fight. The battle of the top 15 begins now. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded leisurely. Chapter 675. The battle in the arena had reignited the flames of war. Including Xiao Han, all 15 people stood up. Each and every one of them, their eyes were burning with the flames of war. On the ancient arena, dazzling lights intertwined and splashed everywhere. Let's fight. Stop dilly-dallying. Next is the battle that will decide who can enter the third level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The mystery is about to be revealed. Some of the immortals who had refined and controlled new immortal artifacts were naturally full of confidence. They hoped to participate in the battle immediately, kill their opponents on the arena, and get the key. Finally, whoosh whoosh, on the ancient arena, 2 dazzling lights shot out and descended. They directly covered 2 immortals. One of the immortals was ranked 3rd among the top 15 in points. He had 21 million points. As for the other immortal, he was ranked 15th with 91 million immortals. The 2 immortals did not even consider using the immunity card and were sent to the arena. Ha 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 ha. I recognize you. Fire Shadow. The immortal with 21 million points roared out with a look of joy on his face. As for the Fire Shadow, although he had fewer points, there was no dejection or fear on his face. Instead, he smiled with interest. As long as I kill you, my 91 million points will immediately become more than 7 million. I will get the key in an instant. You still want to kill me? Die. Finally, the 2 immortals confronted each other head-on. The immortal with 21 million points. He seemed to be determined to win. First, he took out his strongest Dharma artifact, a treasure that looked like an official seal. Suddenly, the wind and clouds rolled in all directions, and huge waves swept up thousands of piles of snow. It was an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. Bang! The immortal with 91 million points. His body was directly blasted into pieces. However, ha 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 ha, too weak. An afterimage? The immortal with 5.21 million points had just burst out laughing when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just now, what he shattered was actually an afterimage. The next moment. Puff! The head of the immortal with 5.21 million points suddenly shot up into the sky. Blood gushed out of his neck like a waterfall. The immortal with 1.91 million points was now standing behind the immortal with 5.21 million points, laughing hysterically. Ha 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 ha. The one who has the last laugh is me. Ha 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 ha. It's not in vain that I've been keeping a low profile all this time. At the critical moment, I refined a clone talisman. Ha 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 ha. Hong hong hong, the points and dharma treasures of the fallen immortals surged into the victor's body. All of a sudden, the winner's points exceeded 6 million, reaching 7 million. In the next moment, the victor's eyes were blazing as he roared, "Lord Zhu Dao, Immortal Emperor! I want to exchange 7 million points for an orange key. Ha 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 ha. 6 million points can be exchanged for a red key, but I can exchange for an orange key that's 1 grade higher than a red key. Ha 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 ha. Ah! Someone finally exchanged for the key. The immortals below the stage were all nervous, filled with curiosity. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi were also staring intently at the arena. Just then, boom! In the arena, the immortals' points suddenly dropped by 7 million. Of course, the number of dharma treasures inside the immortals' dantian would not decrease because of the decrease in points. More than 70,000 dharma treasures were still stacked inside the immortal's body. Soon, the wind and clouds rose in the arena. Countless rays of light shot out, and the phantoms of various auspicious beasts descended from the sky. Pooh! An orange key, 10 feet long, engraved with countless complicated runes and formations, containing the profundities of space and time, descended from the sky. The location where the orange key descended happened to be where the immortal was standing on the arena. Ha 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 ha. The first key to enter the 3rd level of Lord Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure will be obtained by me, the Fire Shadow. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by the immortal's carefree laughter, the orange key suddenly shrank and continued descending. Finally, like a snowflake, it merged into the immortal's body. Pooh! The immortal's Fire Shadow's body trembled. Its face shone with golden light, showing an expression of enlightenment. Then, a mirage-like spatial formation appeared under its feet. The power of space rotated from the bottom to the top like sand. This caused the Fire Shadow's body to gradually fade into nothingness. The Fire Shadow used a mocking gaze to sweep across the other immortals below the arena and laughed shrilly. Everyone, I'll leave first. Everyone, take your time to fight. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the Fire Shadow disappeared from the arena. Oh, this guy is lucky to be the first. The immortals below the arena were extremely envious. Soon, all kinds of strange phenomena on the arena disappeared, and peace was restored. The arena hegemony battle continued. Now, the first battle of the top 15 had ended. 2 immortals, 1 dead and 1 gone. There were only 13 people left. As the first key to enter Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure appeared, the remaining 13 people were now a little anxious. They all wanted to obtain the key immediately, to end this cruel competition. Xiao xiao, on the ancient arena, another 2 dazzling lights shot out. This time, the 2 dazzling lights chose to fight. One was Jia Lanzi, and the other was in the top 15. An immortal whose points were second only to Xiao Han. That malicious green-clothed woman. Second place on the top 15 ranking list. An existence with 5.84 million points floating above her head. Boom! Boom! Jia Lanzi and the malicious green-clothed woman floated in the air and exchanged glances. Both of them ignored the words that appeared above their heads. Immortal Jia Lanzi. The malicious green-clothed woman smiled sinisterly. This is really unexpected. I, Violet Luo Fairy, obtained the key to the 3rd floor. I actually obtained points from you. He, Jiao Lanzi smiled indifferently. Suddenly, a pondering expression appeared in her eyes. She looked at the points above Violet Luo Fairy's head. Immortal Jiao Lanzi, if I didn't refine those few magical treasures in my body, I definitely wouldn't be your opponent. However, I rested for 4 hours just now. To me, Violet Luo Fairy, this is too important. Now, I have 90% confidence that I can kill you, Immortal Jiao Lanzi. Violet Luo Fairy said confidently. Before they officially stepped onto the arena, Violet Luo Fairy and Xiao Han were already at each other's throats. The atmosphere between the two of them became extremely tense. Below the arena, the immortals who were watching the battle began to discuss among themselves. Arrogant. This Violet Luo Fairy. How dare she be so arrogant in front of Jiao Lanzi? She's simply courting death. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. Don't look down on Violet Luo Fairy. It's no coincidence that Violet Luo Fairy's points could rank first in the top 15. Before entering the top 15, Purple Luo Fairy used an extremely terrifying celestial artifact. And after that, during the 4 hours of rest, I observed that while Purple Luo Fairy was resting, she was constantly activating the power of refinement, speeding up the refinement of the new celestial artifact in her dantian. Now, she must have obtained the celestial artifact that she likes, and her combat power has soared. You can say that, although she can't say that she can definitely defeat Jiao Lanzi, she is definitely qualified to challenge him. Humph. Do you think that Jiao Lanzi doesn't have any trump cards? Doesn't he have any powerful magical treasures? While the immortals were arguing, Xiao Han swept his soul psyche over to cover Violet Luo Fairy. This Violet Luo Fairy's aura is unfathomable. Also, Xiao Han pierced through Violet Luo Fairy's dantian and saw that there were no less than 7 magical treasures operating brilliantly in her dantian. At least 3 of them were even of a higher quality than the magical treasures that the son of Xing Chenzi had possessed. This meant that Violet Luo Fairy had control of 7 of the tens of thousands of magical treasures, and 3 of them were extraordinary. This Violet Luo Fairy is powerful. She's a formidable opponent. I wonder if Brother Jiao Lanzi can kill her and obtain a large number of points. Xiao Han's soul psyche swept over Jiao Lanzi. Xiao Han's intuition told him that Jiao Lanzi's aura was slightly stronger than Violet Luo Fairy's, but not by much. Xiao Han also saw that among all the magical treasures piled up inside Jiao Lanzi's body, there were 2 that were emitting dense immortal qi. Brother Jiao Lanzi has only refined 2 magical treasures, but they are of very high quality. They're not inferior to Violet Luo Fairy's 7 magical treasures at all. Xiao Han nodded slightly. From this, he concluded that Jiao Lanzi could definitely defeat Violet Luo Fairy, but it wouldn't be easy. He might even have to pay a great price. Phew. Don't worry too much about Brother Jiao Lanzi. Although he'll lose some immortal qi as the price, he'll be able to retreat once he obtains Violet Luo Fairy's points. It won't be too late to recuperate then. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. He was sure that Jiao Lanzi would kill Violet Luo Fairy and take her points. However, then, something strange happened. Boom! When the 20 breaths were up, the words, "Fight free," above Jiao Lanzi's head began to burn. From above Jiao Lanzi's head, 100,000 points and 1,000 magical treasures suddenly flowed into Violet Luo Fairy's body. This caused Violet Luo Fairy's points to instantly reach 5,940,000. Fight free. Jiao Lanzi actually chose to fight free. At the most crucial moment, when the key to the 3rd level would be decided, Jiao Lanzi chose to fight free. Then, Jiao Lanzi looked deeply at Violet Luo Fairy, glanced at Xiao Han out of the corner of his eye, and retreated without a word. This is... Violet Luo Fairy was completely stunned. Many of the immortals below the arena were also completely astonished. No one could understand why Jiao Lanzi would suddenly choose to fight free. One had to know that Jia Lanzi still had the upper hand against Violet Luo Fairy. Below the arena. Brother Jia Lanzi, what are you doing? Xiao Han was speechless. Jia Lanzi shook his head and laughed as he spoke to Xiao Han through soul telepathy. Brother Xiao, you've already obtained more than 6 million points, but you still chose to stay and continue to fight. If I'm not wrong, you probably want to obtain 20 million points to exchange for the purple key. Now, there are fewer and fewer participants left. Violet Luo Fairy has nearly 6 million points, so I won't take it. In any case, I don't have the ambition to obtain the purple key. I'll fulfill your wish, Brother Xiao. Jia Lanzi actually wanted to fulfill Xiao Han's ambition, so he chose to avoid the battle. Brother Jia Lanzi, you. Xiao Han was extremely touched. Moreover, it won't be easy for me to defeat the Violet Luo Fairy, but Brother Xiao, you should be able to defeat her easily. Jia Lanzi looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. His eyes were filled with great confidence in Xiao Han. At this time, Violet Luo Fairy also retreated angrily. The battle continued. In the next round, dazzling lights flashed again. 2 dazzling lights descended, and one of them landed on Jia Lanzi's body. On the other hand, an immortal ranked 9th with 391 million points had descended. Jia Lanzi and that immortal floated in the air. Jia Lanzi. Brother Jia Lanzi, this time, you're still avoiding the battle? The immortal with 3,910,000 points looked at Jia Lanzi suspiciously. Jia Lanzi smiled without saying a word. This time, after 20 breaths, Jia Lanzi did not choose to avoid the battle. The two of them entered the arena. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 676. Jia Lanzi and Violet Luo Fairy, who was currently ranked 2nd on the scoreboard, were randomly assigned to fight. Unexpectedly, Jia Lanzi chose to avoid the battle. As it turned out, his goal was to give this fat prey to Xiao Han so that Xiao Han could fulfill his ambition of obtaining 20 million points and obtaining the purple key. After exiting the arena with the Violet Luo Fairy, Jia Lanzi was once again chosen for the next battle. His opponent had 391 million points. This time, Jia Lanzi was no longer avoiding the fight. 2 immortals entered the arena. Although Jia Lanzi's opponent was extremely wary of Jia Lanzi, he was ready to risk it all. As soon as he entered the arena, he used his strongest killing moves and Dharma treasures. He regarded Jia Lanzi as an old enemy and fought with all his might. This immortal's strength was extraordinary, especially the Dharma treasures he had refined and controlled. Their attacks were incomparably sharp. During the course of the battle, Jia Lanzi no longer defeated his opponent with ease. He also used his full strength. As he moved and flickered, he didn't underestimate his opponent. Below the arena, Xiao Han and the remaining immortals watched the battle intently. Brother Jia Lanzi should be able to kill his opponent and obtain the points to exchange for the key. Xiao Han's soul was powerful, and he could accurately judge the auras of the two combatants. Moreover, he had an indescribable premonition about the outcome of the battle. As for the other immortals, they were extremely relaxed. Jia Lanzi had already made his move. Either he won and left, or he was killed. Either way, the immortals would have one less strong competitor to contend with. In the arena. Forget it. Jia Lanzi sighed slightly. In the next moment, he waved his right hand. A seemingly ordinary rope directly swept out. This rope made it impossible for his opponent to dodge. He was tied up. He lost the ability to fight. This was an extremely powerful Dharma treasure that Jia Lanzi had refined, the demon binding rope. Roar. No. The immortal who was tied up erupted with a roar and cry before his death. Bang. Jia Lanzi struck out with his palm. He killed the immortal. In the end, Jia Lanzi snatched away all the immortal's points and Dharma treasures. In this way, the points that Jia Lanzi controlled would not be worth much. That was enough for him to exchange for a crimson key. Unlike Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi was not obsessed with purple keys or other higher quality keys. He immediately released his spiritual will and used his points to communicate with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's spiritual will. The transaction was completed. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses appeared on the ground, and a scarlet key descended from the sky. It was slowly refined into Jiao Lanzi's body. The power of space was as ethereal and sacred as star sand. Jiao Lanzi's body also began to fade bit by bit. Brother Jiao Lan, below the stage, Xiao Han smiled as he looked at Jiao Lanzi. This little brother will respectfully send Brother Jiao Lan off first. Brother Xiao, I will indeed be leaving first. Jiao Lanzi also smiled warmly as he stared at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao will definitely be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Heh. Until now, with Brother Xiao's means, I will definitely be able to accomplish it. Killing immortals is as easy as flipping one's hand. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao, see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiao Lanzi's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Before he left, Jiao Lanzi's words implied that he was optimistic about Xiao Han's ability to defeat all his opponents in the following matches and obtain the purple key. His confidence in Xiao Han was extremely obvious and direct. After Jiao Lanzi disappeared, several immortals, including the purple Luo fairy, cast mocking looks at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi deliberately avoided fighting me in the last round. So he wanted to leave my points for you. Ha 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 ha. What a fool. The purple Luo fairy looked coldly at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you want to kill me, the purple Luo fairy, and obtain points from me to complete your ambition of obtaining the purple key. Fine, I'm looking forward to fighting you now. I want to see what tricks you have. You have to be careful, someone as arrogant as you can die at any time. Facing the purple Luo fairy's provocative words, Xiao Han laughed it off and did not say anything. Facing Xiao Han's attitude, the purple Luo fairy gritted her teeth, and the resentment in her eyes intensified. After Jiao Lanzi completely disappeared, the arena hegemony battle continued. By now, there were still 11 people participating in the arena battles, including Xiao Han. In the next round of battles, the purple Luo fairy was randomly chosen. Her body floated in the air, and she stared coldly at Xiao Han. She hoped that Xiao Han would also be chosen to fight with her. However, things did not go as she wished. Her opponent was not Xiao Han. This time, the purple Luo fairy's opponent was an immortal ranked 5th on the rankings. Although this immortal did not have as many points as the purple Luo fairy, he had more than 4 million points. Naturally, neither of them would choose to avoid fighting. She directly entered the arena. In the arena, the purple Luo fairy's performance was indeed ferocious. She took out several immortal weapons in succession and started a massacre. Her attacks were extremely fierce, but they were also very clever. In 3 to 5 rounds, she killed her opponent. Hong, the points above the purple Luo fairy's head soared. From nearly 6 million, it had soared to 10 million. The audience booed. Logically speaking, 10 million points should be enough to exchange for an extremely high-quality key, a green key. But purple Luo fairy had given up on the exchange. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Han, your points could be exchanged for a scarlet key, but you endured it. Right now, my points can also be exchanged for a key to enter the 3rd floor, and it's a green key, but I won't exchange for it either. I actually hope to be able to kill you and obtain a purple key. Ha 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 ha, let's see, it's me, the immortal. In the end, the one who obtained the purple key was you, a mere mortal. After saying that, purple Luo fairy retreated in high spirits. The battle just now. This further strengthened purple Luo fairy's confidence. The 7 celestial artifacts were used alternately, and their attacks and defenses were orderly. Their defenses were watertight, and their attacks were ferocious and domineering. It was practically flawless. Purple Luo fairy was confident that she could fight against a level 4 or even a level 5 true immortal. There were 10 people left on the stage. The other immortals. When they looked at Purple Luo Fairy, they all had a bitter look on their faces. They all realized how powerful Purple Luo Fairy was, and they wanted her to quickly take the key and leave. But unfortunately, Purple Luo Fairy and Xiao Han were at loggerheads. She had enough points to exchange for the key, so she didn't make a move. In this way, it would be a disaster for this formidable opponent to stay in the arena battle. The battle continued. In this round, 2 immortals with more than 3 million points met. In the end, one immortal was killed, and the other immortal got his points. He was wild with joy and also relieved. The immortal who won. Unlike Xiao Han and Purple Luo Fairy, he didn't hoard his points. Instead, he exchanged for a scarlet key and teleported away. There were 8 people left on the stage. In the next round, another immortal with more than 3 million points met another immortal with more than 4 million points. One died, and the other left with the key. There were 6 people left on the stage. Finally, the battle progressed to this point. Dazzling light enveloped Xiao Han, making him float in the void. Soon, Xiao Han's opponent was chosen, an immortal with 4.02 million points. Finally, it's my turn to fight. Xiao Han's lips curled into a smile. Purple Luo Fairy gloomily said to the immortal who was going to fight Xiao Han. Tian Lazy, fight hard and kill this mortal. Xiao Han's attack speed is fast, but you just need to defend in advance. Oh. Xiao Han's opponent, Tian Lazy, raised his eyelids and grinned. Purple Luo Fairy, thank you for your reminder. Let me kill this guy and get the key first. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 of them entered the arena. As expected, before they entered the arena, Tian Lazy's body was covered with a layer of immortal armor. He roared at Xiao Han, holding a huge immortal artifact axe. Little mortal. Hurry up and die. Heh. Your immortal artifact armor doesn't seem to be of high quality. Xiao Han sneered. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the densely packed soul and mental energy daggers were like a swarm of bees. With lightning speed, they charged towards the opponent. Xiao Han didn't split his daggers into needle-shaped weapons. Against an opponent of this level, Xiao Han would hardly use his secret skills. Bang! Tian Lazy was killed by Xiao Han. 4.02 million points and 40,000 immortal artifacts flowed into Xiao Han's body. In this way, Xiao Han's total points had exceeded 10 million. Xiao Han walked down the arena leisurely. Damn it! He killed him instantly. Purple Luo Fairy was flustered and exasperated. As for the other immortals, they were frightened by Xiao Han's almost invincible means. Now, only Xiao Han, Purple Luo Fairy, and a few other immortals were left in the arena. Humph. Purple Luo Fairy snorted coldly. Then, she sat down cross-legged and focused on the refining power in her body. Just a little bit more. I'll be able to refine and control the 8th immortal artifact. This is a supreme-grade immortal robe. Its defense is so strong that it can withstand an attack from a level 5 true immortal. As long as I can control this immortal robe, I'll be able to kill Xiao Han. The battle was coming to an end. In the next round, another 2 immortals entered the arena. In the end, one of them died, while the other managed to exchange for the key as he wished and teleported away without saying a word. This. In the end, there were 3 people left in the arena. Xiao Han, Purple Luo Fairy, and an immortal with 3.49 million points. This immortal was sandwiched between Xiao Han and Purple Luo Fairy. At this moment, his teeth were chattering, and his throat was making gurgling sounds. His eyes were full of fear and terror. To be continued. Chapter 677. This immortal really hated the heavens, hated the earth, and hated himself. Ibdul, too unlucky. He hadn't been chosen by Xian Guang to compete for points. In the end, all the immortals who had participated in this competition had either died or left. Only Xiao Han and Violet Luo Fairy were left. Besides Jiao Lanzi, who had already escaped with the key, these two were the most powerful. Violet Luo Fairy. Xiao Han, you have already controlled more than 10 million points. You should hurry up and exchange for the key and leave. Why are you still here? The immortal's voice trembled as he pleaded. I admit defeat, I can't beat you, you should leave. I don't want to compete for points anymore. Xiao Han shrugged and didn't speak. Shut up. Violet Luo Fairy scolded coldly. She frowned slightly. She was using all the refining power in her body to attack a celestial robe in her dantian. This was the crucial moment, and she was about to succeed. Ugh. The pitiful immortal immediately shut up after being yelled at by Violet Luo Fairy, not daring to say anything else. However, he couldn't help but put his palms together, praying to the gods and Buddhas. I hope these two bastards fight first. Let them fight first. Then it won't be too late for me to show up. Let both of them suffer. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. Xiao, two dazzling lights suddenly flashed. One covered Violet Luo Fairy, and the other covered the immortal who was praying. I've refined that supreme grade celestial robe. I still need some refining power. After I kill you. Just enough to break through the restriction on the outer layer of the supreme grade celestial robe, and I'll be able to control it completely. Violet Luo Fairy floated in the air, her eyes like silk. Then, she looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, when I've refined and controlled that supreme grade celestial robe, it'll be your death. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily and said to the immortal who was already scared silly. In fact, others can also use immunity. As soon as he said this. Immunity. I refuse to fight, the immortal said. As if he had just woken up from a dream, he didn't hesitate to spend 100,000 points and 1,000 artifacts to use immunity. Coward. Purple Luo Fairy was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Phew, after landing, the immortal was scared out of his wits. Then, the dazzling light flashed again. This time, the dazzling light shone on the heads of the Purple Luo Fairy and the immortal. This time, the immortal learned his lesson and didn't wait for Xiao Han's reminder. He immediately used Avoid Battle. Just like that, the number of points above the immortal's head increased. Less and less. However, he had no other choice. At this moment, he had already lost all his fighting spirit. He didn't want to fight at all. What happened next was like a farce. After dozens of rounds of random battles, Xiao Han had yet to face the Purple Luo Fairy directly. It would either be Xiao Han fighting that dejected immortal, or the Purple Luo Fairy would encounter him. Every time they met, the immortal who had already collapsed would use Avoid Battle. Just like that, when the immortal had the last 20,000 points left and could no longer avoid battle, he encountered the Purple Luo Fairy and was killed with a blow to his head. Now, the arena hegemony battle had come to the last round. Only Xiao Han and the Purple Luo Fairy were left. Both of them had more than 10 million points above their heads, but neither of them was willing to exchange for the key and leave. Purple Luo Fairy, finally, we have no other choice. Xiao Han looked at the Purple Luo Fairy with a smile. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. It's over, everything will be over. Yes, everything will be over. Suddenly, the Purple Luo Fairy's whole body shook with celestial light. A splendid cyclone came out of her body and formed a rainbow in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Her body glowed with an aura that seemed to have been reborn. The aura of supreme-grade immortal chi gushed out. At this moment, the Purple Luo Fairy's face was filled with a sense of superiority, as if she was in control of everything. Finally, I've succeeded. The Purple Luo Fairy moved her mind slightly, and a colorful robe covered her body. On the robe, various defensive formations were set up, making it impregnable. Wearing this robe, she could withstand the attack of a level 5 genuine immortal. The next moment, swoosh. 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 Swoosh! Another 7 magic treasures rushed out of the purple Luo fairy's body and flew around in the sky. The pressure was overwhelming. Xiao Han, how do you want to die? Ha ha ha, if you tell me now, I'll sympathize with you and let you choose a way to die. Ha ha ha, the purple Luo fairy said, her eyebrows dancing. What a pity. In fact, judging from your points, you must have accumulated a large amount of refining power in your body. But you're just a mortal, refining a celestial artifact is useless. You're destined to die in my hands. Heh, Xiao Han chuckled. The purple key. Very good. It seems that the purple key will be won again. Just like in the Genius Zone, I, Xiao Han, have the most precious key. How dare you? Xiao Han, are you still so stubborn? That's right, the purple key is the most precious. Who would have thought that Jia Lanzi, who had always been favored, would not obtain the purple key? Instead, it was I, Violet Luo Fairy, who took the first place. This is a clear indication that I, the Violet Luo Fairy, have thoroughly risen to power. Nothing can stop me. This is the will of heaven. The Violet Luo Fairy was incomparably arrogant. How shameless. Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer. You really think you're so amazing. If it wasn't for Brother Jia Lan's indifference to fame and fortune, he would have voluntarily withdrawn from the encounter with you. Heh, if Brother Jia Lan had persisted in the battle, your bones would have turned cold long ago. How dare you shamelessly clamor here? Right at this moment. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Oh. At this point in the Arena Supremacy Tournament, there are only the 2 of you left. All right. Not bad, however. Your points. You've already met the requirements to enter the 3rd level of this Emperor's treasure. Oh, this Emperor knows. You want to fight for the purple key, right? Good. Ambitious. Then, let's fight. Once your battle is over, my 2nd level will be closed. Let's fight. Outside the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. On the huge platform outside the planet. At this moment, on the platform, there were also some mortals and immortals clustered around them. Among them, Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, and Xiao Han's slaves from Xiao Han's dimension, as well as many ancient giants and elders from the Monster Hero Tower were all standing on the platform. At this moment, they were all standing on the platform. They were staring at the interior of the planet. I wonder how junior brother Xiao Han is now. The Arena Supremacy Tournament has been going on for a long time. I wonder if junior brother Xiao Han. Dongfang Qin couldn't stop mumbling. Dongfang, you don't have to be anxious. You have to have confidence in Xiao Han. Wu Li pretended to be calm and smiled, but in fact, his heart wasn't at peace. Everyone, you don't have to be like this. We all know Brother Zhao's combat power. He's like a god that descended to the mortal world. He'll definitely be able to sweep everything away. Black and White Zi and Yu Yangzi were also at the side. At this moment, whether it was Wu Li and the other mortals, or immortals like Black and White Zi and Yu Yangzi, the points above their heads had all been cleared after they left the Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor's treasure. Moreover, in their bodies, except for a few Dharma treasures that they had completely mastered and refined, the other Dharma treasures and immortal weapons that they had yet to refine were all annihilated. Boom! The Absolute Saber Immortal's lair, that planet, suddenly expanded. Then, a beam of immortal light shot out. An immortal burst out from the planet and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I've obtained the key to enter the 3rd floor. Ha 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 ha. On the platform, the mortals and immortals standing were full of envy and jealousy. Just like that, the immortals who obtained the keys flew out from the planet and stood on the platform to rest and adjust themselves. Soon, whoosh, another beam of immortal light shot out. Jiao Lanzi also came out. Immortal Jiao Lanzi. Brother Jiao Lanzi. Wu Li, Black and White Zi, and the others immediately rushed forward. After Jiao Lanzi stood still, Black and White Zi and Yu Yangzi stood on his left and right. Brother Jiao Lanzi, you also obtained the key? Wu Li and the others were all talking at once. Immortal Jiao Lanzi, where's Xiao Han? Don't worry, everyone. Brother Xiao is fine. His strength is extraordinary, and he wanted to obtain the most precious key. He's still fighting. Jiao Lanzi immediately said. The battle within is truly tragic. Even Brother Taotai, Brother Breathing Earth and the other old friends have fallen within it. They died in the arena battles, sigh. Indeed, in the arena battles, Taotai, Living Earth, and other immortals who were close to Xiao Han all died one after another. Hearing this grievous news, Black and White Zi, Wu Li, and the others all sighed. Jiao Lanzi comforted them. Everyone, don't be like this. This is the price that must be paid in the process of pursuing the immortal Tao and power. I think that Brother Taotai and Brother Living Earth fought for their ideals. Although they died, they have no regrets. After a short pause, Jiao Lanzi continued. After obtaining this key, I also received Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's intent. He told us to wait here. I believe that after the end of the arena battle, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao will have new arrangements in the arena. The 20 seconds to choose not to fight had ended. Xiao Han and Purple Luo Fairy stood in the arena. The final battle. The final battle. This battle was not to be underestimated. It would decide who the purple key belonged to. Purple Luo Fairy was clad in immortal clothing, and her defense could be said to be perfect. 7 powerful offensive immortal artifacts circled around her like comets. Xiao Han, die. Purple Luo Fairy's face was ferocious, and her murderous aura was wild. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, Purple Luo Fairy activated several extremely powerful offensive immortal artifacts and attacked Xiao Han. She wanted to destroy Xiao Han in one blow. Although Purple Luo Fairy looked down on Xiao Han, she went all out. She gathered all the immortal energy in her body and controlled several immortal artifacts to attack Xiao Han. This attack was a killer move. The control of several immortal artifacts was exquisite, and it completely sealed off Xiao Han's escape routes. And Xiao Han. Die. Phantom attack. In an instant, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, the endless soul power turned into needle-shaped weapons that were as fine as cow hair. Then, according to Xiao Han's understanding, each needle-shaped weapon. 1 divided into 2. 2 divided into 4. Whoosh. 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 The weapons turned into endless light rays, which were almost like shadows, and shot out densely. When such a small weapon was activated, its speed simply reached a kind of extreme. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. In less than 1,000th of a breath, the phantom light attack had already destroyed Purple Luo Fairy's immortal clothing. It collapsed. Purple Luo Fairy's mind suddenly stopped. Just like that, the few celestial artifacts that she was controlling, which were attacking Xiao Han, suddenly stopped. Puff. Purple Luo Fairy spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in a frightened and incredulous voice, "How is this possible? What kind of attack is this?" It actually pierced through the supreme-grade immortal clothing. Xiao Han, you. Xiao Han's mind moved, and countless small needle-shaped weapons turned into liquid, which instantly soaked Purple Luo Fairy. No. Xiao Han. Let me go. Let's each get a key. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can be your woman. You have an immortal as your wife, that is. Purple Luo Fairy screamed hoarsely, as if she had a premonition of death. Bang! The next moment, the spiritual liquid that had seeped into her skin, blood vessels, tendons, and bones suddenly exploded. The Purple Luo Fairy had been blown to pieces. She couldn't be more dead. To be continued. Chapter 678. Finally. The exploration of the second layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure was over. It ended with Xiao Han's complete victory. Xiao Han had killed a powerful opponent, Purple Luo Fairy, and obtained a huge amount of points. His points had exceeded 20 million. Boom! 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 Following the death of Purple Luo Fairy, the points, Dharma treasures, and the power of refinement poured into Xiao Han's body like a tsunami. Xiao Han's body was full, shiny, and flawless. Now, there were more than 200,000 Dharma treasures in Xiao Han's dantian. It was no small matter. Whoosh! 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 Above the ancient arena, dazzling lights interweaved. Xiao Han was completely in the middle of a colorful energy whirlpool. He felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. He had an aura of looking down on the world from a high place. Phew! At this time, Xiao Han withdrew the soul-mind power that he had used to kill Purple Luo Fairy back into his sea of consciousness. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he analyzed and calculated the gains and losses of the battle just now. It wasn't easy to kill that violet sieve fairy just now. The defensive celestial robe she refined contained an impenetrable formation. If I had only used my soul and mind power to transform it into a dagger, it would have been too slow, and I wouldn't have been able to break through her defense. Fortunately, I comprehended the method of splitting my soul-mind power into small weapons in advance. Otherwise, would have been the one to die in the battle just now. The battle just now seemed to be an easy one, but in fact, Xiao Han had passed it by a narrow margin. Moreover, Xiao Han now had a deeper understanding of his own combat power. He also had a deeper understanding of it, I am now. They could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as they were in the past. They could fight against immortals and not be at a disadvantage. My dual attribute special physique makes it difficult for ordinary immortals to kill me instantly. In terms of true Qi realm, I am insignificant, but my soul-mind power and saber Dao are all extraordinary techniques. I can kill immortals like drinking water or eating rice. Now, my soul-mind power, saber Dao, and ultimate attack power can kill a level 5 true immortal. Of course, if a level 5 true immortal takes out a powerful Dharma treasure first, he might be able to pierce through my immortal body. In addition, I still have a terrifying trump card, demonic power, but it is an immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I can't use it normally. Xiao Han also felt his own methods. It could be said to be endless and varied. However, these methods could only be used to kill enemies. They could not solve the problem. Only by obtaining all of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy, gaining enlightenment, and obtaining the truth of his saber Dao, opening the gate to the ancient saber realm, can I kill the demon god's soul and destroy the demon egg. With this in mind, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with determination. He looked into the void and murmured. The third level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. I, Xiao Han, am coming. At this moment, a purple gold key descended from the sky. The dazzling treasure light enveloped Xiao Han. A mysterious aura seeped into Xiao Han's skin, pores, and cells. Purple key. Xiao Han exclaimed excitedly. Ha 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 ha, young man. You are really a peerless demon. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded in Xiao Han's ears. Who would have thought? Never in their wildest dreams. You again. Ha 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 ha. You again. You brat. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice changed from the dignified and heavy tone. It was actually very carefree, almost as if he was convulsing with laughter. Young man. You are a demon with talent. Back then, I was all-powerful in the celestial realm and was considered an invincible figure. I have seen countless people and seen many geniuses. I even witnessed the growth of some immortal emperors with my own eyes. This world is very big and there are many geniuses. A genius is actually just a drop in the ocean. Every era has its own genius. This is an unchanging truth in both the mortal realm and the celestial realm. It is impossible for any genius to be immortal. But, young man, you're the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao actually said that Xiao Han was the strongest genius that he had ever seen. This. Xiao Han shuddered when he heard this. Young man, you are in the mortal realm. Even if you are in the celestial realm, your talent is still invincible. You are a genius that will shine for countless eras. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was firm. Back then, you obtained the most precious purple immortal key in my genius zone. That only means that you are a king among the mortals, but that is nothing. However, in the second floor of my treasure vault, you suppressed all the immortals. You still won first place. You obtained the purple immortal key again. Ha 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 ha. You should know that I didn't think highly of you at first. Even though you've obtained a purple immortal key in the genius zone and have a slight advantage over me, you will still have to face the geniuses of the current generation of the immortal world. I expected that you would be killed by the immortals, and the inheritance jade pendant in your body would fall. You would not be able to protect it. But you won. Not only did you soar through the preliminaries and suppress everyone, but you also continuously defeated tough opponents in the arena battles. You used mortal methods to slay immortals and gods. For a mortal to be able to reach such a level is absolutely something that has never happened since the beginning of the universe's chaos and throughout the ages. In time, you will dominate everything and be invincible. You will become the overlord of this world. This is not an exaggeration at all. That's great. Young man, now I am almost certain that you will be my disciple to inherit my teachings. And my only disciple. Only someone like you has the qualifications to inherit this emperor's legacy. Furthermore, your future cultivation base and battle prowess will far surpass mine. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words were very sincere. He was definitely praising Xiao Han. There was no doubt about it. Xiao Han blushed with shame. Xiao Han knew himself very well. The fact that he was able to achieve what he had today was, in fact, because of the demon egg in his heart. The soul of the demon god. They were inseparable. This was not because of Xiao Han's innate talent. How many monsters did he have? Alright, young man, you can inherit this purple key. Later, you will be temporarily teleported away from my treasure. Then, after refining the key into your body, it will guide you to the third floor of my treasure. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with affection, as if he had completely regarded Xiao Han as his own disciple. The third floor is also extremely dangerous, but it contains some of my most precious treasures, as well as the power of refinement. Even celestial emperors covet the treasures of the third floor. I'm sure you already know this, so I'm not afraid of you. Then, you should prepare well. Just as he finished speaking. Boom! The purple key with an indescribably great aura was refined into Xiao Han's body. Then, bursts of spatial teleportation power surged, sending Xiao Han away. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, on the huge platform outside the planet. Some mortals and immortals who had withdrawn from the exploration, as well as the immortals who had obtained the key to the third level, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, gazing at the great planet. Jia Lanzi, Wu Li, and the others had the largest lineup, including all the elites from Xiao Han's plane, Jia Lanzi, He He Zi, Yu Yangzi, and the 3 immortals. Now, everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Judging from the number of people, Jia Lanzi's eyes were filled with contemplation and calculation. There aren't many participants left in the arena battle. If I'm not wrong, the arena battle might have already reached the final stage. It should be a one-on-one battle between 2 people to determine the final winner. One-on-one battle? He He Zi, Yu Yangzi, Wu Li, and the others were all nervous. It should be Brother Xiao, against that Violet Luo Fairy. Jiao Lanzi said with some certainty. Violet Luo Fairy? Yes, Violet Luo Fairy. That person is also a powerful figure. His methods are swift and fierce, and he controls several immortal treasures. Jiao Lanzi nodded. Then if junior brother Xiao Han fights her? Xiao Mingchu's eyes narrowed. Heh. Everyone, don't worry. Violet Luo Fairy is powerful, but it won't be a problem for brother Xiao to defeat her. Jiao Lanzi wasn't worried at all. Brother Xiao's improvement is too heaven-defying. When I first ascended, brother Xiao didn't have the means he has today. But now, he actually obtained that purple key, an immortal standing nearby, a powerful figure who had also obtained a crimson key, heard Jiao Lanzi's words and immediately retorted sarcastically. Jiao Lanzi, don't be so sure. Xiao Han might not be able to obtain the purple key. At this moment, a ray of immortal light shot out from within the planet. A thin human figure was enveloped by the immortal light and transported out. He had delicate features, and there were traces of youth on his face. He looked harmless, and a friendly smile hung at the corner of his mouth. In the depths of his eyes, there was an inviolable domineering aura. Who else could it be but Xiao Han? Xiao Han had finally been transported out. Roar! Junior brother Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. You're really amazing. Ha 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 ha. The people in Xiao Han's camp, including Jiao Lanzi and Wu Bai, all burst into fierce roars. As for the other immortals and mortals, they cried out involuntarily, what? It's really Xiao Han. This is unbelievable. Heaven-defying. A heaven-defying person. He defeated many immortals and became the ultimate winner. Is he still immortal? Too terrifying. What a monster. Many of the immortals present were so shocked that they couldn't keep their mouths shut. Some mortals even nearly prostrated themselves in worship. Xiao Han descended to the side of his own people. Brother Jiao Lanzi, I've also obtained the key. Xiao Han said excitedly, but then his expression darkened slightly. It's a pity that brother Tao Tai and brother Breath Earth have fallen. Sigh, forget it. Life and death are decreed by fate. There's nothing to be regretful about. Jiao Lanzi comforted him. Then, he said, Brother Xiao, if I'm not wrong, you obtained the most precious purple key, right? Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Xiao Han smiled slightly. However, to be able to obtain this purple key, I have to thank Brother Jiao Lanzi for your help and cooperation. Brother Xiao, you're too courteous. It's because you have the strength to obtain the key. Jiao Lanzi smiled. At this moment, boom. A domineering aura burst forth from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, conveying the great will of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Now, there are 6 people who have obtained the keys to enter the 3rd floor of this emperor's treasure. Among them, there are red keys, orange keys. There are also purple keys. Today, the 6 of you are qualified to enter the 3rd floor of this emperor's treasure. However, each key only allows you to enter. Now, I'll give all of you some time to rest. 10 days later, the keys that have been refined in your bodies will be able to teleport the 6 of you to the 3rd level of my treasure vault. The exploration of the 3rd level is also filled with danger. Although all of you are fearless, there is a high chance that you will die in the 3rd level. Of course, the treasures contained in the 3rd floor are worth gambling with your lives. The most precious treasures that this emperor has collected in his life are all in the 3rd floor. You can explore and obtain as much as you want. After that, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became silent. To be continued, you. Chapter 679. Oh, we have 10 days. Let us rest and prepare before entering the 3rd level. Xiao Han nodded. Then, Xiao Han smiled at Jiao Lanzi. Brother Jiao Lan, the exploration of the 3rd layer is rather quiet. Previously, the exploration of the genius area and the 2nd layer was like a swarm of bees, with millions or even hundreds of thousands of people exploring together. It was very noisy, but the 3rd layer only has the 6 of us, yes. Jiao Lanzi nodded his head, but he quickly said, Brother Xiao, we cannot be careless. The treasures on the third floor are no small matter. The competition will definitely be more intense. We cannot let our guard down just because there are only 6 of us who entered the third floor. Jiao Lanzi said in a low voice as he swept his gaze around. Brother Xiao, I can be sure that in the third level, other than the 6 of us, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao must have set up other obstacles. Oh. That is highly possible. Xiao Han nodded his head in agreement. I also think that it is impossible for the 6 of us to kill each other. Moreover, the quality of the keys we obtained are different. Does this mean that there will be some differences after we enter the third level? Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. No matter how I think about it, I can't think of anything. Since things have progressed to this stage, let's talk about it after we enter. At that time, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao will definitely announce some rules. Yes. Jiao Lanzi nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiao Han turned around and smiled at Wu Yu and the others, Sect Master, Senior Brother, Elders. Xiao Han said with a smile. In 10 days, I will enter the third level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I don't know when I will return. Sect Master. You should return to the plane for now. He paused. Xiao Han continued. We have all left the plane for a long time. Now, our plane is without a leader. All the elites are out, and there is no one to manage the overall situation. If anything happens, we won't be able to rescue in time. Sect Master, you should return first. Don't waste your time waiting for me. Moreover, you must have obtained many opportunities during this expedition. You need to go into seclusion and digest these fortuitous encounters. Xiao Han could see that the aura of Wu Yu and the others already had some faint traces of immortal ascension. After this life and death experience, and even competing with immortals, Wu Yu and the others became mortals. Not only did he obtain a certain amount of immortal fate, but his heart and soul were also strengthened. It was indescribable. Originally, for mortals to become immortals was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, most of the mortals on Xiao Han's plane had already firmly grasped the opportunity to become immortals. Indeed, Xiao Han's judgment was accurate. Wu Bai and the others needed to go into seclusion. Comprehension. Moreover, although the opportunity to become an immortal had been seen through by Wu Li and the others, it was fleeting. If they did not strike while the iron was hot, they might lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and regret it for the rest of their lives. Hearing that, Wu Yu and the others didn't act coy anymore. Crow patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han, be careful. Yes, if we go back now and go into seclusion in the Yaoxia Pagoda, we will have a great chance of ascending to the immortal realm. Junior brother Xiao Han, I can also see a dazzling golden great Tao of immortal ascension right in front of me. Xiao Mingqiu also said confidently, I dare to say this now. Cultivate in seclusion peacefully, becoming an immortal is not impossible. Yes. Master, I, Yan Lang, never thought that I would be able to find a clue and opportunity to become an immortal in this life. Even Xiao Han's slave, Yan Lang, had gained a lot this time. It could be said that now, most of the elites on Xiao Han's plane had a chance to become immortals. In the past, in the mortal plane, there had been cases of mortals becoming immortals in one go. However, such a thing was absolutely rare. Even in the occasional mortal plane where there were outstanding people, after countless years of accumulation, there might only be 1 or 2. It was as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. Miracles of immortal ascension. However, in Xiao Han's plane, there were dozens of people who had a chance of becoming immortals. This was simply a miracle. Yes, everyone, return quickly. Don't waste time, return to the plane immediately. Xiao Han hurried. Then, he smiled, I also hope to see a large number of immortals in our plane. Just like that, the people on Xiao Han's plane, with Wu Bai as the leader, began their journey back. Xiao Han. We will wait for your triumphant return in our hometown. Brother Xiao, we will also protect sect leader Wu along the way. When he and the others return to their hometown, we will leave, Black White and Yu Yangzi said with a smile. Oh, brothers, you? Xiao Han asked with a smile. Yes, we are also preparing to return to the immortal world and report back to the sect. Black White nodded slightly to Xiao Han. Then, Black White and Yu Yangzi bowed deeply to Xiao Han. Brother Xiao. Thank you for your help in this expedition. Otherwise, not only would we not have been able to obtain celestial artifacts and magic treasures, we would have died in the cruel competition. Brother Xiao, after this expedition, you will definitely become an immortal. In the future, when Brother Xiao ascends, we brothers will meet again. Alright, let's part ways for now. Xiao Han also cupped his hands. Brothers, I also thank you for your thoughtfulness in protecting my plains people on their way back to our hometown. Yes, there will be many opportunities for us to meet again in the future. Ha ha ha. When we reach the immortal world, we brothers will have a good drink. Let's chat. After a pause, Xiao Han said in a half-serious, half-joking manner. Brothers, I don't know if I can become an immortal and ascend in a short period of time. However, I expect that the people from my realm, such as my sect leader and eldest senior brother, will ascend to immortality before me. If the two of you meet people from my realm in the immortal world in the future, I hope you'll take care of me. Of course. Brother Xiao Han, don't worry. This is a matter of honor. Black White and Yu Yangzi said solemnly at the same time. Then, Xiao Han watched his plains people leave together with Black White and Yu Yangzi, gradually going further and further away. Gradually disappearing from Xiao Han's vision. Soon, they disappeared from the scanning range of Xiao Han's soul and mental waves. Xiao Han looked away with a slight reluctance. He stared at the place where Wu Li and the others disappeared. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiao, don't be so sentimental. When you pass the third and fourth level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, you can return to your hometown and reunite with your family. Jiao Lanzi patted Xiao Han's shoulder lightly. Brother Xiao, after this matter, I will accompany you back to your hometown. I will not be in a hurry to return to the immortal world. I will stay in this mortal world for a few years. Alright, Brother Jiao Lanzi, it's a deal. Xiao Han smiled. Then, Xiao Han asked in a low voice. Brother Jiao Lanzi, in your opinion, will my sect master and my plains mortal elites who participated in the exploration of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure successfully ascend to the immortal realm? Ascend to immortality, sect master Wu and the others. No problem, the outcome is set. In 8 to 10 years, they will become immortals sooner or later. Jiao Lanzi said with absolute certainty. However, after becoming immortals, I'm afraid their future achievements will not be too high. They will probably be limited to below level 3 true immortals, unless they have some treasured medicine that defies the heavens. That's not bad. As long as they can become immortals and seek eternal life, that's enough. Xiao Han did not have any regrets. Then, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. Brother Jiao Lanzi, let's rest and recuperate. 10 days later, we will face a mysterious journey. Alright. Jiao Lanzi also sat down, his entire body glowing with treasure light. Prepare well. The other immortals who had obtained keys and were about to enter the third level in 10 days also calmed down and meditated, conserving their energy. The remaining immortals and mortals who had previously withdrawn also found their own way out. Let's go, we should also return to our plane. Although we did not gain much this time, we have passed the test. Going back and cultivating in seclusion can also improve our realm and spiritual cultivation. The mortals were not fond of staying at the inn. They all left together. The remaining immortals, let's return to the immortal world. Sigh, when we came, we were full of ambition, but now we return with our tails between our legs. It really doesn't feel good, don't be so long-winded. It's already very good to be able to return alive. How many immortals have died this time? Don't be so ungrateful. Yes, let's go back quickly. At least we have refined and controlled a few magic treasures. It can be considered a harvest. Boom. 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 These immortals who were eager to return immediately burned their spirit talismans. The spirit talismans turned into spatial wormholes, connecting to the immortal world in the depths of the void. They all flashed into the spatial wormholes. They embarked on the journey back to the immortal world. However, there were some immortals who looked coldly at Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi, and the others. They also began to communicate with each other through soul transmission. Let's also go back and report the current situation. Let the immortal emperors know. The lords may not know, but the most precious treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's life is hidden in the third floor. These treasures cannot be obtained by Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi, and the others. We must let the lords think of a way to reverse the situation. These immortals, with ulterior motives, also left quickly. There were still a few immortals left, their eyes brewing a sinister plot. They all quietly glanced at the position where Xiao Han was sitting and communicated with each other through soul transmission. If we go back now, it will be tantamount to falling short of success. Although we have control of a few immortal treasures, it is not enough. Look at that Xiao Han, immortal like a dog. There are at least hundreds of thousands of immortal treasures in his body. Moreover, he will enter the third floor and obtain even more precious treasures. Humph. In for a penny, in for a pound. What do you mean? Sneak into the plane where Xiao Han is. Humph. Just now, I have already done something to Xiao Han's mortal companions. No one knows. Now, we will follow them, and when we reach Xiao Han's plane, we will kidnap those close to Xiao Han. Then, we will threaten Xiao Han and force him to hand over some immortal treasures to us. Oh. Like this? Do you dare? Do you dare to do it? Fortune comes from danger. Once we succeed, we will extort tens of thousands of treasures. When we return to the immortal world, we will definitely be valued by the higher-ups, and even have the resources to establish a small sect. Let's do it. Damn it. As they spoke, the immortals left without batting an eyelid. Not long after, on the entire platform, only Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi, and 4 other immortals were left. These 6 people would enter the third floor of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure in 10 days, and begin a new round of adventure. To be continued, you. Chapter 680. Outside a planet that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura was the vast universe. The heavenly winds stirred. YBDU. Near this planet, on a floating continent, there were only 6 people sitting cross-legged. Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi, and the other 4 immortals who had obtained the keys to explore the third floor of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. 10 days. They had to wait here for 10 days. Now, all of them were nourishing their minds and absorbing the experience gained from exploring the second floor. More importantly, the power of refinement on the surface of the bodies of the 5 immortals, including Jiao Lanzi, was raging like a hurricane. Yes, these 5 immortals, among the hundreds of thousands of immortals who entered the second floor, had the strongest luck, the strongest strength, and the most terrifying willpower. It could be said that these 5 immortals were the geniuses of their generation in the immortal world. After the preliminaries and the arena battles, the power of refinement in the dantian of these 5 immortals was extremely terrifying. However, before this, they did not have much time and effort to properly use the power of refinement to attack the countless treasures in their dantian. Now, taking advantage of the 10 days of rest, they also squeezed out the power of refinement to attack the treasures they wanted. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, in these 10 days, from time to time, there would be brilliant pillars of immortal chi above the heads of these immortals. Auspicious clouds and auspicious beasts steamed, and traces of refining and controlling immortal weapons appeared one after another. Xiao Han also understood. One by one, the immortals were refining and controlling immortal weapons. Even Jiao Lanzi. He had always been indifferent. Now, all of them were bound to refine celestial artifacts at every second. Xiao Han knew that before this, Jiao Lanzi had only refined and controlled 2 immortal weapons. But now, Jiao Lanzi had refined and controlled 5 immortal weapons. Xiao Han's mind swept over. It was very interesting. He discovered that the immortals had chosen to refine and control immortal artifacts that were either defensive, life-saving, or even, fleeing immortal artifacts. Even Jia Lanzi had refined a supreme-grade immortal robe armor. It seems that everyone has realized that the third level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove will be extremely dangerous. Everyone gave up on offensive treasures and chose to defend and save their lives. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Meanwhile, in Xiao Han's dantian, he had also accumulated a lot of refining power. As for the treasures, they were even more terrifying. There were more than 200,000 of them. However, Xiao Han did not refine and control these magic treasures. As a mortal, Xiao Han's ability to control and use immortal artifacts was greatly restricted. For example, even if Xiao Han managed to refine a celestial set of armor, he wouldn't be able to activate its defensive formation. After all, Xiao Han didn't have any celestial qi in his body. He only had an immortal body, but he didn't cultivate immortal energy. Forget it. I won't use Xiao Han's refining power for the time being. Let's store it all up. When I've accumulated enough, I'll try to break through the inheritance jade plate and obtain the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Dao of the Saber. Xiao Han nodded. Then, he closed his eyes to rest. In his sea of consciousness, his soul and mind power were still splitting. The needle-shaped weapons, which were as small as a cow's hair, had already been split into 2, and then into 4. They were extremely powerful and could almost penetrate everything. If Xiao Han could go one step further, he could make these needle-shaped weapons split into 8. Then, its power would not be the same as before. It would be many times stronger. Now, Xiao Han could use these needle-shaped weapons to kill a level 5 true immortal without warning. But if they could be split into 8, they would probably be able to pierce through a level 6 true immortal, or even a level 7 true immortal. Therefore, while the immortals around him were refining magic treasures and immortal artifacts, Xiao Han was studying his soul splitting. However, it was too difficult to make the needle-shaped weapons split into 8 and kill immortals of a higher level. It was more difficult than ascending to heaven. Every time he tried to make the needle-shaped weapons split, Xiao Han's soul couldn't keep up. Once he tried to force the needle-shaped weapons to split, his mind would instantly go blank, and he would even feel a sharp pain in his mind. Even the solid mental energy star would emit a crackling sound, as if it was in danger of collapsing and exploding. No. I can't do it now. My soul is not strong enough. Xiao Han's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He calmed himself down and stopped forcefully cultivating. I understand now. My soul foundation is not strong enough. My solid mental energy star is also far from full. If I want to make the needle-shaped weapon split into 8, I must complete the follow-up finger technique of the extermination of heavens and earth mental energy technique. Xiao Han completely understood. However, Xiao Han didn't have enough foundation to complete the follow-up finger technique of the extermination of heavens and earth mental energy technique. It seems that my path of cultivation is still very long. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and stopped forcing himself. He completely relaxed his mind and looked at Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, that mysterious planet. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became determined, and he said word by word in his heart. In this third level, I must obtain even greater opportunities to increase my combat power. The Celestial Realm. This was the highest level of this world. Immortals and mortals were on completely different levels of life. The Celestial Realm and the mortal world were worlds of different levels. The Celestial Realm was glorious, resplendent, majestic, magnificent, full of legends, full of miracles, full of miracles, full of immortality, full of supremacy. At this moment, in an extremely special area of the Celestial Realm. In this area, the sky was completely wrapped in a ball of faintly discernible celestial clouds. It couldn't be seen clearly. Below this ball of celestial clouds, there was an endless green forest, fragrant celestial plants, countless phoenixes, auspicious birds, celestial bees, and beautiful celestial butterflies. They flew and circled, dragging out rays of dreamy colors. A special fragrance was emitted. This fragrance could make people forget about worldly worries and feel relaxed and happy. Even the land here was already godly soil, celestial soil. It was many times more precious than the elixirs in the mortal world. For example, if a mortal was infected with an incurable disease, as long as he ate a little bit of the celestial soil here, the disease would be cured. Moreover, if a mortal lived in this area, it would be easy for them to regain their youth, be reborn, and be reborn. It wouldn't be a problem for them to live for hundreds of thousands of years. In this area, between the forest on the ground and the celestial clouds in the sky, there was a continuous chain of palaces. This was a celestial palace. In the palaces, there were all kinds of celestial mountains and spiritual beasts. The palaces in the sky were extraordinary. Moreover, in that celestial cloud, clouds and mist filled the air. Immortal chi was faintly discernible. Bursts of fragrance similar to agarwood steamed and enshrouded the air. The gauze curtain fluttered. Inside the gauze curtain, there were 3 people sitting cross-legged. In the middle, there was a small antique table. There was nothing else on the table, just 3 cups of steaming hot smoke. Looking at the 3 people inside the gauze curtain, they were all middle-aged men. Their auras didn't seem the least bit fierce. In fact, they were very peaceful, simple. They looked like ordinary people, even amiable. However, occasionally, there would be surging momentum in their eyes, as if countless spacetime were being born and destroyed, and countless stars were vanishing. These 3 people. They were the 3 immortal emperors of the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, immortal emperors belonged to the top of the pyramid. Usually, the immortals referred to were exalted immortals, or perfected immortals. In the celestial realm, perfected immortals were as numerous as the eternal sands. However, the number of immortal emperors was extremely limited. Immortal emperors were great figures who held great power. When an immortal emperor was angry, a galaxy would explode. And at this moment, the 3 immortal emperors in the gauze curtain, among the few immortal emperors in the entire celestial realm, were of extremely high status. Now that the invincible blade's treasure has appeared, it has become the focus of the entire celestial realm. All the immortal emperors are paying close attention. Among the 3 immortal emperors, one of them wore a purple robe, had a jade-like face, and looked like a scholar. He took a sip of tea and smiled. According to the information we received, the exploration of the 2nd layer of the invincible blade's treasure has ended. Some young perfected immortals returned from the lower realm and reported a lot of things. The immortal emperor in a green robe focused his gaze slightly. The invincible blade placed his most precious treasures on the 3rd layer. Now, hundreds of thousands of young perfected immortals went to the lower realm and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only a few people could enter the 3rd layer. 6 people. The immortal emperor in a white robe said with certainty. Within my jurisdiction, a few young perfected immortals have returned. 6 people entered the 3rd layer of the invincible blade's treasure. And, among them, there's a mortal. Mortal? The other 2 immortal emperors' expressions changed obviously. There's something fishy about this matter. Moreover, according to the information from below, this mortal's competitiveness is even stronger than the other immortals. It's very likely that the most important treasure of the 3rd layer of the invincible blade will fall into the hands of that mortal. There are so many suspicious points. How can a mortal suppress the celestial realm's pride of this era? This kind of thing has never happened in billions of years. Looks like we should personally go to the lower realm. There must be something fishy if something is out of the ordinary. Moreover, the few most precious treasures of the invincible blade must not fall into the hands of a mortal. The immortal emperor in a purple robe immediately stood up. Then, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched a few times, and he said with a soft voice that was almost inaudible. Moreover, in the 3rd layer of the invincible blade, it's very likely that it's hiding that secret of ours in the past. The other two immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically, and they also stood up. We need to think about this matter at length. However, as immortal emperors, our aura is too strong, and we're rejected by the laws of the mortal world. Once we descend, it's very likely that we'll directly shatter countless mortal space planes. We need to use some special immortal weapons to descend. Don't be impatient. That mortal still needs some time to obtain the treasures of the third layer of the invincible blade. Let's plan carefully. Alright, let's plan before we act. The immortal emperor in a purple robe slowly sat down, and there were changes in his eyes. In short, we must not let that mortal obtain the great treasures. The few treasures of the invincible blade must return to the celestial realm. They must be under our control. Once those treasures are obtained by the mortal, it'll be the greatest shame of the celestial realm. A great shame. Absolutely not. To be continued. Chapter 681. Xiao Han, Jia Lanzi, and the others naturally did not know that there were already immortals in the immortal world who had reacted to the exploration of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. And it was not an ordinary reaction, but an extremely violent one. Finally, Xiao Han, a mortal who had completely suppressed the immortals, had attracted the attention of the immortal emperor. Moreover, the immortal emperor would formulate a series of strategies to deal with Xiao Han. The world was finally going to be stirred up, and a major event was about to brew. On the floating continent outside immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Ibdu, 6 people sat cross-legged in meditation. 10 days of rest was coming to an end. Today is the day the third level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will open. Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of light. Jia Lanzi and the other immortals also opened their eyes one after another. Some even stood up and stretched their muscles. Everyone rested on their spears and readied themselves for battle. Their gazes were all fixed on immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, the Black Planet. At this time, Xiao Han felt that the purple key that he had refined into his body was stirring, producing a throbbing that connected with his soul. It wasn't just Xiao Han. Jia Lanzi and the other immortals all had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but place their hands on their dantians. The keys they had refined into their bodies were there, and they were all beating rhythmically at this moment. It seems like we're about to enter the third level. Jia Lanzi blurted out. Yes. I felt it too. Xiao Han immediately nodded. Brother Jia Lanzi, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is known as the greatest treasure in the universe. Now, we have explored to the third level. This adventure is coming to an end. Yes, Jia Lanzi said with a sigh. This adventure is really paved with corpses. Jia Lanzi paused, then shook his head slightly. In the first layer, the area of geniuses, countless mortal elites died. In the second layer, even our generation perished. The most outstanding young immortals. That's not the way to put it, said an immortal to the side. His expression was sinister, but his eyes were burning with desire. He licked his lips. Although we suffered heavy casualties, it wasn't all for naught. At the very least, we are still alive in our bodies. It had already been stuffed with tens of thousands of precious magic treasures. We even have the opportunity to continue exploring. The third level is filled with violent refinement energy. Once we absorb it, we'll be able to gain perfect control over all of our immortal items and magical treasures. Once we return to the immortal world, we'll be able to revitalize our sect. Right at this moment. Boom! In immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, that planet started to squirm. Moreover, from the inside out, it emitted a beautiful and devastating light. Like a star. Like the blazing sun. Like a gem. Boundless radiance. Illuminate the world. This light contained an incomparably great will and the domineering aura of a monarch descending upon the world. It was as if the gods of the heavens had filled every inch of this light. Worthy of worship. At this moment, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded again. Everyone, the 10 days of recuperation is over. I believe that in these 10 days, all of you have recovered to your peak state. Not bad at all. Furthermore, all of you should have completely digested the experience you gained from exploring the second level. If I'm not wrong, then your current strength should have improved quite a bit compared to when you first arrived, right? It's impossible that you didn't improve. Yes, the 6 people standing on the land, including the mortals and immortals who retreated, all had improved in strength and willpower. Take Xiao Han as an example. In the second level, during the preliminaries, he had completed the 22nd spirit finger technique of the exterminating skies and decimating earth spirit technique. In the arena battle, Xiao Han had comprehended the soul splitting and the weapon splitting technique. Xiao Han even absorbed some superficial knowledge of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Blade Dao inheritance, 1/50th of it. Xiao Han himself had made great progress. Then, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Then, I won't be long-winded. The 6 of you will enter the 3rd level of my treasure trove. Now, I'll tell you the general situation of the 3rd level so that you won't be at a complete loss after entering. All of you, listen carefully. With that said, Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi, and the other 4 immortals all focused their attention and listened attentively. As I've told you before, the 3rd level contains the most precious treasures that I've collected in my life. These treasures are all epic level Dharma treasures. Any one of them is enough to make any immortal emperor go all out. Let's put it this way. In the 3rd level, there are a total of 4 Dharma treasures. If these 4 Dharma treasures were taken to the immortal world, they would definitely rank in the top 4 of all the Dharma treasures. Gasp. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words caused everyone present to gasp. Simply put, the top 4 Dharma treasures in the immortal world were on the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. Top 4. Incredible. How incredible. Xiao Han clicked his tongue in wonder. Listen carefully. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with unconcealable pride. The first Dharma treasure. That is, the number 1 Dharma treasure in the immortal world, the Qinkuan pouch. The function of this Qinkuan pouch is space. The mysteries of space. A small pouch can contain countless planets. It can even contain a quarter of the immortal world. As for the mortal world, once the pouch is opened, almost 80% of the mortal world in the entire universe will be contained in it. Ha 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 ha. This Qinkuan pouch is the most precious treasure of my life. When the Qinkuan pouch appears, the immortal emperors fight to the death for it. Heavens! 1 pouch can contain countless planets. Xiao Han was completely shocked. He glanced sideways. Even Jiao Lanzi. His eyes were completely lifeless. Jiao Lanzi kept muttering to himself. The Qinkuan pouch. This is the number 1 immortal treasure in the ancient legends of the immortal world. Originally, I thought it was just a legend and that there would be no such treasure in the world. Who would have thought that this treasure would be placed on the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Among the 4 Dharma treasures, the second is the Emperor Slayer Saber. Once this Emperor Slayer Saber is activated, it can even behead an immortal emperor. Back then, I once wielded the Emperor Slayer Saber and killed 7 immortal emperors. With a flash of the saber, heads fell to the ground. Among the 4 Dharma treasures, the 3rd is the Linglong Pagoda. This is a time immortal treasure. The Linglong Pagoda. The first level is 10 days inside and 1 day outside. The second level is 100 days inside and 1 day outside. The 3rd level is 1,000 days inside and 1 day outside, and the 4th level is 10,000 days inside and 1 day outside. To enter the 1st level, all immortals can enter the 1st level of the Linglong Pagoda. The 2nd level requires level 7 true immortals, the 3rd level requires level 8 true immortals, and the 4th level requires level 9 true immortals. In the vast immortal world, this Linglong Pagoda is the best of all-time immortal treasures. Of the 4 treasures, the 4th is the heavenly demon clone. It's the gene of a special race that existed in ancient times, and I've refined it into a clone. Once I obtain the heavenly demon clone, I'll be able to refine a clone. Yes, once refined, the heavenly demon clone's strength will be equivalent to a mid-tier immortal emperor. Ha 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 ha. How about I tell you the 4 most precious treasures? Don't you feel suffocated? Ha 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 ha. I'll boast that none of the immortal emperors in the immortal world are qualified to own one of these 4 Dharma treasures, including the immortal emperor who ranks first. Humph. In terms of wealth, I, immortal emperor Zhu Dao, am number 1 in the immortal world. Indeed, Xiao Han and the other 5 felt suffocated when immortal emperor Zhu Dao mentioned the 4 Dharma treasures. They were too powerful, and their quality was too high. The 4 Dharma treasures included attack, time, space, and a clone with the strength of an intermediate-level immortal emperor. That's great. That's great. The immortals' mouths were parched. At that moment, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice rang again. All right, then, I'll now announce the rules of the 3rd floor's adventure. If you want to obtain these treasures, you'll have to follow the rules I've set. Next, the 6 of you will be teleported to the 3rd floor. Because the keys you've obtained are of different quality, you'll be teleported to a different floor of a trial space. Different floors of a trial space? Xiao Han and the others were a little dazed. The 3rd floor of my treasure vault is, in fact, a trial space. This trial space is divided into a total of 7 trial worlds: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. 7 trial worlds. In these 7 trial worlds, there are creatures that I've reared in captivity. These creatures were captured from an alternate dimension when I was exploring the universe. The reason these creatures were able to survive in my trial space was because they relied on the power of refinement. Yes, the power of refinement nourishes their life force. Alternate dimensions creatures are very special. There are humanoid creatures, plant-type creatures, metal-type creatures, ore-type creatures, and some special life forms. According to the strength of these alternate dimensions creatures, I've divided them into 7 levels. Level 1 alternate dimensions creatures are the weakest, and level 7 alternate dimensions creatures are the strongest. Correspondingly, there are 7 levels of alternate dimensions creatures in the 7 trial worlds. The red trial world is filled with level 1 alternate dimensions creatures, the orange trial world is filled with level 2 alternate dimensions creatures, and the purple trial world is filled with level 7 alternate dimensions creatures. As for how weak level 1 alternate dimensions creatures are, and how strong level 7 alternate dimensions creatures are, you'll have to find out for yourselves after you enter. I'll only divulge one thing. Level 7 alternate dimensions strength is comparable to an ordinary immortal emperor. As for the specific trial rules, you'll receive the corresponding hints after you enter. Then, those who obtain the red key enter the red trial world. Those who obtain the orange key enter the orange trial world. Those who obtain the purple key enter the purple trial world. As soon as this was said, what? Since I obtained a purple key, then I should be able to enter the purple trial world. And in the purple trial world, there are the most powerful level 7-dimensional creatures. Their battle prowess is equivalent to an ordinary immortal emperor. Xiao Han's heart suddenly stopped. Because these alternate dimensions creatures rely on the power of refinement to survive. Therefore, every time you kill a creature from another dimension, the power of refinement will erupt and fuse into your body. After that, you can rely on the power of refinement to charge and refine the celestial artifacts and magic treasures that are sealed in your body, allowing you to gain complete control of them. The lower the level of the creatures in the alternate dimension, the weaker the refining power in their bodies. Let me put it this way. Power of refinement gained from killing one rank 2-dimensional creature. It's equivalent to the power of refinement you obtain from killing 100 level, 1-dimensional creatures. Listen carefully. Of the 4 magic treasures, the first-ranked Cosmos bag was placed in the purple trial world. The second-ranked the Arch Slayer saber was placed in the blue trial world. The third-ranked Linglong pagoda was placed in the cyan trial world. The fourth-ranked Sky Demon clone was in the green trial world. These are the top 4 levels of the 7 trial worlds. As for the red, orange, and yellow trial worlds below, there are no celestial artifacts or magic treasures. Adventurers who enter the Crimson Trial world and kill 10,000 Class 1-dimensional beings can enter the second trial, the Orange Trial world. Adventurers who enter the Orange Trial world and kill 10,000 Class 2-dimensional beings can enter the third trial, the Yellow Trial world. Adventurers who enter the Yellow Trial world and kill 10,000 Class 3-dimensional beings can enter the fourth trial, the Green Trial world. In the Green Trial world, kill 10,000 Class 4-dimensional beings and obtain the mystic treasures that I have placed in the Green Trial world, the Sky Demon clan's clone, and so on. The Purple Trial world has level 7-dimensional creatures that are extremely powerful. That is why there are only 100 level 7-dimensional creatures in the entire Purple Trial world. Adventurers who enter the Purple Trial world and kill all 100 level 7-dimensional creatures can obtain the Cosmos bag. If you want to continue, you can teleport down to the Blue Trial world and kill 10,000 level 6-dimensional creatures to obtain the Arch Slayer saber. If you want to give up in the trial or are surrounded by dimensional creatures and are about to be killed, you can teleport out with your mind and end the adventure. However, once you are teleported out, the magic treasures in your body that you have yet to refine and control will be destroyed. Do you understand the rules now? In that case, you will be teleported according to the keys you have obtained. Understood? I understand completely. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. I obtained a purple key, so I will be teleported to the purple trial world of the 7th trial world, where the most powerful level 7-dimensional creatures are. Of course, the most precious magic treasure is placed in the 7th trial world, the Cosmos bag. There are 100 level 7-dimensional creatures, so I have to kill all of them. Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart tightened. Oh my god. The level 7-dimensional creatures in the purple trial world are all of them, ordinary immortal emperors. In other words, I will have to face 100 immortal emperors. How am I supposed to kill them? Will I kill them, or will they kill me? At this moment, 7 teleportation powers shot out from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, the planet, and enveloped Xiao Han and the other 6. Brother Xiao. I have obtained a scarlet key, and I will be teleported to a trial world, the lowest grade scarlet trial world. I will need to kill 10,000 level 1-dimensional creatures before I can be teleported to an orange trial world. Brother Xiao, you have obtained a purple key, and the purple trial world that you will be teleported to is extremely dangerous. Brother Xiao, if you encounter any trouble, you can teleport out with your thoughts. Don't force yourself. Jiao Lanzi said quickly. All right. Brother Jiao Lanzi, I know that my life is more important than treasures. Xiao Han had just finished speaking when he was teleported away. The 6 of them had already disappeared from this platform. They had all entered the 3rd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Of the 6 of them, some entered the red trial world, some entered the orange trial world, and only Xiao Han entered the most terrifying purple trial world. To be continued. Chapter 682. After Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao finished announcing the rules of the 3rd floor, 6 mysterious spatial teleportation forces shot out from the planet and covered Xiao Han and the other 5 people as they were teleported. Soon, the bodies of the 6 people began to fade. About to disappear. Xiao Han quickly glanced around and discovered that among the 6 people, Jiao Lanzi and the other 2 immortals were teleported to the lowest level of the trial world, the red trial world. The remaining 2 immortals were teleported to the orange trial world. As for Xiao Han, he was teleported to the most difficult trial world, the purple trial world. For Jiao Lanzi and the other immortals who had been teleported into the red trial world, they had to kill 10,000 level 1-dimensional creatures, then enter the orange trial world and kill 10,000 level, 2-dimensional creatures, then enter the yellow trial world and kill 10,000 level, 3-dimensional creatures, then enter the 4th level, the green trial world, and kill 10,000 level, 4-dimensional creatures. Only then would they be able to obtain a magic treasure. The difficulty was also extremely high. Moreover, the 3 immortals who entered the red trial world were inferior to the 2 immortals who entered the orange trial world. They might have the upper hand. This was what Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had said in the 2nd level's arena battle. The 7 types of keys were all of different quality. The higher the quality of the key, the greater the advantage in the 3rd level. Finally, boom. 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 The 6 people were sucked into the planet. It really is a 7-story tower building. The moment they teleported in, Xiao Han vaguely saw a huge 7-story tower building. This building was extremely simple and unadorned. Grand. The exterior was engraved with many subtle and mysterious runes. 7th level. Indeed, it was divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. But soon, Xiao Han's vision blurred. His figure turned into a stream of light and directly entered the highest level of the tower building. The 7th level. The purple trial world. Forget about Xiao Han. Jiao Lanzi and the other 2 immortals completed the teleportation in an instant. The 1st level of the tower building. The red trial space. The moment the teleportation was completed, Jiao Lanzi stabilized his figure. He immediately released his immortal senses and discovered that this was a boundless space. In this space, red was the main color. There were grasslands, mountains, rivers, and even oceans, as well as the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, the 2 immortals who had teleported over with Jiao Lanzi's immortal sense had already disappeared. He couldn't sense the 2 immortals at all. It's really all-encompassing. This Crimson Trial world has the feel of an inner universe. Jiao Lanzi quickly checked his body and found that his immortal qi, strength, and various techniques were not restricted. Inside his dantian, countless Dharma treasures were hoarded. Jiao Lanzi flew directly at a low altitude. His immortal sense spread out to the greatest extent, carefully sensing this world. At the same time, he was also on guard. Right at this moment. Jiao Lanzi's figure suddenly stopped. The next moment, boom. Behind a hill in front of them, a fiendish aura rose from the sky. Then. Xiao. 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 Swoosh. Afterimages flickered. 6 strangely shaped creatures lined up in a row, blocking Jiao Lanzi's path. Gaga, after waiting for so many years, finally. Gaga, the adventurers have come. Gaga, the 6 strange creatures let out strange sounds like ducks quacking, looking at Jiao Lanzi with a murderous look. Creatures from another dimension. Jiao Lanzi's heart skipped a beat. Then, he directly observed them. These 6 odd-shaped creatures looked extremely strange. They were about 10 meters tall, with the head of a bull, the body of a human, and the tail of a ponytail. Their bodies were covered with scales that looked like fish scales, and their eyes were bulging and bloodshot. They held steel tridents in their hands, looking like fiends. However, judging from their auras, they're roughly equivalent to an ordinary level 2 true immortal. Jiao Lanzi immediately heaved a sigh of relief. These creatures from another dimension are of the lowest level, level 1. Their strength is roughly equivalent to an ordinary level 2 true immortal in a small sect in the immortal world. I, Jiao Lanzi, have many peerless immortal arts, and have refined and controlled several supreme-grade immortal artifacts. Dealing with these creatures is indeed easy. Jiao Lanzi nodded slightly. Kill. Kill this guy. Gagga. Kill him. The creatures from another dimension were about to pounce on Jiao Lanzi. Boom. Jiao Lanzi was the first to act. His 5 fingers clawed, and space collapsed. Cloud Dragon Hand. A large, mottled hand appeared out of thin air. Poochie. The large hand squeezed, and the 6 creatures from another dimension exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the explosion, the creatures turned into streams of refined power that rushed directly into Jia Lanzi's dantian. Not bad. After killing these creatures from another dimension, I can indeed obtain the power of refinement. Jia Lanzi nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Wang. Ripples flickered above Jia Lanzi's head, and a number appeared, 10,000. I need to kill 10,000 of these level 1 creatures from another dimension before I can enter the deeper orange trial world. Kill. Find as many of these creatures as you can, and kill as many as 10,000 as possible. Jia Lanzi's figure flickered, and he disappeared without a trace. Orange Trial World. Compared to the Crimson Trial World, it was a trial world that was even more advanced. This red trial world was a world of metal. The entire world was made of rare metals that were even more precious than gold. At this moment, in front of an immortal who had entered the orange trial world, several metallic creatures appeared. They were completely golden in color. They wore golden armor, and their bodies were made entirely of metal. They were the size of an adult, but their eyes burned with the flames of wisdom. They were wielding swords and other weapons. Adventurers? Kill. Kill these adventurers. Rip. The metallic creatures' voices were extremely piercing. Equivalent to the strength of an ordinary level 3 true immortal. It seems that ordinary immortal spells will not be able to kill them. Use your magic treasures. The immortal who encountered the metallic creatures made a prompt decision to summon one of the treasures he'd previously refined and mastered. Boom! A warblade appeared, and with a sweep, the metallic creatures in front of him were killed as easily as chopping vegetables. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the power of refinement flowed into the immortal's body. Then, a string of numbers appeared above the immortal's head. 10,000 inch. That's right, kill these guys. This way, I can slowly refine and control more immortal weapons, increasing my combat power bit by bit. However, the troublesome part is that I have to kill 10,000 of these metallic life forms to pass the test and enter the yellow trial world. There's no other way, since I'm already here. I'll just keep killing like this. Trial World. 7th level. Purple Trial World. The most terrifying trial world. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had said very clearly that in this purple trial world, there were 100 level 7 dimensional creatures, and these creatures had combat power comparable to an intermediate immortal emperor. Damn, I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. Xiao Han ended the teleportation, and his figure stabilized. Xiao Han's soul consciousness spread out, and he discovered that he was currently in a small, narrow room. It was a room of 12 square meters. It was completely dark inside the room. Moreover, there were no furnishings in the room. However, there was a door of light in front of the room. Now, should I open the door in front of me and walk out from here? Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. However, Xiao Han's soul ripple could not penetrate the door of light, and he could not see the world behind it. However, Xiao Han had a vague premonition that there was something extremely terrifying hidden behind the door of light. There was a kind of palpitation that penetrated deep into Xiao Han's bones, gradually occupying him. Level 7 dimensional creatures, Immortal Emperor level strength. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief, and then made up his mind. Since I'm already here, I'll take a gamble. I hope there's a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Xiao Han walked towards the door of light step by step. At this moment, ha, young man, welcome to the purple trial world. Opening the door of light means that your trial has officially begun. In Xiao Han's body, the 2 purple keys fused into one, and a trace of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense was produced. At this moment, this trace of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense began to communicate with Xiao Han. Young man, you are the holder of 2 purple keys, and you also have my legacy in your body. Yes, I have already regarded you as my disciple. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense spoke with fervor and assurance. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. Ha 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 ha, young man, I believe that among all the people who entered my treasure, including those immortals, you are the most suitable to inherit my legacy. Therefore, in this purple trial world, I will still take care of you. Take care of me? Xiao Han was completely shocked. Yes. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense said slowly. Young man, once you open the door of light, you will face level 7 dimensional creatures. I risked my injuries to capture these level 7 dimensional creatures. They are very powerful, comparable to middle-level immortal emperors in the immortal world. As for your strength, young man. Ha ha ha, any one of these 100 level 7 dimensional creatures can kill you 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Hiss. Xiao Han took a deep breath. If that's the case, I have no chance at all in this trial? No. I will take care of you. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became a little excited. Young man, you will be killed in this purple trial world. But, every time you are killed, you can resurrect. To be continued. Chapter 683. Every time I am killed, I can be revived. Xiao Han was completely confused. Die? Resurrection? Ha 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 ha, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense roared. Forget it, forget it. Young man, since you're my disciple and successor, I won't keep you in suspense. I won't tease you anymore. Now, this emperor will tell you the rules of the purple trial space. Yes, this purple trial space only allows those who have obtained a purple key to enter. There is only one purple key, and there is no extra. Therefore, only you have entered this purple trial space. Therefore, these rules are only for you. A rule that only applies to me? Xiao Han steadied his mind and listened attentively. Since you are this emperor's chosen successor, then this emperor will nurture you. I can't let you die so easily after you go out. Ha 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 ha. Young man, you can treat this purple world of trials as a form of tempering for you. I hope you can improve by leaps and bounds through this trial. Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao said solemnly. Xiao Han held his breath. First, let's talk about the level 7 alternate space life form in the purple trial world. This is a special race in the universe. Their innate talents are extraordinary. Although they aren't humans, their life structure is very similar to humans. Back then, after I captured them, I refined them. I've refined my Saber Dao into their bodies. My most powerful Saber Dao is the 100 Saber Dao. There are a total of 100 saber moves. They were refined into the bodies of the 100 level, 7-dimensional creatures. This allowed each of them to grasp a saber move. This level 7 alternate dimension creature is extremely valuable because of its bloodline and bone structure. Each and every one of them is gifted. Therefore, after each of them mastered one of this Emperor's saber moves, their attack power increased. That's equivalent to a mid-level immortal emperor. However, the life structure of these level 7 creatures from alternate dimensions. In the end, they can't compare to us immortals. Therefore, every level 7 alternate dimension creature can only absorb and master one of my sword moves. You can't master 2 or more moves at the same time. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. As it turns out, the 100 generations Saber Dao was formed by 100 saber moves from the Absolute Saber Celestial Emperor. The seal was refined into the bodies of the 100 level 7 extra-dimensional creatures. Each level 7 extra-dimensional creature inherited one move. Combined with their own energy, their combat power. It's equivalent to an intermediate Celestial Emperor. Xiao Han finally understood what Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao meant. The Great Saber Celestial Emperor continued. Young man, your trial is to challenge these 100 level 7 extra-dimensional creatures one by one. The first level, 7 creature from the alternate dimension had mastered the first move of this emperor's 100 lives of the Saber Tao. When you challenge him, he will suppress his own energy. It wouldn't directly erupt with immortal emperor level energy, otherwise, you would be instantly killed. After suppressing his energy, he only used the first move of the 100 lives of the Saber Tao to fight you. If you were killed, you would be resurrected immediately and challenge again. If you were killed 100 times, 1,000 times, no matter how many times, you could revive and challenge again until you could defeat him. When you defeat the first level, 7 creature from the alternate dimension, this emperor believes that you will also be able to comprehend the first move of this emperor's 100 lives of the Saber Tao. Moreover, you will obtain the refining power of this emperor's Saber Tao legacy jade tablet in your dantian. Also, when you defeat a level 7-dimensional creature from the alternate dimension, you will completely refine and control him, making him your slave. A slave who will never betray you and be completely brainwashed. However, in this purple trial space, you can't release them to fight for you for the time being. Of course, the content of your trial is far from just defeating a level 7-dimensional creature. You have to continuously defeat 100 level 7-dimensional creatures before you can pass. After defeating these 100 level 7-dimensional creatures, you will master 100 moves of this emperor's 100 lives of the Saber Tao. You will officially become this emperor's most qualified disciple. You will also obtain this emperor's most precious treasure, the Cosmos Bag, and the qualifications to enter the 4th level. The 4th level of this emperor's treasure is only open to you. The 4th level contains the last trace of this emperor's Saber Tao inheritance, which is also the most important essence. Also, at this point, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine consciousness became extremely agitated. This agitation was filled with anger, unwillingness, roaring, and helplessness. However, he quickly calmed down and said indifferently, "There is also a secret of this emperor's in the 4th level." Well, forget it, this emperor won't say much about the 4th level for the time being. Young man, you can start now. Defeat 100 level 7-dimensional creatures from the alternate dimension. Master 100 moves of the 100 lives of the Saber Tao. Refine 100 level 7-dimensional space creatures and make them your slaves. My disciple, work hard. After announcing these rules, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice disappeared. I understand. I completely understand. This purple trial space is a learning opportunity for me, Xiao Han. It will be of great benefit to me when I receive the inheritance of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. That's great. This is equivalent to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao personally teaching me. Xiao Han's face bloomed with the light of enlightenment. Then, without hesitation, Xiao Han strode towards the door of light. Let's begin. Xiao Han took a deep breath and directly pushed open the light door. In front of him, a scene appeared, in the red trial space. Bang! 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 Jiao Lanzi was surrounded by thousands of level 1-dimensional creatures. However, he was surprisingly calm. He directly took out the defensive immortal robe armor, and then took out an offensive immortal artifact to kill all the level 1-dimensional creatures that surrounded him. The power of refinement. Like mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, it poured into Jiao Lanzi's body. Now, the data above Jiao Lanzi's head had changed to 3213-10,000 however. After breaking out of the encirclement, Jiao Lanzi did not immediately continue to search and kill these level 1-dimensional creatures. He directly searched for a secluded place. While recovering his spirit and immortal energy, he activated the power of refinement that he had just obtained to refine the immortal artifacts and treasures in his body. Jiao Lanzi was not eager for quick success and instant benefits. He was fighting steadily. The situation of the other immortals. Now, there was little difference between them and Jiao Lanzi. They were all seeking stability and taking one step at a time. Purple trial space. Xiao Han pushed open the light door. After a dazzling light flashed, Xiao Han was completely surprised. At this moment, Xiao Han was in a space that looked like a martial arts field. This space was about 100 meters in length and width. Moreover, even the height was about 100 meters. In other words, this martial arts field. It was similar to a completely enclosed space. In all directions, on the ground, there were incomparably ancient lines. Suddenly, Xiao Han saw a creature standing in the middle of the martial arts field. This creature. It was a woman. From the looks of it, this woman was just a young beauty. Her skin was fair and tender, and her facial features were so beautiful that it was almost demonic. She was no different from the best beauties among mortals. However, behind this woman's beautiful buttocks, there was a long tail. In addition, this woman emitted an extremely huge pressure, like the pressure of the sea, causing Xiao Han to stand there, and a terrifying feeling of fear surged. At this moment, this woman's eyes were slightly closed, as if she was sleeping. Her hands formed a finger seal. With a glimpse, Xiao Han immediately realized that the hand seal the woman was performing contained an extremely sharp saber intent. At this moment, suddenly, the woman's eyes opened. Incomparably sharp, the supreme saber light flashed directly from her eyes. Pucci, even this martial arts field space seemed to be opened by this woman's gaze. Level 7 creature from another space. So strong. Xiao Han directly took a step back. Oh, you are the disciple chosen by the owner of the invincible saber? The woman suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes staring at Xiao Han. It's actually a mortal? What a strong aura, compared to Brother Jia Lanzi's aura, who knows how many times stronger. It seems that one look from her can cut me into pieces, and I can't resist at all. Xiao Han's mind flashed continuously. This is the combat power of an intermediate immortal emperor? Moreover, there are a total of 100 of such level 7 creatures from another space. Forget it, let's start the trial. The woman was not too long-winded. Listen, young man, now I will restrain and suppress my aura and power. I will only maintain the same level of energy and aura as you. Your spiritual and mental strength is very strong, but it doesn't matter. What I have mastered is the first move of the owner's 100 saber principle. I will only use this move to deal with you. If you can defeat me, then you will pass, and I will become your slave. As she spoke, the woman's aura indeed retracted a lot, and the suffocating feeling that oppressed Xiao Han began to dissipate. Okay. Xiao Han took a deep breath. I understand completely, let's begin. Just as he finished speaking, Pucci, Xiao Han did not see how the woman attacked at all. He only saw a flash of saber light in front of his eyes, and then he felt a chill on his neck, and he lost consciousness. After a few breaths, Xiao Han regained consciousness and found himself back in the small room from before. What? What does this mean? Just now, I was killed once? Xiao Han only felt that it was frightening. I didn't even have time to react, and I was killed once? This is 2F** King Strong, right? Xiao Han licked his lips. After that, he did not rush to open the light door again. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to think of a countermeasure. Let me think about it first, are you? Chapter 684. Now, Xiao Han finally understood. He finally understood how difficult it was to temper oneself in the purple trial world. Level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension were too strong. Moreover, after they had mastered the saber Tao of the absolute saber immortal emperor, they were even more terrifying existences that could kill anything in their way. Amazing, too amazing. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the small room and closed his eyes in deep thought. This time, he was not in a hurry to go out and challenge. Those guys originally had the energy of a medium immortal emperor, but they suppressed it. They only used the same energy as me and relied on the mystery of the saber Tao to kill me in an instant. If they didn't suppress their energy, wouldn't I turn them into dust? Xiao Han felt scared just thinking about it. But soon, Xiao Han calmed his mind and condensed his essence, qi, and spirit into a ball. He calmly thought about the countermeasures. If I took the initiative to attack, what would happen? Just now, that fellow attacked me directly, catching me off guard. If I had attacked first, given the strength of my soul and psychic energy, I might have had a chance of winning if I had used the needle-shaped weapon that had been split into two to attack. Thinking of this, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. He stood up, adjusted his breathing, walked over and pushed open the light door. Behind the light door, in the enclosed space of the battleground. The graceful woman looked at Xiao Han with a smile. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes as she shrugged. I really don't understand why the owner of the Absolute Saber chose you as his successor. He is so great, but you're just a mortal. Forget it. The thoughts of the owner of the Absolute Saber. It's not something I can guess. You can attack all you want, but I'm afraid you won't even be able to get past me. You know, in the 100 Lives Saber Dao of the owner of the Absolute Saber Dao, I have only mastered the first move. Its attack power is considered weak. You won't even be able to get past me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Xiao Han pretended to be impatient and shook his hand. His eyelids lifted and a faint murderous intent brewed in his eyes. He said, by the way, what's your name? You're a creature from the alternate dimension, but you should have your own name, right? Oh. Facing Xiao Han's question, the woman was stunned and immediately smiled. My name? There's no harm in telling you. Ever since I was subdued by the owner of the invincible blade, I was renamed as I. This is because I have mastered the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Before he finished speaking. Die. Xiao Han suddenly attacked. Suddenly. The densely packed needle-shaped weapons that were as thin as the hair of a cow split into two, and then into four. With the speed of light and shadow, they shot towards the woman one world. Such a small soul weapon was simply wielding it to the extreme. Countless rays of light flashed and arrived in front of one world. Despicable. Nashir shouted. However, at this moment, the disdain in her eyes quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with seriousness and astonishment. She had not expected Xiao Han's soul attack to be this powerful. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, one world's delicate body flashed slightly and dodged Xiao Han's soul needle-shaped weapon attack. Then, with a slash of her fingers, the profound trajectory of the Saber Dao flashed past. Bang! Xiao Han's body was once again smashed into pieces by the Saber Dao. Trying to defeat me with sneak attacks and speed. That's just wishful thinking. This was the last sentence Xiao Han heard before he lost consciousness. In the primordial secret chamber. Xiao Han quickly regained consciousness. He was resurrected. What should I do? Even my strongest attack can't kill her. Xiao Han was completely speechless. Could it be that I have to use the saber chi after transforming into a dragon? Xiao Han licked his lips. That's my final trump card. Once I use the saber chi, my solid mental power planet will dry up, and all the essence, chi, and spirit in my body will be drained. It will take a long time for me to recover. Xiao Han felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat. However, Xiao Han would not give up so easily. He sat down cross-legged again and concentrated on thinking. Wait. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao wants me to train and learn. He wants me to challenge 100 level, 7 creatures from the alternate dimension and master his 100 Lives Saber Dao. In other words, that's right. That means... The reason I want to defeat these level 7-dimensional creatures is not because I want to use other methods to defeat them, but because I want to learn the way of the sword they control. I want to give them a taste of their own medicine and defeat them with the way of the 100 Lives sword. Xiao Han figured out the crux of it. Then, Xiao Han focused his mind and began to recall the trajectory of the Saber Dao that he had used in his previous life. At the same time, Xiao Han used his right hand as a saber and began to practice while recalling. As Xiao Han recalled and practiced, strands of supreme saber qi appeared in the air. Moreover, the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's Saber Dao Inheritance Jade Plate in Xiao Han's dantian also began to throb. After a few hundred breaths, Xiao Han opened his eyes, and there was a flash of saber light in his pupils. I've roughly grasped the general outline of this move, but I still need to watch it a few more times. Xiao Han nodded, then pushed open the light door again and entered it. This time, in that life, Xiao Han was still killed with one slash. However, Xiao Han did not resist at all. He focused all his mind power and observed the trajectory of the 100 Lives Saber Dao without blinking. He was experiencing the profoundness and greatness of this move. When Xiao Han visualized this saber move, the inheritance jade plate in his dantian would also transmit some thoughts to Xiao Han, helping him to understand the profoundness of this move. Just like that, Xiao Han was killed dozens of times in a row. Finally, in the starting room, Xiao Han's right index and middle fingers drew a stroke. This stroke derived a perfect trajectory of the Saber Dao. This was a trajectory that was almost integrated with the Dao. The Saber Qi was condensed and cut the space into pieces. This is the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. That's about it. I have complete control over it now. I can use it as I please. What I lack is nothing more than a little bit of control and battle experience. Furthermore, the Inheritance Jade Pendant will also help me repair the flaws of this saber technique, making this saber technique smooth. Xiao Han pushed open the light door again. Challenge. This time, Xiao Han and the 100 Lives Saber Dao released. In the end, Xiao Han's attack was a step slower than the 100 Lives Saber Dao, and he was killed by the 100 Lives Saber Dao first. Again. Xiao Han digested the gains and losses of the previous battle. His Saber Dao seemed to have become more profound. The more he fought, the braver he became. Bang! This time, although Xiao Han was killed again, his saber move almost killed the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Puff! Puff! Another clash. Xiao Han was cut into two at the waist. However, the 100 Lives Saber Dao was also cut. Her left arm was directly cut into pieces by Xiao Han's saber qi. The 100 Lives Saber Dao seemed to be able to repair herself in the purple trial world. In the following clash, her broken left arm was as good as new. In the following clash, Xiao Han's control of the saber move became more and more skilled. His control of the heat became more and more precise. He learned a lot about the use of this move from the 100 Lives Saber Dao. In the end, Xiao Han and the 100 Lives Saber Dao were evenly matched. The speed and trajectory of the two's moves were almost the same. In this way, although Xiao Han could not kill the 100 Lives Saber Dao and the 100 Lives Saber Dao would still be killed by the 100 Lives Saber Dao. The last clash, Xiao Han and the 100 Lives Saber Dao moved at the same time. The trajectory of Xiao Han's Saber Dao actually surpassed the 100 Lives Saber Dao. In all aspects, the 100 Lives Saber Dao was better than the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Finally, the 100 Lives Saber Dao was beheaded. I finally succeeded. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, puff puff puff, boundless light scattered from the 100 Lives Saber Dao and merged into Xiao Han's dantian. It was the power of refinement. The boiling power of refinement hit the Inheritance Jade Plate in the dantian. Puff, the Inheritance Jade Plate was blasted open a small gap. Suddenly, some Saber Dao profoundness gushed out from this gap. Xiao Han did not care much. He immediately sat cross-legged and comprehended the Saber Dao that seeped out from the Inheritance Jade Plate. Xiao Han entered a profound state of no sorrow or joy, no man and no self. These Saber Dao profoundness were a deeper understanding of the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. After Xiao Han absorbed these Saber Dao profoundness, finally, the first move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao that he learned from the 100 Lives Saber Dao was close to perfection. Now, if Xiao Han used this move to fight against the 100 Lives Saber Dao, he could easily kill her. However, the prerequisite was that the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness had to suppress her energy realm to the same realm as Xiao Han. Comprehension complete. Xiao Han's face lit up and he stood up. At this moment, Xiao Han saw the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness standing at the side with an obedient expression on her face. Just now, although Xiao Han had killed the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness, the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness was resurrected. Hello, new master. The 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness smiled sweetly. Her eyes were filled with submission. Moreover, it was very strange. Xiao Han also felt that his soul and the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness had an inseparable feeling. He had also established an extremely deep master-servant relationship. This feeling was just like Yan Lang back then. Xiao Han already knew that now, the level 7 alternate dimension creature had completely become his slave. After leaving the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, he could order her to do anything he wanted. An intermediate immortal emperor slave. Xiao Han only felt as if he had entered a dream world. However, everything was so real. Forget it, don't be too complacent. There are still a total of 99 level 7 alternate dimension creatures that I need to challenge and defeat. Xiao Han quickly gathered his thoughts. He smiled at the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness. With a thought, the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness turned into a divine sense. Like a flowing light, like a rainbow, it directly entered Xiao Han's mind. Looking inside himself, the 100 Lives Saber Dao profoundness was sitting cross-legged on the spiritual energy star in his sea of consciousness, nourishing his soul. Done. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction. Then, in front of this enclosed battleground space, another light door appeared. Xiao Han directly walked over and pushed open the light door. To be continued. Chapter 685. The third level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove was progressing in an orderly manner. The first level, the Red Trial World. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Jiao Lanzi easily killed a group of level 1-dimensional creatures. It's finally done, Jiao Lanzi smiled in satisfaction. At this time, the data above Jiao Lanzi's head was already shining brightly. 1010 Jiao Lanzi fought in the Red Trial World and finally killed 100 level 1-dimensional creatures, obtaining the opportunity to be transported to the Orange Trial World. At this time, boom! 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 Brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Rays of glass-like spatial teleportation power fell from the sky like a waterfall, directly washing over Jiao Lanzi's body. Jiao Lanzi's body also began to fly up. He slowly entered the Orange Trial World of the second level. Alright, now let's enter the Orange Trial World to take a look. One step at a time, steadily and surely. Jiao Lanzi smiled slightly. Now, by killing these 100 level 1-dimensional creatures, Jiao Lanzi had obtained a lot of refining power. Now, out of the tens of thousands of immortal treasures in his dantian, he had already refined and controlled as many as 38. Moreover, among these 38 immortal treasures, some were of extremely high quality. The Orange Trial World. An immortal who entered the Orange Trial World had also killed a total of 100 level 2-dimensional creatures, refining and controlling hundreds of immortal treasures in his body. He was transported to the Yellow Trial World. The Yellow Trial World was a great desert. Rampaging in the Yellow Trial World. It was a type of desert creature. In other words, it was a level 3-dimensional creature. It was an immortal. As soon as he entered the Yellow Trial World, he was immediately surrounded by a group of desert creatures in the vast desert. These desert creatures were covered in yellow scales. They bared their teeth, had sharp horns on their heads, and had large bloody mouths. Their pores spewed out layers of bloody aura. With a slight shake of their huge bodies, they could transform into various desert beasts, such as sand crabs, desert foxes, and so on. It could be said that they were very powerful. Fuck, the immortal couldn't help but curse. This yellow trial world's desert creature, a level 3 alternate dimension creature, is actually much stronger than the orange trial world's metallic life form. It's equivalent to a level 4 true immortal. Kill this adventurer. A group of desert creatures turned into afterimages. Layer upon layer, they charged towards the immortal. A desert creature comparable to a level 4 true immortal. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but his aura was also giving off a terrifying oppressive might. The immortal's heart palpitated. In terms of cultivation level, that immortal was actually only a level 2 true immortal. Only, he possessed some immortal artifacts and magic treasures that could allow him to fight those on a higher level than him. Thus, in the orange trial world, he was able to deal with the metallic life form that was equivalent to a level 3 true immortal. And now, the desert creatures were the equivalent of level 4 true immortals. If they were to charge at him one by one, it would still be fine. However, if they were to charge at him in large numbers all at once, the true immortals would not be able to handle it. Get lost. Filthy creatures. Get out of my sight. The immortal did not dare to be careless. He immediately consumed his immortal chi to activate a powerful magic treasure that he had just refined not long ago, and shattered the group of desert creatures that were charging at him. The violent refining power rushed into the immortal's body. Above his head, a string of numbers appeared. However, activating the immortal artifact just now had consumed a lot of his energy. His face was slightly pale, and he did not dare to be careless. He immediately moved his body and fled. This is too terrifying. In other words, if I want to pass the trial and enter the green trial world above, I'll have to kill a total of 1,000 desert creatures. That's equivalent to killing 1,000 level 4 true immortals. The immortal was extremely bitter. I can't even kill a desert creature with my own combat strength and immortal spells. I have to use a magic treasure. However, activating these magic treasures that can kill those on a higher level consumes too much of my energy. If I'm lucky and encounter a lone desert creature, it'll be fine. However, if I encounter a swarm of desert creatures, hundreds or thousands of them, even if I use a magic treasure, I won't be able to fight them. Instead, I'll be killed. As soon as he thought of this, yellow sand surged in front of him. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of the iron hooves of thousands of soldiers and horses rumbled in the air. The immortal was so frightened that he immediately scanned the area with his immortal sense. What? 456 desert creatures? The immortal's face was pale with fright. He turned around and activated an escaping celestial artifact and slipped away. The difficulty of the trial has increased. The immortal's face was full of bitterness. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's most precious magic treasures were placed in the green, cyan, blue, and purple trial worlds. The level 4 creatures in the green trial world above are definitely more powerful than the desert creatures in the level 3 alternate space. I'm afraid they're as powerful as level 5 true immortals. How am I supposed to kill them? Gradually, the immortal began to grow disheartened. He could sense that perhaps he was not fated to get those precious treasures. The purple trial world. Xiao Han's trial world. After pushing open the door of light, there was another sealed martial field. The person who appeared in front of Xiao Han was a man who held a saber in his hand. He had a scholarly air about him. His eyes occasionally shot out a sharp saber light. Just like in this life, this man also had a tail behind him. Oh. The successor chosen by the owner of the invincible saber? The scholarly man looked at Xiao Han in surprise. Mortal? It was actually a mortal? Wait a minute, the fact that you were able to reach this place means that you defeated the One Era? This. Oh, you should be called second generation, right? He has mastered the second move of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's 100 Lives Saber Dao, Xiao Han said with interest. The scholarly man flicked his fingernails and said. That's right, I'm the second. All right. Let the trial begin. However, mortals, you have to remember that the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao of the invincible Saber Master is far more powerful and mysterious than the first stroke. You can defeat me once, but you might not be able to defeat me twice. Alright. Let's begin. Realm Suppression. With a rumble, this second life suppressed the cultivation base around him. Then, he waved his hand. A saber trace like an antelope's horn slashed towards Xiao Han. This stroke was like a falling meteor, like a demon descending to the world. Bang! Xiao Han did not even have time to react, and his body was directly torn into pieces. Another death. Xiao Han was resurrected in the secret initiation room. Too powerful. This second generation is several times more powerful than the first. No, it should not be said that the second generation is more powerful than the first, but the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao. More powerful and mysterious than the first stroke. Xiao Han realized that the more he challenged, the more powerful his opponent would be. The more powerful his opponent would be. However, with the experience of defeating the first generation, Xiao Han was no longer nervous and confused at this moment. He also had a plan to deal with it. Just like the first generation, what I need to do is to learn the Saber Dao that the second generation has mastered. Therefore, Xiao Han pushed open the light door again and entered the enclosed battleground to face the second generation. Next, Xiao Han was miserably killed by the second generation 98 times. Every time, Xiao Han carefully observed the second generation's attack method, trajectory, and route, and combined it with the feedback from the inheritance jade pendant in his dantian. Xiao Han slowly figured out the path of the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao. On the 99th time, Xiao Han was barely able to execute this stroke. Although he was still killed, Xiao Han was able to execute this stroke on his own before he died. On the 121st time, Xiao Han was able to exchange blows with the second generation. Although he died, he was able to injure the second generation's limbs. On the 135th time, Xiao Han and the second generation were both injured, and Xiao Han was killed, but only slightly weaker. On the 140th time, Xiao Han used the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao to kill the second generation. Then, a large amount of refining power burst out of the second generation's body and rushed into Xiao Han's dantian, melting a part of the restrictions on the inheritance jade pendant, and feeding back some of the tricks of the second stroke of the 100 Lives Knife Dao, allowing Xiao Han to perfectly control the second stroke. However, the second generation did not really die. Like the first generation, he was resurrected after being killed by Xiao Han, and became Xiao Han's slave. Then, he was kept into the solidified mental energy star in his sea of consciousness. Good. This is really good. Tempering myself in this purple trial space is a great thing for me. Xiao Han's eyes were resolute. He took a few steps forward and continued to push open the next light door. After defeating the first generation and the second generation, Xiao Han's mental aura was becoming more and more tyrannical. He had the demeanor of a super powerhouse. He had developed a boundless domineering aura. In the orange trial space, Jia Lanzi was facing a level 2 alien space creature, a metallic life form. He relied on the immortal artifact that he controlled to deal with it perfectly. He killed the metallic lifeforms with ease. Jia Lanzi took out an immortal sword and pierced the heads of 4 metallic lifeforms. Then, the number above his head also became 54561000000. This is great. The power of refinement obtained from killing one of these metallic lifeforms is 100 times that of killing a level 1 alternate dimension creature. Jia Lanzi was extremely satisfied with this trial. After obtaining the power of refinement, he had madly tried to control the immortal treasures piled up in his dantian. Now, he had selectively controlled hundreds of immortal treasures. As for the other 2 immortals, they had entered the orange trial world from the very beginning. After killing over 1,000 metallic lifeforms, they had smoothly entered the yellow trial world. However, the desert lifeforms that were as strong as level 4 true immortals brought great trouble to these 2 immortals. When they encountered the swarm of desert creatures, the two immortals didn't dare to fight them. They immediately fled for their lives. Later, when they encountered a small number of desert creatures, they would use their artifacts and consume their immortal force to kill them. Now, these two immortals had killed 432 desert lifeforms, while the other had killed 511. They were still very far from the goal of 100. Fortunately, every time they killed a desert lifeform, they obtained a huge amount of refining power. Currently, the two immortals had quite a number of immortal artifacts under their control. Even if they withdrew from the trial now, they would still benefit greatly. However, they would not withdraw easily. They did their best to hunt, wanting to enter a higher-level green trial space. It could be said that the 6 of them, including Xiao Han, each had their own fortuitous encounters, and they were all in full swing. To be continued. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.